I think the last few time we talked, you were a little bit tipsy. But I think you remember that time. We also talk about Canada and stuff, and we show you the black swan. Um, but if you have any other question, just let us know. Whenever you're ready, we have the home base server, so just let you know.
And talking to the Globers, what I found when you talk to them, they really forget very fast that we were Globers. They really forget that shit. They just start to imagine that we are a group of people came from somewhere holding that idea we were from we were kid since we were kids. So we just hold those beliefs, and we came and we try to manipulate people and have people
Right.
change, do some brainwash people. No, we were Globers. 99% of us were Globers one day, and we were challenged by the idea for the Earth being flat. We heard that thing and it hit us like every Glober. So we couldn't accept that thing at first second. So we had to debate and we had our cognitive. Many of us, I don't say everyone, but many of us had that cognitive dissonance moment. Yeah, that's normal. It's a mental issue. We can't run from that. So we had our moment of cognitive dissonance. We couldn't accept that thing that is challenging our belief, the indoctrination that we were submitted to. But when we were trying to find proofs, because we wanted to challenge that idea of flat Earth, so we wanted to prove the Earth being a globe. And while we were researching that, we found the errors in the globe beliefs, and we found the bullshit in the globe beliefs. That moment, we understood the lies. When you try to pick a picture of the globe and you find that picture that you were believing being a real photograph, because they told you that it's a real photograph took from a satellite or space shell in outer space, it's a real photograph. And you find by yourself, no one is interfering, it's just something just man-made in a computer, not even a photo. That moment it hit hard. It hit so hard. The difference, the difference between who still believe in the globe from years now, because we have many globers. It's been years and years. They just stick around flat Earth servers and talk about the same thing again and again and again every day. Those people have the difference is just those people have more cognitive dissonance. They hold more to that belief. They love that ball and they can't get rid of that thing.
Yeah, there are a bunch of them around. They come in here almost every day. Yep.
Those are just heliosexuals. They love the balls.
That bull's deep. They can't get out.
Yep.
Yeah, it's funny like how H Shell was in the politics was talking to T Dub. I came in here. T Dub came in here too. He followed T Dub.
Uh,
Funny.
Roots, I know you're familiar with the Omnivore Awakening server, Earth's Awakening server. So you saw that? Now it's Omnivore server. It's just Omnivore and uh, who's the left line and those G6 GF6 globers from the GF6 server. They are always there. The
Yeah,
same topic
I've
every day.
noticed that.
Now that server is so boring for me. I swear. I swear for God, it's so boring for me. When I go there, I just sit for 15 minutes, listen to the same thing that I heard the day before and the days before, the same topics every day. Not about the topics themselves, but the same sentences. There is nothing new. Nothing new.
Yeah, I don't go there that much. I'm feeling the same actually. Yeah, getting a bit boring, isn't it?
Same 3-4 Globers.
But while we're here, rather than sounding too clicky and internal, I just want to make sure we say hello to Breezy in the chat. Hello, Breezy. And we've got it's me, ya boy. What's up, ya boy? And we also have the Honourable, what's that full name there? The Honourable Shlomo Moonbuggy. I like that. What's up, fellas? But yeah, Necros, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to make sure we're saying hi to the new guys.
No worry, I was done already.
But yeah, you're right. It is getting a little bit boring when you speak to the same people, which is why I've really been enjoying. I've been going live on TikTok with Super Monkey Ball. Done it about 3 or 4 times now, and I think we had 100 people in, not yesterday, the day before. And it's a different vibe. You're talking to real, the average person. I think on Discord you've got an element of intelligence, maybe, or they're just gamers. So that toxic gamer trolley mentality. But on TikTok, you got a lot of normies. It's very different. Good
I
fun
see.
though.
Yeah.
Let us know, bro. Yeah, let
Yeah,
us know
yeah.
next time
I was
you
about to
gonna
say the
go
same
on.
thing too.
Well, you know what?
We'll all go
I've been
together.
going on, I've been going on Super Monkey Ball's page, and he keeps telling me to go live, but I need to just do a little bit more research in how to control the live. But I think I'm going to start going live, and I'll invite you guys on because Super Monkey Ball likes to. He basically abuses them a little bit, but he's the first to admit it. He'll be like, "Yeah, when I'm done with them, I just kick them and I wind them up, and he can be a little bit abrasive." So he just doesn't really he just wants to just use it for a bit of fun for himself, really. But I think when I go live, we'll do it a bit like this. So give me a week to sort myself out, and I'll start going live more regular. We'll
Nice.
get a panel. I definitely want Demok involved as well.
Yeah,
I've been meaning to message him
bring them
about it.
up.
Oh my God.
But yeah, TikTok's great. You go live, and people just want to jump on the panel and chat and debate. It's interesting.
Sincerely, sometimes it gets heated with Dimok, but I love Dimok. I respect him. He's a good guy. And you're fun. He's funny. I don't know if he's listening. He's so funny. I whenever have some new Globers come into the server and Dimok is the one getting them or just talking to them first time. I talked to Kenboy. Help! It's it's Dimok. He will just shook it shook it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's why
Uh,
I like to steel man him because the Globers are sitting there like, what the fuck is he on about? And I'm like, hold on, let me bridge the gap here. You're about 5 steps behind, so I'll just steel man him for about an hour, and I don't mind that because at least then they start to get what he's saying.
yeah.
So just steel man him if they're not getting it. Just steel man him and they'll get it.
Yeah, I think the side view will get to everybody when he start talking about the side view.
The
Oh,
helicopter.
Necros, I've been meaning to say
Not
I really
anywhere.
like your new haircut, by the way. It looks smooth, mate.
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you. And the glasses.
Yeah, you grew your hair back. I love it.
I love
You look
that
like
picture.
you look like you're back in the game, bro.
Younger, no mustache.
Single and young. Yeah, that side view though, Kembo, that side view absolutely kills the Globers.
Uh,
Yeah,
some
I guess even Eggshell got confused, bro.
Rules.
When
I
the
have
monk tell him.
about a test that we can do. I don't know. I don't claim any map for the moment for flat Earth, but I have the Gleason map aside because I think it's for the moment it's more logic, but I don't take it since seriously. So for the test that I was thinking about is the test to check if the equator is a circle around a sphere or a circle on a flat plane. Because if we do this test, listen carefully. You take a laser, you use a compass for the first time, and it will be just for in the start and to check with at the end. So we use the compass. We go to the equator. We use the compass. We point the laser to the east or the west, one of the two, and we point it accurately to the east or the west. And at the end of the light coming from the laser, we put three symbols or three sticks in a line with the laser, and we take out that compass. We go to those sticks. We just turn off the laser. We go to those sticks and we point again the laser, and we make it go in a line, perfect line, straight line with those sticks. And we put other three sticks at the end of the laser, so we will go just three or four times like that, or five. It depends in some distance, put in the three sticks in a line with the light of the laser, and we go to those sticks. We point the laser again in a line with those three sticks. So at the moment, if it's a globe, we won't derive from the equator. We will just follow the equator perfectly if we do that thing, if it's a globe. If it's a Gleason, if we are like in a Gleason's map, we will surely derive from the equator, going away from the equator toward the south. It will be deriving. So at the end, we will have to use that compass to check if we derived or not. I think that test will be good also. It won't be definitive. It will be just good to see if it is like Gleason's map, like the Gleason's draw the map, the equator going in a circle around the pole on a flat plane. We surely will be deriving if we do that test like that, going in a line with the in line with the laser and some distance and check if we derived or not. You think it would be something working like that, like I imagine?
Um, I'm 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 not really sure. I didn't get it 100%. Maybe maybe somebody else got it. Root, did you get it?
Nah,
Or maybe you gotta explain it one more
it,
time.
you explained it in too many sentences, Necros. Can you shorten that a bit?
I see. So imagine if you point a laser toward the west. So the laser, the light coming from the laser will go in a straight line. So at the end of the max distance of that light, where you can see the light, you put three sticks on the ground, and those sticks must be in line with that light, one in front of the other, in front of the other. So you go to those sticks, and those sticks will be in far distance. What will can we say? One. What is the range? What can be the range of the laser? 1 mile. So you go to those sticks.
Let's go 3 miles, 5 miles, 7 miles.
Nice. So you will go to those sticks because you put three sticks in line with that light. So it will be those three sticks will be in a straight line. So if you go to them and you point to the laser from one stick and going in line with the others. So the laser will keep going in line with the starting point.
Yeah,
It will keep
across
going.
horizontally from left to right or right to left. Yeah.
Yeah. So it will keep going in a straight line, dependent to how much time you will do that thing. Will you expand that range? Whenever you put three sticks, you go to them, you point the laser, and at the end of the light of the laser, you will put another three sticks, and you will follow them to a certain point. And you will check the compass. If you derived from the equator, it means that you are in a flat plane, and it's like Gleason's map. The equator is a circle around the pole on a flat map. If you don't derive, if you do that thing, you keep going in a straight line, and you see when you check at the end the compass, if you are on a globe, you will find yourself following that line of the equator. It won't derive because the light will go just follow that straight line. It will go in the same direction as the equator, because that line will be just making a circle around the globe.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
I get
yeah.
it now.
I see what you're saying.
On a
I
globe,
feel,
it won't
I feel like you
derive.
proved it though. I feel like you proved it. As soon as you have three lights, one at 3 miles, one at 5, one at 7, and then you, at those distances, those lights are all horizontal from your observer's position, 3 miles away, 5 miles, and 7 miles away. You've already proven flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that those lights are horizontal in a line on the same elevation at different distances already disproves curvature.
Yes, and they can claim also the curve, the bending of light, the refraction. That light
Terrestrial
is
refraction.
curvature, so we won't argue about that because yeah, I agree with you, because I understand that it will show that the line is just parallel with the surface. I agree with you, but they will just claim the bendy light and following the curvature. Uh, yeah, and it won't change anything from what we already have done. But that thing, it will just show that we will derive, if it is a globe, that line, that light that we will draw, it will just be parallel with the equator and follow not parallel, but follow the circle of the equator with the same line. If we are in a flat map, flat earth planar map like a Gleason's map, it will surely derive
Intercept.
from that line of the equator. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. I like it.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like we can overcome that terrestrial refraction argument though by just adding a laser test where you hit a target. Once you've hit a target, then how are you going to claim it's an illusion? We're hitting the target line of sight. Do you know what I mean?
I understand, but for them, what they claim that the target being lifted, so when you shoot the laser is curving, following the curvature of the globe. The light coming from that image, that thing, that object in distance to where you shoot the laser, that image that you see in front of you in a horizontal plane, that is the reality. They say that it is being lifted. So yeah, it's curving down, but it appears to be in a flat plane in front of you, but in reality it is downward the curvature. So they will just claim that that thing. They can't prove it being fact, but they will just claim that shit, and it won't make any point. It won't be just fruitful.
Well, if they want to invoke terrestrial refraction, then it's their funeral. I think. I want them to invoke it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. In
I love
reality,
that claim. I love that claim because what they're actually claiming is everything past 3.5 miles is a mirage. Everything past 3.5 miles is semi or fully miraged.
yep.
You know what I mean? And that when that sinks in, I just think that's just a self-defeating argument. It's not what we observe. I mean, when you look at mirages, it's accompanied by distortion, heat distortion. It's accompanied by, a lot of different effects. And also, I think I heard a good point in the debate between Dave and Whitsitt the other day. Do you remember his Whitsitt's argument on the 150-mile observation of the silhouette of the mountain?
Yeah.
How can you loom a silhouette or a shadow, the absence of light?
Yeah, correct. But the thing that I think would make the difference is something that they can't claim being refracted, like what? Something like a bullet, like a missile that will go in a very fast speed, and it will just go in a straight line toward that thing that you see in distance. So let's say that thing that you see in distance is behind the curvature and being lifted to view due to refraction. So it means that that image that I see there in distance is just an image and it's not something physical. So if I use water level, and make sure that that thing, that weapon that will shoot that missile or that projectile in a straight line toward that target in distance is level, really leveled. So we just change the elevation of the thing, and we make sure that it is level, pointing directly level to that target, and the missile won't just have to be high speed, so it won't just change its elevation due to lose of energy. So when if it hits the target, it means that it's not an image, because if the target is curving down, is below the curvature, so it's going down, not level with our eyes, it's going down. So if that bullet or projectile hits the target, it means that we are in a flat plane, and that the target what was physical and what's the real target. That thing, they won't be able to say, oh no, it was refracted or followed the curvature or something like that. So
Yeah, no, I get you. Well thought out. Good point.
Or also there is another experiment possible to be done. A long tube, very long tube, and the inside of the tube have to be something that absorb light, doesn't reflect light, so we can say that if the light hit the target, it wasn't a reflection on the walls of the tube, inside the walls of the tube. And we make sure that the tube it will have to be a long tube, and we make sure that the tube is level in that long distance, and we shoot the laser inside the tube. If the laser hit the target in the other side of the tube, so it means that the tube was perfectly straight, not curving. Because if the light don't hit the target, it means that the light hit the walls of the tube and couldn't reach the target because the tube was curved. And it will just also get rid of that assumption of light being curving and following the curvature. We will do that inside the tube, so we can manipulate also the refraction inside, the temperature inside the tube, and those things. So if the light inside the tube, if you activate the laser and it hit the target, it means that the tube is perfectly straight from side to side.
Yeah, that would work. Sounds like a lot to get it set up, but it would definitely work.
Yep.
What distance would you go for with the tube?
Just 1 mile will be enough. If the tube is not wide enough, so the curvature, so if the tube is just will curve on 8-inch for that mile, so it will be enough to stop the light. I think half of the distance also will be enough. Yeah.
Half a mile, what's that? Like 2 inches? 2 inches of curve, though?
I think it's 2 inches and something, maybe.
Yeah.
So it will be enough to curve that pipe or that tube, and it will stop the light.
I feel like these are things that the Globers need to go and do. Why do we have to do these things?
Us. I'm not. I'm here sitting.
Well, I'm just joking.
I'm here sitting enjoying my life because I know water. I know what it. I proved the thing for myself. So now it's just for the Globers, for those people who just want to say that wait, it's not flat, it's in motion. We will prove that for you. So they have to
I
show
think
us
with
the
a lot of these people, like these types of people that you're talking about, it doesn't matter what you show them. They've already made up their mind. I mean, a lot of these anti-flat earthers, you could show them the most definitive experiment ever, and they would still like use mental gymnastics to weasel their way around it somehow.
No, I know.
They would make up something new, a new buzzword.
Yeah. It was
But
simple
yeah,
for
no,
them.
it's good to think of different ideas. Even I like Demok's drone idea as well. If it was possible to send a drone in a straight direction, and you send a drone off over a 10-mile lake, there should be a huge variation in the height of the drone by the time it got to the other side of the lake. I just don't know if it's possible to actually send a drone in a straight direction and be able to prove that it's going straight.
They have so many things to do that can help them prove the curvature. They can check the plumb lines being parallel to each other. They can check that. They have the tools to check that. They are able to check the distance between the top of the plumb line and the bottom of the two plumb lines, if they are divergent or parallel. They can check that. They have measurement tools, tools for measurement that they can use to check if those things are parallel or not. If they live in a
I
globe,
find it crazy that people like Matthew Learns, he's the first to admit there's no way that we can prove the curvature measuring it here on Earth. It's too difficult, the Earth is too big, there's no instrumentation.
DJ, you robot, brother. You roboting.
That's my, yeah. Apologies.
no worry, now we hear you.
Yeah, I was just saying it's crazy how people like Matthew Learns say it's impossible for us to measure the curvature here on Earth over a few miles. But he's more than happy to believe that they have rovers and helicopters on Mars. It's crazy to me that one thing's fine with him, it's completely outlandish, and measuring curve over a few miles is impossible with all this technology that he claims exists.
Yeah, I consider Matthew, Scott, Jekyll, those guys as being, and the other globes, those known globers. I consider them being special cases. I don't take them seriously anymore. In reality, I don't take them seriously anymore.
Yep.
And it's good point, Necro, that you brought up earlier, man. They come in here every day, right? They jump from server to the server and talk about the same thing over and over and over again, like we never talked to them about that subject before. And it's so annoying when they do that. Right? You can talk to them maybe last week about that one topic, the curvature or whatever, right? And then, a couple of days later, they come in and start talking to us about the same subject, like they never, like they act like they never talked to us before about it.
Yeah, correct. And for me, trust me, for me, it's so boring, and it's really a loss because I'm here not to teach people anything. I'm here just to share information that I have and collect informations. I'm here to learn also. So because of those people, I'm not learning. It's been anything. It's been a long time in those servers. So I just go there, check spend some 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and I just go off because there is nothing to learn. Those people are just wasting flat earthers' time and wasting the opportunity for other people to just learn something, to talk to flat earthers and discuss with flat earthers and learn something new.
Right. Yeah, we all here to learn, bro. We share information, we learn.
I
But
don't know
a lot of time,
why
a lot of
this.
time they think that we try to convert them, bro.
I'm not trying anymore, and I ask myself why those people still there. So I think they have to make a definitive debate for last time and check if they just have the merit to just stick around, because they are wasting opportunities. New globers, in for example, in politics, new globers come and just sit there trying to listen, and they learn nothing, because those globers, Matthew, Scott, Jekyll, they don't say anything new, and they don't have any correct discussion from where you can learn anything. Maybe is it the tactic? Is it the objective? Who knows? If it is their objective, they know that they are, who knows, agents, and they know that those servers just started to grow, and they go there, spend their time there every day, all the day, spend their time there just to make sure that no one will just learn anything and understand flat earth.
Yep, definitely there's some agents in place. No doubt
So
about it.
it's a flat earth server. You are a glober. You came 2, 3, 4 days, weeks, and you debated flat earthers. You found that the idea is not for you, so didn't want to understand. You didn't want to take the idea seriously. You're not flat earthers. You don't want to turn flat earther. So okay, quit the server. What are you doing? Are you trying to
Right.
change the people's mind or something? They are not coming to prove the globe. So they are not trying to help people, the flat earthers. So they come to the servers, the flat earth servers. So, the objective is not to help those flat earthers turn to globers and to show them proofs for the globe. They are not doing that.
No. Yeah, you're
They,
right too. Another thing, like, look, you come in here, you talk to us so many times already, right? You still want to believe in the globe? Good for you. Go on with your life. What are you doing here? Like
yeah,
every other day, just come in here and talk to us about the same thing over and over again. Go on with your life, man.
yeah. You
But
you
I don't
failed.
understand why they do that.
You failed in your objective during 1 year. Just let's say 1 year is some, for me. 1 year is long enough to make sure that you failed in your mission, so you couldn't turn any flat earther to a globe earther. So go with your life. Quit.
Yep. I think we also had a band truth was in, oh well, not band truth, I mean Mr. Reality just in here. I guess he heard what we said, so he left, which is good. Yeah. Go on with your life, man.
Hey, Kembo, you know, you said you don't know why these people keep coming back. My theory is that they're on the fence. That they're actually on the fence, and their way of validating is by pretending to be an interlocutor and throwing all these awkward questions, the questions they can't answer or they haven't thought through yet. See how we react. I can't see any other purpose for it. I know when I was on the fence,
Yeah.
I used to play staunch glober. I used to play that role to a flat earther just to see how they react to questions, not as a ego, but more as a, well, what about this and what about that? So why would they lie? Do you know what I mean? So I can see that is part of the awakening process for some people.
Right. Man, but well, my journey was just like I do agree with you. Yeah, maybe that's part of the reason. But yeah, my journey was a little bit different, which is I mean, I check out the information. It kind of makes sense, right, in beginning, but I'm like, no, there's no way, right? I didn't have nobody to really talk to at the time, just um, checking out flat Earth stuff back then, right? But it took me long enough, 2 years, man, to let the ball go. Because I think most of the people would love the idea of the spinning ball, outer space, other world. We would like someday, like mankind will go over there and conquer the place, or you know, um, basically spread out the species, you know, and just start a whole new world. I mean, that idea is it's awesome if it actually true, right? But none of it's true about outer space, right? Come on, we can't even find the curvature on the ground level, right? Let alone in the sky on the plane. So yeah,
It is totally understandable in your cases, but never understandable in the cases of those people. I can't. I want to say that. I want to to find an excuse for them, a real excuse for them, because it's not for 2 years. It's not for 3 years. It's not for 4 or 5. It's been since the beginning. In some servers, like a big Gym Panda server, you will find in the chat, in the text chat, whenever you put any proof or something for about the debunking the globe, or observations for flat earth or something, you will find a guy who will be always there, just put emojis under your post and tell you thank you for proving the globe. He's not doing anything else other than that, and he never read what you post. He never check what you post. He just there sitting doing nothing else but put an emoji reaction to the post that you've sent, and say thank you for the globe proof.
Yeah.
right.
Here's my theory on them. I think they're looking for confirmation bias. So they're insecure about it, and they want that confirmation bias. They want it to be confirmed by listening to conversations that go the Glober's way. So I think that's part of it too.
Yeah. But another thing that I do want to say that Root, like the last time we went over there together at Japan, yeah, it's pretty funny. But anyhow, I gotta give it up to him. At least he made his own server, right? And he bring all the globies in there. They talk or whatever. If we want to talk them, we go in there. Just like we were doing before, right? In the past, right? Well, with these a bunch of sorry ass anti-flat earthers that's just jumping from rooms to room, from VC to VC, to talk to flat earthers every single time about the same BS, right? And I think at some point, man, it's getting sad, and that's why I gotta give Japan some credit for making his own server, right? And not jumping around and being a bunch of sorry asses, So yeah, in a sense, gotta give it up to him on that part.
Yeah, I don't know if I can give it up to him. I can understand that premise. Personally, I think it's the wrong way to go about it, because what he's done is he's just created an echo chamber, where when a glober does come in, when a flat earther does come in, like Necros is saying, they just get abused, bombarded, and they're not able to have a proper debate. You have to demand it. You have to actually call them out of their bullshit, and they'll go, all right, let him finish, or blah blah blah. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah, we've been there. We've been there
you know how
together.
it goes. Yeah, you know how it goes. You have to demand the time to get that debate. So they're not looking to debate; they're looking to live stream them globe smacking, I suppose, which is fine. Which is fine. That's what they want to do. But let's keep it real here. These guys have resigned themselves to a desperate attempt to prove something they can't be proven. You know what I mean? So it is a sad state of affair. I'd actually say it's worse for them because they want to be in part of an echo chamber. Whereas we just want the Globers in here. We want as many as possible.
Yeah, I think in a sense maybe I'm just annoyed of anti-flight earthers that jump in from we see from rooms to room, right, just to talk to us about the same BS over and over again, days after days, weeks after weeks, month after months. So maybe I'm just annoyed on that part.
Yeah, maybe I'm a bit of a crazy bastard, but I love them. I love having a chat with Eggshells. I love it when Jazzaconda comes over. I love these idiots because I don't know, they're just sort of, I don't know, they come with the same shit every time, and they're not much. I don't see them as much of a threat. Maybe to some newbie flat earthers, they might completely destroy them, but in general, they can't get past their relativity, can they? And their big G arguments.
No, I get your point, brother. I get your point. I do. Maybe like I said, maybe it's just me. I'm just annoying because I see them all the time in any room that we go to. We see them.
I see them as they've come out to play.
You
I'll
know
knock
who
on
are,
for them.
the anti-flat earthers that I respect? It's that guy called Bevi. Try thinking. He's against the globe idea and the flat Earth also because they say that Earth is not flat; it has topography. You know those guys.
Yep.
So I respect them more because they have their
Yeah.
servers. They have their servers. They stick on their servers. Yeah, they make live streams to just clash the videos made by Nathan Oakley or QE or
Or
Witsit.
us. Or us. They've
Yeah,
made videos about us in here before.
yeah,
Bevas.
yeah, yeah, correct. But those people, they are against our understanding of the idea of the Earth being flat. They are against that, but they don't just make trouble. They don't make trouble. They have their own thinking, and they stick in their side. When they come, you never think about them being globers or flat earthers. Sometimes you're confused about what they are in reality. You don't know. You just assume they are flat earthers, and you check, you verify, you find that they don't even go with that idea. I found many of them, and I respect those guys.
Yeah, me too. Me too. It's logically consistent with reality, so you can't really knock them. The only thing I knock is the games that Bev plays. You know, some of the guys who hang about with Bev are very honest, and you'll get to the point, and you'll be like, yeah, I agree. Yes, we're all on the same page. Brilliant. But sometimes Bev will act like I don't know. I call him an alien. I think he acts like a little bit unhuman in a sense. So that's my issue with him. I think some of the questions he asks and the routes he goes is a bit of obfuscation and semantics. But
Yep,
if
yep.
that's his thing, and he's into that, and he's all about the definition of words and stuff, then fair enough. You know what I mean? Like I just would struggle to have more than a 10-minute convo with him without getting frustrated.
Yeah, yeah, correct. And me too. I don't like his methods, but still, for me, it's something that I can accept. I can accept.
Yeah, I
And
agree. Yeah.
I debated with him so many times, and I don't get really frustrated with him like I do with the Globers.
Yeah. No, I get you. It's a different kind of frustration. It's like, come on, Bev, like, come on, mate, just stop being awkward. That's what it is for me. Just stop being awkward.
Yeah,
But no, I have respect. Definitely have respect for those guys. Those guys are on, in sync with reality. How can you not respect that?
yep. And I watch his videos because yeah, he's splitting some truth there. I'm not disagreeing with him. I agree with those guys. Like if you say that I'm agreeing with 99.99% of their ideas. The only thing that we don't agree about is the word flat. This the only thing that we don't agree about is the word flat, the earth being flat. That thing that we don't agree about. The word, the use of the word, they are, I consider them being confused between the word flat and even. They think when we say flat earth, like we say even a surface that is even. No, they are just confused, I think.
Hello, hello. Anybody here? Anybody?
Hello.
Oh, what's up, blood?
What's happening? You alright?
I'm good, bro. I just want to see if anybody's here. I just came back.
Cool.
How you doing over there? What you got for lunch today? I guess there's no lunch for you today then.
Oh shit! Am I hot micing?
Yeah, it's like hot micing time.
No, sorry.
Blood hot micing. You hot micing. At the same time.
Oh, we're both hot micing at the same time. God's sake.
I think he was hot micing on purpose just to know if you realize that you also hot micing.
I didn't realise I just come off a meeting and forgot that I left it on. So have I been hot micing all this time for the last like half an hour?
Yeah, I think something like that. But you weren't even that loud. I mean, just now, I guess you get just a
Right.
little noise. That's all.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I just had a meeting where I barely had to say anything, so I don't think you probably would have heard anything.
Not that I know, notice. So, I mean, I left and I just came back too. So,
Hey, John, you're about?
what's up, either?
He's probably busy with the kids or something.
Yeah.
I can see Witsits online. I'm trying to figure out where he is. Like a
Hmm.
stalker.
Stop stalking people.
Well, because there's so much going on with him at the moment, I'm very interested. Do you know what I mean? He's in the center of a lot of stuff that's happening in the community. You know, the battle with QE the other day was massive. The 24-hour stun thing's massive. His debate with Professor Dave, like he's literally at the top of like all the eyes are on him right now.
Yep, good for him. Think he can do it.
I think he's the right guy. Out of everyone in the community, he's the one who I think is most effective at all levels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's my
don't. I can't. I can't
personal.
disagree with that. Yep.
Everyone's got their own opinion. But I see him as a good choice.
Yep.
Although I would like to see Miggy go public. I don't think he will though.
No. He probably will. He says he's in the process of moving at the moment. When he get everything set up, he gonna try to get his stuff going. So hopefully he can, get his whatever his show going on. So
How's the new job, Kimbo? Are you? Did you leave that place?
It's all right. Yeah, shop is shop. You know, nothing crazy. It's normal. Got to pay the bills somehow, right?
Oh yeah, same shit, different toilet. So did you and John actually get time to watch the What's It debate yesterday? I think was it you and John? Somebody said they were going to stream it.
DJ.
Oh, DJ.
Yeah. I mean, oh snap, my cats. Yeah, I've watched it for a little bit. I watched probably halfway. So
Yeah, the second half is brilliant, bro. Don't stop watching it. The ending is a complete and utter devastation for Professor Dave.
yeah,
He
I
literally
remember.
turns into a child, bro. Like he loses it seriously.
Yeah, I get to the part he was like say something a bunch of word salad. You know what I mean? And what's it? Ask him to define the word salad, something like that. And that's why I kind of left off.
Yeah, it starts getting good after that, and you can see that Witsit starts growing in confidence, and Dave just starts acting like a complete moron or child or something. But he really showed his true colours. I will predict that this is his last ever debate. He will not do this again.
Yeah, yeah. I will have to finish it sometime today, maybe. Yeah, I think DJ yesterday or Democracy. Yeah, I think DJ yesterday he was he's the one that sent me the link, and I watched it for half of it. I think I should continue it probably right now. I'll be in here, but I'll be watching some, trying to finish that debate.
What you talk about, Willis?
Just up them up.
Oh, not much. Confused Glover.
You're just waking up, brother.
Yeah.
Morning.
Let's see. We don't know what this means. So I don't either. Earlier, I had one of them in the other thing. The dude was doing the math for the left to right horizon. Like how much, say if the Earth went out this far, how far would we be seeing left to right? And it's more than the distance of a globe, man.
There is no globe.
No, I know. But I was talking to them about where they got their scale at for their distance. And I finally got them to concede that it didn't make any damn sense.
Hmm.
Then I brought up my 2 cereal boxes because he kept saying they could notice and calculate and they know the curve's there. But then we can't notice and we can't see it and it's too small. And I said, hold on, these two things can't be the same, brother. I said, it's this or this. Then I said, just tell me what my cereal box would look like next to yours. And you know what he said? He said after
Right.
5 miles, he'd bring his cereal box back. And he said 5 miles away, his cereal box would be exactly the same as mine. That's what he said. I said, do you understand? You just came back with the linear function of a horizontal like plane. You just came back with zero elevation for both boxes, brother. Zero drop. And he's like, huh? I'm like, both these things can't be on the same line unless it's a diagonal line. You can have a diagonal line that's a horizontal line, and both things will be higher or lower than each other. But that's a diagonal fucking line. He was talking about going up to a mountain. I said, no, brother, we ain't doing no mountain shit. I said, we take our boxes to the water. He goes, oh. So yeah, we ain't doing no fucking looking down a mountain and seeing an angle or a diagonal and talking about that's a curve. That ain't happening here, brother. I said, we need to make sure it's not horizontal across the water. And then he understood what I said.
Yeah.
Let me
Well,
guess.
even
Was his next question, why would they lie?
No, it was the A guy, dude. A guy.
oh
Him.
hell no,
Oh,
No, he was
God,
him,
trying
yeah.
yeah.
to math it out. Once,
Mm.
yeah, he was trying to see whether there was the tilt or whatever we need. We came to the conclusion that his box of cereal can't look like mine when it comes back. It has to have a tilt.
What, you got him to concede that then?
Yes. I told him the
Hmm.
right corner has to drop 8 inches after every mile.
Mm-hmm. And what
It's
did he
only in
say?
cereal. Yeah, he gets it. Yeah, I mean, he has to get it. I'm like, yeah, I told him it has to. He said, yeah. But then I didn't re-ask him again. Does that mean they're going to still be on the same? But I think he understands they can't be the same. Yeah, that's what I was trying to emphasize. They can't be the same. 2 flattered cereal boxes can't be the same 5 miles away as 2 globe cereal boxes. It's not going to work out.
Yeah. Tomorrow he'll reset and forget about that conversation and go back to he'll go back to claiming diverging plumb lines tomorrow. Promise you.
Yeah, that's a tough
Got it.
one, man. That guy, yep, that A guy. He's a tough one, man. I mean, there's one day, man, like me and him went at it in the chat for over an hour, I think, man. And I said, you know what, bro, you won, man. I'm not gonna do this. I just want to. I tell him straight up. I said, look, I just want to tell you that we do experience the same thing, right? Right? You might think like, oh, there's other stuff going on or whatever, like out there in outer space, you can't feel, you can't see it, right? But but in our reality, we feel it. We experience the same thing. And then he finally agreed with me. Yeah, we do experience the same thing. I said, "You motherfucker." Bro, I was yeah, I'm like, "You know what, bro? Forget it, man. He's a tough one, but hey, man, if you got him to say whatever, concede it, then that's good."
Riding on eggshells was listening the whole time, too. He got to learn.
Where was that, brother? In politics.
Yeah.
Fair play.
I saw you pop in there for a second, but then you pop back out.
Oh, I joined by accident. Do you know
Oh, no.
why?
Then I came over here, so.
Yeah, do you know why? Because I saw your name. Because when I join on my phone, I get like a list of all the active chats. And when I saw your name, I just assumed that was PNR because I haven't seen you in politics for a very long time. So I just clicked that thinking it was PNR, and then I looked and I was like, hold on, this isn't the PNR crowd. So I moved back over.
Oh, yeah, I was giving it to them. I was telling them all how they don't understand distance and the linear scale and, like, how everything, like, in the observation of our horizon, they don't know how big it is left to right. There's no judge. There's no scale.
Right. Yep. Yeah. Eggshells has a phobia of talking to you, I've noticed. I don't know what his problem is.
Yeah. I don't fall for that bullshit.
Hey, I
Yeah.
think they feel like the mock is a threat, man. That's why they had to make the video about him.
I've talked to Eggshell since he's been, like, first in this bitch.
Yeah, I think
You know that?
Eggshells doesn't like to have a conversation where he can't be the lead or the center of it. And I think if you approach him with a little bit less respect than some people give him, he doesn't know how to respond. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a case of him recognizing there's a clash here of, he wants to be, the carry the conversation, but he can't do that with the mock.
Yeah, the Mach is special, man. Now we got the Mach 2.0 back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if these Globers want to talk to Demark, they are going down the path Demark wants to take them. You know what I mean? It's not going to be the opposite way around. Whereas me, I'll entertain it to a certain degree. So call that a strength, call
Oh,
that this is the difference.
I do that too. I just do it a different way that makes them feel funny, right? I say it so weird. They're like, "What? Hold on, wait, no, that's not what I want to say." Well, that's what you said. Yeah, they get mad.
Yeah. Eggshells. When he goes into a place he's not comfortable, his whole demeanor changes, and I think it's that noticeable. He doesn't want to engage at that level. He needs to be confident when he speaks. Well, yeah, I'm not talking about him. I actually like the guy. I enjoy speaking to him as well.
No, I like eggshells too. That's why I don't get real mean with him or nothing. I just tell him direct. I just like, hey man, I don't know. This is the way I see it, bro.
Right, just jumping into a call, guys. Back in 10.
Good, bro.
No, because sometimes I'll get in with these dudes about like their demeanor or how they act. A lot of globals will be weird, man, and come in like them one smug dudes, man. I had to give it to them to set them straight, and they come back with a little better attitude, and they're not so smug and act like they understand and know everything like Professor Dave. Like, well, I know, we know, I know. Nah,
Yeah. Did you see the whole debate?
do what?
Did you see the whole debate between him and Witsit?
No, I didn't see barely any of it. I was on MMA and they were playing it, but they were playing it in flat, fast motion. I couldn't even really tell what the fuck was going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like halfway watching it already. Like I watched it already halfway, so trying
Where'd
to
you watch
finish
it
it.
on?
Yeah, you want the link? I send it you. I send you the link.
Yeah. Was it pretty good or?
Well, I got the halfway. I mean, yeah, it's not bad, but they said that it's gonna get better for the next half, so I gotta finish it. I mean, of course, fucking Professor Dave. Yeah, he's a knucklehead, so you already know
Yeah, I wanted
that
to
guy.
debate him.
But the crazy part is he didn't really insult Woodson that much at all, right? I mean, I think he had a good script, right? But when well, he got a pretty good introduction, um, but as the debate goes on, I think he kind of lost his script somewhere somehow. He kind of looked frustrated. You know what I mean? Um, he almost kind of threw the tantrum like the first half when you get to half of it, and yeah, he looks a little funny. But they said that Big Root said it's gonna get worse, so that's why I'm trying to finish the whole half.
Oh man, I would make him concede to what my flat earth model is instead of what everybody fucking thinks and what he told people. And that garbage you be saying on TV. Ignorant ass motherfucker. I'd be I'd be like, look, bro, we're gonna get this straight. There is no shape to the flat earth. And this and this and this and this and tell them how this is. And then go from there and say, okay, now whatever you want to ask me, go ahead.
But I think the people that voted for him, that they still think the Globe side were winning. That's still fucking sad. I mean, he like half of it already. I mean, he kind of looked defeated, and the other half I heard he got murdered. So
Man, I need to debate See, people like Professor Dave should have been my fucking wheelhouse.
Oh, did I send you the link, right, bro? Check it.
All right, let me
Embo, Demark, you there? Do
Uncle DeMark.
Oh, you there? Yeah. Do either of you fancy coming over to Gem Pandas for 20 minutes? Cause a bit of chaos.
Let's go. Watch out for the kid, okay? You might crush him. Don't come this way. No,
What
I
what
was
about
talking. No, my bad. Oh, let me go on mute.
what about Bloodsticker, John? Fancy coming over?
Blood thicker.
I don't. You got a link for it?
Yeah, I can get one.
So,
Let's have a look. See what these clowns are up to this week.
I gotta go say hi to Uncle Chimpanda. Haven't
Auntie
talked to
Chin.
him
Panda.
in a while.
Auntie
Oh,
Chin.
crikey. What are
Yeah,
you
that's
going there for?
Yeah, I want to take Demark over there, to be honest.
Oh.
For a bit of fun. I've put it in the chat. In fact, why have I put it in the chat? I'm not putting it in the chat. I'm going to send it you directly.
Yeah.
Can't be promoting their channel. Have you ever been over there before, Bloodsticker?
No. Oh, maybe a while ago. No. Bit poisonous over there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a snake pit, mate.
Yeah.
Disgusting behaviour. But good for a laugh occasionally.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
All right, bro. I'll see you
message
over there.
Demark. Yeah, I'm gonna message him directly, let him know where we're at.
So,
Is that what
I
they say?
travel over the land.
I'm not a cosmologist. I wouldn't know.
No, this is like, fucking sailing and navigation, basically.
Okay, I
Okay?
don't
In
sail. I've never
surveying, right?
sailed in my life.
So when they actually do this in reality, the ground distance doesn't match the star distance, right? Because they're trying to measure the ground, right, and make a fucking globe out of it. So they have to assign coordinates, right? At geodetic surveying, they'll place a ground marker or hammer it into a piece of rock or something, and it'll have the latitude and longitude on it. Well, when they do zenith, right, say some star is supposed to be right above that point at zenith, and how do you do that, right? First, you level the instrument, and then you take something like a wild, it's called a wild T4. It looks straight up into the air, right? So that you can sight through the telescope and say, hey, what star is directly above me? Okay, so this star is supposed to be at this latitude and longitude coordinate at zenith right now. Well, when they do this, the star won't be where it's supposed to be. So they go, oh, the plumb line must be tilted a little bit because there's lumpy gravity underneath the Earth, tilting the plumb line away from being completely vertical. Well, that leads to another problem because they're using something called a reference ellipsoid, and the plumb line has to intersect it at 90 degrees. So they have to say that the plumb line is actually curving, and then they use that to map their measurement onto the surface of a reference ellipsoid. So this is a multi-layered
I
Band-Aid.
understand everything. I literally followed everything that you said, and I'm not the professionals, but what I will tell you is that if you are on one side of the earth and then you go down, if you're in America, you go down over to China, you will see a different sky, and it is a fact. So the thing is, if
no
they're
one
having,
disputes that.
hold on, if you are tracking a specific study that had these issues, if it's only one study, or if let's say it's a study from non-professionals, the issue is that information is not being, that it's not, how do you say, peer reviewed. And I'm sure you guys have jokes about peer reviewing, but I'm telling you that the sky is different on different places of the earth. That is a fact. So I don't care about this plumb line that you're talking about. It's more so about how this study is being had.
Okay, this is well known. Hold on, this is well known in surveying. It's been known since since probably the 1400s. It was first discovered when they were surveying at the Vatican, as a matter of fact, which is very funny. They wanted to know how far it was, like from the coast of some part of the coast of Italy. And one person used the method of using the stars, and another person used the method of actually measuring on the ground. And they found out that they weren't the same distances that were calculated.
I can tell you why.
Not because of terrain. You're just going to make up a reason why. You have no, I don't need to hear your story, dude. Your story about the stars was bad enough, dude.
I can tell you why. Because one point of reference is coming from someone trying to figure out a measurement in measuring the sky without reference of what's happening on Earth, whereas another is using Earth in order to reference the sky. These are two different scopes, and that's what I was trying to explain earlier.
Yeah, they use two different coordinate systems, right? And the coordinate systems don't match each other.
Yes.
Yeah, what they're supposed to. But that's not the point. Yeah, we know. I want to go to your different stars. I want to go to your different stars in China. Okay. Yeah. So what? There's different stars in China.
Okay. So
check this out. If I'm on one side of Walmart and I look up, there's one set of lights. And then I walk to the other side of Walmart and I look up and there's another set of lights.
The only reason I said that
was because Walmart a sphere?
No, the only reason that I said that was because you were saying that you were using like these cosmological measurements, et cetera, and you were saying that the sky looks the same, and there was discrepancies with people. That's the only reason I used that.
Yeah, I'm not saying the sky looked the same. I'm saying that the stars were in the position that they should be if the Earth was a globe, right? That's what I'm saying.
Okay, look.
Let's take a random coordinate: 45 degrees longitude, 45 degrees latitude. That's where I think I'm at on Earth. I set up my fucking device. There's supposed to be a star at zenith right there. I fucking look through the telescope. It's not there. It's over to the side a half a degree. Well, shit.
That's actually what's supposed to happen.
What?
Yeah, because the thing is that when you yourself set up a telescope, you're not using mathematics and you're not angling properly in so that you're able to get the exact coordinate pinpointed to your perspective. This is a scope that's what I was trying to explain earlier. You will have these discrepancies. This is what research means.
So
This is what research is.
And how do you celestial navigate?
We're figuring it out.
We're figuring it out.
Many people have different opinions about how this needs to be done. For example, do you know this? Like, I can give you the navigation when it comes to like traveling the ocean, right? We did this, let's just say Vikings, but then we have people now trying to deep dive. Didn't those people die like underwater because they didn't understand pressure? But then they had like the resources in order to do so, but then they didn't hire the right people, and then it was like a discrepancy within. It's like, dude, people have different methods of doing the same thing.
Those people died. It's not because they didn't understand pressure. It's because the people in charge did not know how to evaluate risk. That's a totally different thing.
No, that's actually not what happened. But yeah.
You say there are different ways of celestial navigation.
Analyzing the
They were told. Hold on, Clay. They were told
we
that
say the same thing.
they were told that fucking submarine wasn't good enough. They were told that. So they knew.
The easiest concept for you to understand this is language. We're speaking English, but I can speak to you in German. I can speak to you in French. Do you say parlons français?
Great.
You guys want to say
red herring 32 now?
It's not red herring. I'm just trying to tell you that like things are. This is the way it is. This is how it is.
Relax, dude. Relax. I'm just asking. You said there were several versions of celestial navigation. Can you please show me these several versions of how you can navigate with celestial navigation?
I'll give you at least 2 right now.
Okay.
I wanted to see 5.
I
actually wanted to see all the several ones that he mentioned.
I actually know 3, but
yeah, exactly. Look, there's multiple ways. So it's like you're just playing
there's a gold one and there's a bunch of flat Earth ones. So there's like the Carolingian Islanders, but they also use a different method than the Polynesians.
That's exactly what I'm saying, but it's fine. I mean,
you got one of their flat earthers.
Things, I guess.
So what is the within their theoretical assumptions? What is the ground they're standing on? Do they use a plane?
We can assume that we're on a plane. Yes.
Yeah. See, it's always a plane.
It has to be under our perspective. That's what you don't understand.
You know what you don't understand? Listen.
What do you mean I don't understand? I'm literally the one trying to get you to understand that there are different perspectives, and you don't.
But they all use a plane. Anyways, can you quickly listen to what I say without interrupting me? Okay. So what the problem is, what you don't understand, is very simple. Your model of a heliocentric spherical Earth has been purely claimed from or derived from sky observation, from the celestial sphere, right? What we have done is actually done you a favor, right? We have been going out into reality and see if this radius that is claimed and derived from celestial. You're still interrupting me again. You're interrupting me. Okay? So what we have done is we have actually gone out and look, okay, is this radius that is derived from celestial observation, is that actually the truth? And can we observe it in reality on the surface? So we have looked at the surface and we came to the conclusion it actually acts as if it's a plane, just as within the assumption of celestial navigation using a plane. So we did you a favor, man. You don't need to believe in the globe anymore. You actually, when you navigate mathematically in theory on a plane, you use a plane in reality. There you go. There you have it. Discussion over.
What does it mean, quote unquote, reality to you? And reality is dependent on the observer. Is an object. Hold on.
Sophist.
No, I'm not a sophist. You need to realize what I'm saying. When you say reality, right? Reality comes in different ways. If one person has a reality under one circumstance, meaning let's say even geography is higher or lower. On the other side, someone may, in their perspective or their reality, have a different circumstance to navigate differently. It doesn't.
What are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Anyways, Angel's Playground is here. Let him. Fine.
I don't know what you don't get about
It's fine. It's fine.
I don't understand how you don't understand
about winning,
everything.
dude.
everything in theory, mathematically, is going to assume a flat horizontal plane as a reference point for celestial navigation. And what we have just done is we have actually disproven the fact of your spherical Earth with a radius of roughly 4,000 miles that has been derived from the celestial sphere, right? We have disproven that the ground is actually that sphere you assume that you have got from the sky, and we actually did you a favor. Now you don't actually need to assume in mathematical equation that it's just a plane. In reality, it's the same. It's just a plane.
Wait. So are you not able to grab
Yes,
multiple
it is
planes
a
from a
plane.
sphere?
No, it is a plane, but when you use a plane is different from how you would use some other object. Hence why we know what geometry is. Scope matters under these perspectives.
Hold on,
If you
just
if
to go
you
back
are
to reality quickly. Just to go back to reality quickly.
Imagine that.
So if you Epsilon, if you go to the beach, is that reality?
Yeah.
Right. So in reality, you only experience a flat horizon and a motionless surface.
But this yes, but this is a primitive way of
Right.
understanding what reality is.
So reality is primitive.
No, reality
Can be
is
perceived
primitive
primitively.
under it can be perceived exactly. It can be perceived primitively because what you're
But when
doing
you
is that
see the flat horizon and the motionless
I
surface,
need
are
you
you
to
being
understand.
primitive?
You
I'm
yourself
trying to understand
have
what
a
your definition
limited
of reality is. You
you
seem to
your
think there's multiple realities, but in
There-
all of our realities, we see a
you're
flat
not
motionless.
understanding.
Yeah.
When you go to the beach and you observe, that is reality. I'm not arguing
Mhm.
with you when it comes to that. But what happens
Okay.
is that you're trying to bridge all of reality into the scope of you yourself, which is wrong. That is
Okay, so
incorrect.
if we don't experience curvature or motion in reality, like we just agreed, where's it coming from?
But
No,
okay, now
From
let
the
me
sky.
explain. Let me explain
That's
to
a
you why that's
fallacy.
wrong. What you're saying is wrong, and even someone else is saying what you're saying is wrong. Hold
Yeah,
on.
from the sky.
You just agreed the beach is reality, and that at the beach we don't experience curvature or motion. Okay, so there's no curvature or motion in our reality. So where is the curvature or motion coming from, if
From the
not reality?
sky.
I'm trying to get you to understand a concept, I think, and
Well, can you just answer my question? Where's the curvature or motion coming from, if not the reality that we're experiencing?
the curvature and motion is coming from a non-primitive understanding of reality. It's coming from not just you being selfish to understanding the way that the world works around you.
Whoa,
It's
bro.
more so.
It's
It's more so understanding.
You just agreed that the curvature or motion is not in your reality.
Listen. You have to understand that there is different. Okay, let's take 5 people at the same beach, but let's say that beach extends all the way around the globe.
None of them see curvature or motion, though.
Hold on. What I'm saying is that how can you differentiate your reality from, let's say, those 5 other realities? And what
Do you
happens
think
is the
those other
fact that you're
people
able
have a
to
different
question.
experience?
It's not about the experience. It's more so about how did this come to be.
So imagination.
Gibberish are you talking, man? Like, what the fuck is this?
I know it sounds so funny to you guys.
Five
I'm
different
sorry.
people.
so
How do you
funny.
know? Like, listen, you talk to the 5 other people, go, hey, what did you see? Did you feel
Oh,
any
we saw
motion?
water.
What did it look like? Yeah, we saw water and it looked flat. What did you see? We saw water, it looked flat. So if we get 100 people, 1,000,000 people, 9 billion people, and they all say we saw water and it looked flat, then what?
No, you're
We have a bunch of
misunderstanding.
perspectives.
The point is that you have to what this does is this is philosophy. Now we're getting into like epistemology, right? So what it
It's not
is what ends up
philosophy.
Get
it is
into
philosophy
observation of
because what it
reality. We're
is
talking about reality, bro.
no. Hold on.
Yes.
What
Reality.
ends up
That's what we are
happening is that
interested
you
in.
understand that there's a discrepancy between your own experience and others' experience. Just because you're
Who?
seeing
Who's
something
the others?
plain.
No, the experience that we all agree on, bro, and you just agreed in reality is the same. No curve, no motion.
What
That's
reality?
reality.
What
That's
reality?
the reality. Remember
The
when you said
reality
you go
is
to the
that
beach and it's
right.
reality? You
Guys,
said, yeah, reality is on
that
the
is
beach.
one reality.
That's one reality. What other
Give us the
reality
other
have we
one.
got at the beach?
Okay, for example, do you think that someone is experiencing the same thing that you're experiencing on a plane, for example?
Jesus Christ, we're not talking about a plane, dude.
Holy crap.
Because you guys, it's hard to
What
talk
are
to
you
you
talking
guys when
about,
you
bro?
don't
Dude,
understand.
no, because you just won't answer simple questions, dude. Just
I'm trying to get you
no,
to
by
realize
talking
a
about something
concept.
else. But we understand your concepts. They're fucking infantile. Great.
How is it infantile to understand
It's really it's because we understand that you don't want to take reality as it is. You want to abstract it into your mind
it
and
has to
manipulate
be
it in your
abstracted.
head. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why
That's the
does it?
only way,
Explain.
because that's the, for example, do you understand? I can explain to you. Okay, do you realize that you're talking to a microphone right now, and those
Yeah, I do understand. I know how
electromagnetic
all
waves
that shit
are,
works too.
hold on, those electrical magnetic waves are coming and communicating to me in my headphones.
Yeah, I
That is
know.
an abstraction. Are you fucking
No, it
coming back
isn't.
and forth? Are you
All that shit.
serious? It's
That's
not an
not an
abstraction?
abstraction. No, it's not an abstraction.
Wow,
All that
dude.
shit.
And I'm
Listen, we've
great. Yeah.
abstracted it.
Okay, Mark.
Only it's only this. It's only abstract in the sense of we could talk about it. So if I say voltage, voltage doesn't like exist as like a physical object. It's an abstraction of a relationship between positive and
Okay,
negative
how are you
charge.
communicating to
Right?
me right now?
Okay, so I talk into my microphone. There's a little diaphragm with a magnet inside it. It vibrates, and that vibration sends an electrical signal down to a wire into my computer. The digital signal process. Do you really want me to describe the whole thing? Because I can.
Go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
digital signal processor in my sound card. Well, it's not even a sound card because I got a laptop. In the
How does
sound
that
chip,
work?
probably uses a fast Fourier transform to deconstruct the freaking signal and
And you're
turn it into
telling me this
digital
is not
information.
abstracted at all. This is literal.
No,
This is
no,
not
yes, it's
abstraction.
literally happening. Yes, it's literally
So
happening.
you're
This is
saying,
literally
okay,
How is
physical
in order to
objects doing
create
it.
this,
happening?
you're saying this is not abstraction?
There's literally physical objects doing this. Physical objects are doing this.
Physical objects are doing this, but electrical magnetic waves are not
Are
physical. They're physical under the pretense
Caused
that they
by
are being
physical
received.
objects. They're
Do you
caused by
understand?
oh,
physical objects.
Dude, you guys are okay.
so electromagnetic waves are not physical objects. That's what you're saying. They're not physical in the sense they're matter, but they're energy. They have an effect on things, right?
Okay, so let's use your definition. Let's just across the board say this is energy. What energies do you think are making the Earth flat? Like, how do
What the
we?
hell are you talking
Let's just
about?
wrap,
Dude, this is the king of the
because
red herring, dude.
because
Yeah, I'm
this
still
is
trying to
makes
figure
sense.
out
You guys
where
don't
the. I'm
understand
still trying
how
to figure
anything
out.
works
I'm
around
still
you,
trying to figure
and
out
you
what
make these claims.
reality. I'm still trying to figure out what reality you're talking about with curvature and motion, since the reality that we experience has none of
Like,
that, as you agreed.
for example, clicking a mouse, is it physical that the mouse click? Like, how do you
Yes,
explain
it's
that
a switch.
on
Yes,
your
it is
It's a
physical.
fucking
how do you
switch,
explain?
dude.
Okay, so how do you explain that you're moving this mouse around and then you're looking at it on your screen, and then
Have you
like,
ever
is that,
built anything in your life, man?
dude?
He
I'm literally
sounds
an
like
Bro's
engineer.
just
he
Yes,
asking
I'm
sounds like
literally
basic
an
an
engineer.
questions.
he's not an
Bro's just
engineer.
asking.
Yes, I am.
Just asking basic questions about technology. Come on, let's get back to
Because you
whose
guys
Yeah.
don't
reality.
understand what you're
Whose
saying.
reality? Whose reality are you
I
claiming
can show you
when
my
you're talking
degree, but
about
okay.
curvature and motion? Because you don't have that.
How can you get
Remember?
your money back?
I am not. I am not. Wait. Say again. Curvature and motion. What? What's the question?
Remember, we were talking about reality. The beach,
Yeah.
going to the beach. That's reality. In that reality that we all experience, there's no curvature and motion in reality. So, whose reality are you leaning on to claim that there is?
Are you saying that in the experience in
Just whose
that
reality
reality?
are you
Hold
leaning
on.
on?
Are you saying in that reality? Are you saying that because
In
we are
reality.
learning that we are spinning on this globe, and
Well, no,
there's
not in reality,
relativity, and
remember?
some other guy told us that it went from Newton to Einstein, about relativity, and we're
In
just
his reality,
believing
there was
like
no
what these
motion or
people.
curve either.
Hold on. Is that what you're saying? Like, why should we believe these scientists telling us these things about the world around us
No,
when,
well, is that whose reality you're claiming? Because their
yes,
reality, when
I
they
do
go to the
claim that
beach,
reality, yes.
they have the same reality as us. No curve, no motion. What reality do you think they have?
Are you saying that, okay, so are you saying that they're not able to differentiate themselves in what I was talking about earlier?
They are
whereas
not
you
able
are
to
not the
detect
sole
curvature
principle.
or motion. No.
You are not the sole principle on this earth.
If
No,
they
we're
go
talking
to
about
the beach, if
reality.
Einstein and Newton go to the beach, are they going to detect motion or C curve or something?
Yeah.
Are they going to have a different reality?
What I'm trying to explain to you
You
is
can't
that this
answer
is
the question,
beyond.
bro.
This is beyond.
Crazy.
This is
He doesn't
beyond.
like the
This is
answer. He knows what the answer is.
I know.
the answer is relative to your experience. You guys are correct, but I'm trying to explain to you how it's
Then
incorrect
whose
and how this is a
experience?
primitive way of thinking.
Yeah, so whose
Okay.
experience are you leaning on?
Whose experience am I leading on? I'm leading on people who have studied this. Yes.
But their reality, they don't have curve or motion either. So whose reality are they leaning on?
They're not leaning on anybody's reality. They're everybody. The
Then they don't
science
have
is
curve or
built up.
motion.
Science is built up. You have to lean on discovery.
So
So,
whose
like
reality?
for
Whose
example,
reality? Hold on. Whose reality had curvature and motion in it?
whose reality had curvature and motion in it? Who were the first people to do this? Navigationists, like way back in the day.
No, they didn't. They were the same as you. They experienced a flat motionless surface.
How can I use? Can I use references? Can I give you studies? Does that work for you guys? Can I give you like
A study
how the
is
history, how the
reference
history of
of
this
what?
like went on? Can I give you? Can I give you that?
You could try, sure. Why not? That's always fun.
No, it isn't. I'm only kidding.
Do you know the history of it? Sorry, go on, India.
Yeah, no, I'm only kidding. No, just joking around. Listen, they also. I don't know how to put this. You keep saying it's like some primitive notion to just go, oh, this is reality, and that's what it is. So, what's the antithesis of that? What's the opposite of this primitive notion? Is to have some sophisticated idea about reality that you don't perceive, but you can think of in your head. Is that sophisticated? I typically refer to that as delusional.
So do the psychiatrists.
Yeah. When you don't deal with reality, they call that psychosis.
Well, sophisticated. I mean, it's definitely sophist.
There you go.
So somewhere far back in history, some guy, his reality did have curvature and motion, apparently.
Some guy.
Epsilon's about to tell us all about him.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
fact
I'm
is
not going to talk to you.
You don't like the
I'm not
implication.
gonna. No, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that your reality as you experience it is what you're saying. But what I'm telling you is that it's more complex than that.
It's your experience too.
You're
It's
not really
everybody
saying
else's
much.
experience. It's
I
everybody you
understand.
know, everybody you've ever met, everyone they've ever met.
But you're not understanding relativity. You're not understanding the way that things work in scope, and that's what's hard to explain. And I'm not saying that what you're saying is wrong, because what you're saying is
It's like
technically right.
scoped on your
No,
like word
hold
of the
on.
day
I'm not
calendar or
disagreeing with
something.
you. No.
Yeah, that's you're not actually
No.
giving us any meaningful.
now. Yeah,
You're not giving
was
us any
in the book.
meaningful evidence by saying
You've
some
maybe
guy
never
somewhere did this.
anybody that used the word. I'm sorry.
It's just meaningless vagary.
It's vague. It doesn't mean anything. You're just saying you don't understand the scope is
Okay, is it
meaningless
wrong for
gibberish.
me? Is it wrong for me to say that I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that this what you're saying is the end all be all? Does that
Right,
make
but you'd
sense?
have to give something else, which you haven't given
Which
anything.
me personally, okay, I don't
What do you
do the
know? What did they
mathematics.
show you? Well, what did they show you?
I'll give
to
you.
convince you.
I have 3 down this list so far. Give me just 1 second, because I have to like walk it through. But I don't know if you guys are even going to read these studies. I feel like it's,
We've heard them all 1,000,000 times. Only you are Googling this for the first time. We're just watching you do it.
Only I'm Googling it for the first time, okay?
Yes, you are the first
Yeah.
time doing this because we have been through this thousands of times with you guys.
Okay.
And we've watched thousands of you Google what you already believe, which is very weird, to be honest.
You know what? In this case, then let's say what exactly are you guys providing for? I guess the future of flat earthers. Like, are you guys? Is it just going to be like this sort of skepticism?
We're just pointing out that there's
And
no
what are you
globe.
gonna do
It's
in the
not
future?
skepticism.
It is
It's
skepticism. But what are you gonna
just
do?
go. So
No, it's
going
more of like
outside and
cynicism.
taking reality as it presents itself is skepticism.
You guys are
Really?
cynicists. No, you guys are what's called cynics.
No. It's
Yes, you
what's
are.
outside. Look, there's a fucking ocean. How is it cynic to say yes? That's what it is. Oh, I
No,
see that because it's
I know.
there. I don't make up some idea in my head
No,
about some magic of why the ball failed
I,
and why that's there.
I can
No, you think
explain to
you're a
you why
meaningless
it's
speck
physics.
None
in
of
a
that shit
ball.
is
I can
skeptical
explain
within
to
the
you.
definition, and
I
it's
can
also
explain
not
to you why it's
cynical.
cynical. It is. It is because
It's
then
just being empiricist.
no,
That's it.
no, it's not empiricist because if you're using
It's not
empiricism, you will
empiricist.
use no. If you were using empiricism, what would end up happening is that you would have a model in order to push on to other flat earthers in order to figure out the ends
That
of
is
this
the
earth.
most ridiculous stupidity I've
Right.
ever
Okay,
heard.
so what's the fucking
Empiricism
point?
is the
What are you guys
antithesis
gonna
of a
do?
fucking
Are
model,
you gonna
dude.
go to the end of the fucking world? Are you gonna go to the ice block? What are you gonna
Bro,
do? Are you like being
Look,
what do you
entrapped?
think
Who's
empirical
entrapping you?
means?
look, a
What do you think
model is the
empirical means?
antithesis
Wait,
of
I'm just saying,
empiricism.
what are you gonna do? Like, what are you doing? I would love
We're
to
gonna keep
know
watching
now.
the
Dude,
globe spiral, bro.
did you not hear what I just said? A model is the antithesis of empiricism. Empiricism is actually a direct
A
experience.
model is the
It is
antithesis of
antithesis
empiricism.
because a model is an abstraction.
Well, it has to
It,
be.
yes. So when you say it's
For
not
example,
empiricism
be
unless
nice
you
to
use a
people.
model, that is an
No,
oxymoron.
hold
Dude,
on,
we got
hold on.
Robert
Know how
Simmons
to
in the
have a
chat.
conversation. Be nice to people. Use your words, etc., etc. These are all models that are abstract. They're not literal or physical. They have to be modeled. That's why you're able to use the English language, and me and you both understand this language and this structure.
Epsilon, what does
It's
empirical mean?
What the fuck, dude?
empirical is the
Another red
bringing.
herring.
It's
Jesus Christ.
what do you mean a red herring? What does red herring even
Because it
mean?
has nothing to do with what the fuck I just said. That's why it's a red herring. Now you're talking about
Dude,
fucking language again.
because you don't understand. Because you're saying that models are the antithesis of
Empiricism, yes, they are. They're the
empiricism.
antithesis of empiricism. Go look up the definition of empiricism.
I know what
Yeah, it sounds
empiricism
like you
is.
need to look up the definition. Also, I'm
I
still
know
waiting
what
about how
empiricism
do we
is.
get from reality, which we agreed is flat and motionless, to the globe? How do we go from reality to the globe? How do we get there? Help us.
Through many models, which you guys
Through
doubt.
many.
So I don't know how to. I don't know
What
how
does that mean? Through many models. What does that mean?
through many mathematic models. That's how we got to here.
So it's just maths,
Yep, a bunch of maths. Yeah.
right? So not reality, just maths.
So what are you? Okay, what are you? Let's say you guys. What are you gonna do for the future of flat Earth? Like, how does that look?
What are you talking about?
You guys believe that the Earth is a plane?
Reality,
Okay, if
bro.
the Earth is a
Reality.
plane, isn't that a
Reality is
model?
reality. Reality is reality, regardless of what we do. Okay? The beach is still going to look the same for you, bro.
Okay, what would you? Is there any discovery that you guys will make? Is there what's going on within the flat Earth community? I would like to know. Like, what discoveries are you guys coming to?
We stop with
What
the
are you?
sociology. It's really fucking boring.
No, I'm
Stay on the topic.
genuinely curious. No, I'm
No,
genuinely
nobody
curious. Like,
cares
what
about
are you?
sociology and human psychology. What our
No,
motive
no,
is,
no, no. I'm
how
just saying, what are you
how
guys gonna do?
successful flat Earth is,
Well, hold
what our
on.
goal is, what our mission is. Are we gonna fucking recruit people? Who gives a fuck? Stick to
Yeah,
the
but
goddamn topic.
when you recruit
Epsilon.
people, what
I
are
mean,
you
Epsilon.
doing?
We've already
Who's
debunked the
recruiting people?
worldview
That's why you guys have a
based
YouTube
on the
channel. Do you
military-industrial
guys have like
complex.
a?
No, we want to see. We listen. We have a YouTube channel so that people can see the buffoonery like yours. Yeah, that's why.
Okay,
That's why we
so
record it.
what's the plan? What's the plan though? What's the plan? Like,
Bro,
are we gonna get to the end of the circle or the whatever you guys whatever it is? Like, what do we do? How do
We're
we
giving
do this?
information. We're giving information. What you do with it is up to you.
are you interested, Epsilon? Are you up for the Antarctic
I'm
expedition?
genuinely interested. I'm genuinely interested.
Okay, have you got warm clothes?
I have warm clothes. Yes.
Antarctica is really cold, yeah?
It
Have you
is
got a
cold.
boat?
Okay. Have I got a boat? Okay.
Yeah.
I can get one.
All right. Okay. Let us know when you've got that, and when you've got approval under the Antarctic Treaty for exploration. That let us know. Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying that there's now entities that are saying that you cannot go and travel to these places.
Oh no, bro! You can. There's nothing stopping you traveling wherever you want. Go to the airport. Just tell them you want to go to, I don't know,
Antarctica.
Antarctica on a plane. Yeah, they'll let you go. They'll fire a plane
Why
straight
would you
up for you
want to
on
go
that.
to Antarctica though?
You tell me. You want to explore, don't you? So
You
when
I
don't
we're
don't
just
want
wait
to go
for
to
your
asking
ship.
Antarctica
His
because
name's
I don't think
Hollywood.
I'd be able to survive over there. But I'm saying why? Like, what are you saying? Is there something beyond?
you sound like you're bored. You're looking for something to do. I'm just giving you some suggestions.
Okay,
So we're debunking heliocentrism and the globe. That's what we're doing. What are you doing?
not debunking heliocentrism. I'm living under the world
You're
that I've
just
been taught.
doing nothing then.
I've been living
You're just
under
denying
the world.
reality for no reason.
I'm denying reality for no reason.
Yeah, because remember,
All
reality,
right,
the
you guys
beach,
got
with
it.
no
You guys
motion
got it.
turn.
I'm sorry. I don't, I'm not as I guess intellectual as you guys are.
Well,
No,
Epsilon,
no.
think about what you have in front of you, right? On one hand, you have the experience of reality, and on the other hand, you have strangers saying, "We're very smart. That reality you've experienced, that's not actually reality. Actual reality is something else that you can't perceive. But trust us, we went to a place where you can perceive it because we got magic penises that fire flies out of the back of. And we fly to this magical vacuum where you drop things and they don't fall. And we've seen this true reality, but you can't see it.
The thing
This
is
is
that
literally what you're being. This is
yeah,
literally what you're being told. Literally.
I can see how you would can say that. I agree, but what I would also say to you is that those same people that are telling you things also have not they don't experience the true reality as well. They're just they like let's say there's some entity like feeding you stuff or telling you lies or whatever it is. They do not understand the truth neither. They're just it's nobody can in your experience.
Well,
It's
of
primitive.
course, nobody knows all truth, like all the truth, right?
Yeah.
Nobody. That's not even possible.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what I'm yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But we can know parts of it.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is that coming into like collectives as well, like saying like for example, you use the example of standing at the beach and then everybody having the same experience. What ends up happening, like if you all come into a collective and you say that we experience the same thing, so we're making this thing, that becomes something else now. And then that is able to be manipulated in some way, shape, or form as well. So there can never really be truly a like true sense of reality because in every sense it's manipulation or it's some sense of the word.
And now reality doesn't even exist, even though you were talking about reality earlier.
I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think it does exist, but people attribute that to things like God, right?
No, we're just talking about what you experience in reality.
Yeah, yeah.
What is the
I'm just
ultimate
saying.
arbiter of what reality is? People or nature?
I would say nature.
Okay. So in nature, if you throw out, you're the only person on Earth. There's nobody else. Everybody's dead. You're just born. You don't know anything. Good. Unfortunately, your mother died in childbirth, and somehow magically you can crawl. So you crawl and you see the beach, and it looks flat, and you're not like, oh shit, I'm spinning because it's all motionless. Why isn't it that what it is? Why is it something else?
I don't think that if you were an individual, you'd be able to come to that conclusion. You would think like what you guys are saying right now.
So what should you think? You should think
That
that
the Earth
when
is
I look
flat.
out
Yeah, it's
there,
like a
that's
flat plane. Yeah.
actually that might not be true. That could just be a delusion. And
Yeah.
like when I look at the horizon, that could just be I'm just deluded.
No. I'm
So,
saying
so
like
how do you
if you were
function in
by
the world
yourself.
then?
No, if you were by yourself and there was nothing else there, you would think that the Earth is flat. I agree. Yes.
But
Yeah,
if you had a
but
TV,
go ahead.
No, but then if you have a TV, anything is possible. Hence the globe. Not very good evidence, though.
Well, it's more complex than that. What it would be is that there's someone else somewhere else in the world that is observing the same things that you're observing, and they're trying to figure out why things are moving in this way, and they take that data and they put it together, and then they come to some conclusion, and then they test this conclusion in order to validate like what may or may not be going on, and we call this like scientific phenomena, and then
Right,
that's
but how do we
we're
both
able to like
how do we both go
study.
from both experiencing no curve or motion to curve and motion?
It takes starting from cavemen, like learning what fire is, which was like the
Right,
greatest
so how do we
invention
go
ever.
from we all experience no curve and no motion to we have curve and motion? What are the in-between steps there?
What ended up happening was from cavemen, right? We went very far off, and then we learned that the sun was moving in a certain way, and we didn't know
Mm-hmm.
why exactly. We didn't know why the sun was moving in this way. And then
So we noticed
other
that the sun
people,
moves. Okay,
hold on. And then other people tested this same thing and noticed that the sun was moving in
also moving
off.
in the sky.
Yeah, also moving,
Yeah,
but moving differently, right? And then
right,
they came together and then they said,
right.
well, because of this, that means that in these different places, there's something going on with our movement, not necessarily the sun's movement. So we are not moving, or we are moving, the sun is stationary.
So they looked at the sun moving and then decided that the sun was stationary.
The sun is stationary, yes.
So
Yeah,
they
that's
looked at
what
the
they came
sun
to. Yeah.
moving. So they looked at the sun moving and then decided the sun was stationary.
In different places, yes.
Why would they do that when they're seeing the sun moving?
What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't say that.
They're observing the sun moving
Yes.
and they're concluding it's not moving.
They because we are moving relative to the sun.
So they're concluding that the sun is not moving
Yes.
when they're observing it moving.
Yes, because of the rotation of the Earth. Yes.
Why are they concluding that?
Because of how because if the sun was moving, it would be like, let's say we are the center, right? What ends up happening is that if we are the center and the sun is moving around us, the same phenomena would happen regardless everywhere, right?
Right, we're just talking
What we
about the sun
found,
moving at all.
yeah, but I'm
No,
trying to explain.
that's
I'm trying to
incorrect.
explain. That is correct, actually.
No, that's incorrect.
So, okay, do you
You
believe
know
that?
the Ptolemaic
Sorry,
model, there's something called the Ptolemaic model. It's an epipsychic model. It's geocentric.
what is this
Yeah,
like?
the
Some
Earth
like
is not
prehistoric
moving. The
fucking.
sun, everything in the sky is moving. Well, it's a different geometric model, right? And it works
I
just
agree.
as well, actually better than Kepler's laws of planetary motion. And then Tycho Brahe had a model where the sun orbited the Earth, but the planets orbited the sun, and that one works. So
Wait, so is that model saying that the sun is moving and we are stationary?
yes, it's called geocentric. You never heard of
Well, that's
geocentrism?
what you said they all experience. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? So when I understand that, that's fair, but this was made from a group of people that lived under some circumstance. So it was some culture that did this, meaning that they didn't have perspective from other cultures or other, like there was no relationship in order to gauge if this was true or not.
Right, but
And
none of the cultures have a different experience as it relates to a flat
I
motionless
understand
surface with
that.
the
Yeah,
sun
I
moving.
understand that. I understand that, and you are correct. But the thing is that when you now equate the two, what happens is that there's a difference which causes a problem. So now this
Well,
difference.
no problem in terms of the basic facts that everyone can still agree on. It's not a problem that the surface is flat and
Sure,
motionless. It's
sure,
not a problem that the sun is moving. That's not a problem. However it's
sure.
moving is not a problem. How it's moving above the observably flat motionless surface. So basically what you're saying is
I
they
understand.
observed a flat
Yeah, go ahead.
motionless surface with the sun moving, but they assumed the opposite of that.
No.
Why did they assume the opposite of that?
Well, because this is what I'm talking about and trying to bridge this relationship. So what happened is if you're going to use that model, right, the geocentric model that he was talking about in India, this was made from one culture, and then when another culture came,
It was Western
and
civilization, dude. It's the
okay,
same
well,
culture,
yeah,
dude.
fine. When was it? Do you know exactly?
So the reason they abandoned the
When?
Ptolemaic model is because they didn't like the idea of the Copernican principle that the Earth has a unique position in the universe. So it was abandoned on philosophical grounds. It wasn't abandoned because it didn't work.
Yeah, but that's why philosophy is like, that's we need philosophy. So that's what philosophy
Let's have
probably
to switch to
You need
illuminated. Hold on,
philosophy then.
philosophy
philosophy.
probably. Hold
You
on,
need
philosophy probably.
philosophy. You need philosophy so that you can make up stuff and throw people off.
No, no, actually,
Well,
doctor.
listen, if we're saying that the globe is now philosophy, then you've proven our point.
No, you needed philosophical principles in order to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, if it's
So,
reality, you don't need philosophy. You can demonstrate reality.
So what I'm saying is, I understand your version of reality, but that's your version
It's
of
not my
reality.
version, bro.
Okay,
It's
hold on, hold
everyone's
on.
version.
No, I understand, and you're correct. You're correct. You're correct. But what happens is that if I am a human being experiencing, let's say, night and day differently than you are experiencing night and day, what happens is there's a bridge between this relationship.
We experience night and day basically the same way.
We do, yes, but there's a difference in under how we're experiencing it because now we have a time dilation between the two concepts.
No.
So
There's no
why is
difference
it
in
that?
how we're experiencing it.
No,
There's a
why
difference in
is?
how you're interpreting
Okay,
the
so then
observation of the
why do
sun
I have
moving.
time?
Huh?
Okay. I don't know how. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain.
The sun moves.
If it's
bro,
right
if that's
now,
what you want to do.
I have family on the other side of the world and they're sleeping. Right? Why is that the case? Is what I'm saying. Why are they sleeping right now?
They're tired.
It's
No.
nighttime.
Why?
could
Yeah, it's
call and
nighttime.
ask them.
But it's daytime. But it's daytime for me.
So
So what does
what?
that
Lined
mean?
up shots of
We're not
NyQuil? Like, how would we know why they're sleeping?
Yeah, we're
Okay,
not a disc floating in. We're not a disc in
If
space
the
with
Earth
one
is
sun
flat, why
over
is
us.
my wife tired?
Okay, so is the sun just over me right now?
Sun's only obviously illuminating a portion of the Earth as it moves around it. Yeah. And when it's not in that area, it's dark, and your family can sleep. Nice. It's a good system.
You
But
can sleep
how is it so
if it's still
perfectly?
sun too
Is
above
it
your head.
like so?
How is a watch so good at keeping time?
How is a watch so good? We set it to be that way. It's mechanical. Well, it depends on the type of watch. You might have a digital one. I don't know, but it's set.
What was your question? How is the
Got a
sun
digital
so?
sun.
Yeah. So the sun. So if the sun is moving, let's say all the countries that we know right now, the sun is moving in a way on this flat plane to illuminate. I guess
Sounds
a
good.
part of the earth, and then it moves and then it illuminates more and more, and it's going under this. How is it perfectly doing that to where we're not able to realize?
Not perfect. It's not perfect. So you have
Suppose it
civil,
depends how you define it.
nautical,
Yeah.
and astronomical twilight. So it's not perfect.
It depends what you mean by perfect. Like if you're saying it's like perfect 50-50 light and dark, yeah, that's not the case. But it depends what you mean by perfect, I suppose.
So, like, okay, are you saying that the sun is illuminating us? Just like how much of the world is
Well, we
the
know
sun
it's not
illuminating?
illuminating the whole Earth, bro, or we'd all be.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So,
I don't know why
what is
can't
it
I see the
illuminating?
sun
That's
at
what I'm
night?
asking. So what if it's I know it's not illuminated the whole earth. That's why I use the example of my family across the world sleeping right now and it's dark. So how specifically, like how much zone is it illuminating and how is it perfectly able to, I guess, just illuminate a small bit?
Well, that's just what it is, right? I mean, it's however much it's illuminating is how much it's illuminating, because it's a light above us traveling over us.
But
We don't
wouldn't
know.
wouldn't
To
that
be
cause
honest,
problems? Wouldn't it be daytime in places where it shouldn't be daytime?
Well, obviously,
Nope.
fucking. It's
Like
only
for
daytime.
example, let's say it's daytime in Australia
Hold on.
and it's
Hold on.
flat. Would
It's
it is it
only
also
daytime.
daytime in Indonesia or like
No, it's only
Hold
daytime
on.
South
where
of
it's
Asia?
daytime. It's only daytime where it's daytime, and it's nighttime where it's nighttime.
Don't try to think, well, shouldn't it be like this and shouldn't it be like that? It is how it is. It's like you've
See
never
how
seen
like
one
a
light before.
sundial works, right? And like shadows at noon.
Right,
So
turquoise.
everybody's noon would be at noon when the sun is at its highest, and it's just a big clock, essentially. With
On
where
2
noon
secs,
is for
turquoise,
people.
because Jedi was in the middle. Can you hear Jedi speaking?
It's alright, turquoise, man. You finish up, dude.
I'm just making sure he doesn't
I
have
was just
something
trying to.
muted or
Sorry,
something.
I was just trying to kind of jump in to finish this because it
Okay.
keeps going. And
Yeah, fair enough.
shadows, right? So shadows would signify where the sun is in relation to the land mass. Okay, so when the sun is at its highest and to the south, that's noon, and when even our time zones are not exactly where they should be. You know, just look at the map of the time zones.
So yeah, I mean, okay, fair enough.
See, we're
Wait,
not that bad.
let us
I mean,
finalize.
I just feel like on this on a flat plane, you would have places illuminated that should, like what we're saying right now.
You've
I
got
mean,
no
to be
reason to think
honest, no
that.
one's actually like tracked like when it's daylight. Even if you, so they have the U.S. Naval Observatory, right? And they have a calculator and they give out sunrise, solar noon, and sunset times that are calculated. And if you look at their legal thing, because people often like subpoena their records to ask them, like for legal purposes, when was sunrise on such and such a date? It says no one in the United States government is tracking sunrise or sunset times. They're done by calculation. The point being is that say the sun rose 15 minutes earlier than what was calculated. Who would notice? Who would even know? Is you like you gonna write to the president? Oh, the sun rose fucking 15 minutes too early. Do something. Like no one would even notice, right? We don't know. We don't need to know it to that level of precision. And when they have tried to actually test the predictions versus doing actual observations, there's errors up to 15 minutes, and the precision is something like the average error is something like 4 minutes. So they don't even know when the sun's going to rise within 4 minutes at the 3 places that they tested. These were astronomers testing it, right? And they're testing it. Well, the whole point is like this, like you wouldn't even notice a difference.
I get you. You know what would be interesting though? If let's say the sun is closer than we think, and the sun is actually rotating, and we are heliocentric, right? Why can't we have? And let's say we don't have to go to Antarctica. That's what you guys think, right? We are helios. The sun is.
No,
the sun
that's
is
what you think.
No.
What are you guys saying?
You're talking about geocentrism.
Yeah. Oh, geocentric. Sorry, I'm uttering your words. So why don't you have like 2 pilots come on, I guess, opposite sides of the map, and then track the sun moving from one to another, right? So kind of like you're closing in on the sun. Wouldn't that be an interesting thing for flat earthers?
What do you think some barriers to performing that feat might be?
Anybody can get a pilot's license.
About them.
You can get a pilot's license.
So,
Like he doesn't.
You just get a pilot's license. It's done. You're done.
No, I'm saying that there's probably some flat earthers that have a pilot's license. Rest in peace to the guy that like tried to see the
Yeah, how about the
atmosphere and
airplane?
died.
How about the fuel? How about an
Remember that
airplane
guy?
capable of chasing the sun at 1,000 miles an hour? How about
What if
that?
it goes through restricted airspace? What are you gonna do?
Well, do you remember the guy that died like shooting himself up in a rocket, and then his fucking like his parachute, like because he wanted to prove the Earth was flat? I thought that was crazy.
No, that
That's
never
how he
happened.
died. That's
The
literally
guy was hold on, dude. The guy was not a flat earther. He
was just
tried
crazy.
to. No, he was not a flat earther. He was trying to make a steam powered rocket, but he used flat earthers to try and raise money. So he went to the Flat Earth Convention to try and raise money because he thought flat earthers were dumb. We're going to give him money to prove the Earth is flat in his rocket. I'm going to take a rocket, I'll fly up, and I'll prove the Earth is flat. And then there was this other guy. His name was Tim Osman. He I think he gave him $500 or something, but the guy was a freaking shill. So
You say
I mean,
Tim
that's a whole other.
Osmond?
Actually, I do know that. I
Yeah,
remember now. He
his
was a
nickname
con
was
man.
Tim Osmond, which
Like
is I know
Osama?
has been. Yeah, like Osama bin Laden. Yeah, so
Okay.
if that doesn't tell you he was a shill, I don't know what does. The point is, the guy's name is I can't remember, Mad Mike or whatever. He was not a flat earther. That was
Yeah,
misreported in
but
the
I mean,
media,
he
and that
died
says it
though.
all. Yeah, he
But did
did
he?
die. He died in a steam powered rocket because his parachute didn't open. But he was not a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
He
What
How
died
do
was
I
he?
know
when he
that?
was in
What
Because
was
there
he
was
Germany.
trying to
interviews of
do?
him. He was trying to make a steam powered rocket.
And that was like the goal to try to like industrialize it and just make more money.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
yes. To go
Okay.
get off the chemical rockets, he thought it like he was trying to prove a concept to prove that he could build a steam powered rocket that had enough thrust to get to a certain like altitude. Because obviously you need a pressure vessel, and to make a pressure vessel strong enough to handle that pressure, you need money. So he was trying to make smaller scales so he could get investors to make a better rocket, right? That's how, like, if you're privately funded, right? You get investors to
Get the
go
money.
to
Yeah.
one stage and then another, more investors for another stage and build up to, like, a corporation, hopefully.
Do you
But
guys
that
have?
was him. He was only on stage 2. So he made a rocket. He did that. He didn't die. And then he tried it again and he did that.
Okay, fair. Do you guys have? There must be people who believe in flat Earth, maybe in aviation, right? Like,
Yeah.
is there? So do those
Yeah,
people come together to
some.
where maybe they have the resources or the capability to be able to maybe conduct an experiment like that, like chase the sun almost?
I mean,
I'm not trying to say this. It sounds
I
funny
don't
to
know
me
what the
saying it,
point would
but
be.
well, just to make
I
sure,
mean,
like,
how would you
show
chase
it.
the sun?
I don't know.
How would
I
you
don't
do
know. I
that?
actually don't know.
Practical
I
way.
don't know because I believe in
Why
a
are we
different
chasing
model.
them?
You don't even know that the sun's a physical object to chase, so.
Why are we chasing the fucking sun?
To prove to the world that the Earth is a fucking plane.
No,
No,
just measure the ground for that, bro.
yeah. You just measure the floor to do that. You don't need to be chasing the sun around and around. That'd be stupid. Just measure the floor.
So what? Okay. All right.
You want
Well,
to know the
good,
size of
The
your
good
odd
head,
conversation.
thing
Good
about
conversation.
Glovers is, well, I just want to say the odd thing about Glovers is it's like that's like the last thing they think of is like, oh, just measure the Earth. Who would have thought of that? Like, you guys are always talking about the sky and all these other derivative abstract things. Like, this is a super simple problem. It's not complicated. And I think that's why people hate it. It's like, no, it can't be that simple. No, it really is that simple.
Just
I
do
just
it.
wonder, for example, like if you're saying that things are that simple, like, and I got almost memed for saying the English language. The English language is pretty complex, right? So I just don't know if things are as simple as I guess you're making it seem.
Okay, well, I mean, let's put it this way. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving, can it be a ball?
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, can it be a ball? The surface of the Earth is curving.
Okay, that's not the answer to the question. It was a hypothetical.
Oh yeah. No. It would. The answer would be no.
Okay, so we can automatically rule out ball could be a ball by just measuring the surface. Right there.
No.
Right? You could do this. What?
Okay. That's not
No?
how it works.
No.
Here, I'll let Angel take over here.
Okay, so what situation could I measure a flat surface on the surface of the Earth and it could still be a ball? What situation is that?
So the issue you're going to have here, right, is that all areas are going to be relatively flat to you from your perspective. As you're measuring it, I mean, presuming you're measuring it across the surface,
Oh, don't bring up scope. They're gonna get crazy.
you're gonna have a relativity issue.
The correct word would be scale.
Yeah, he's talking about measuring across the surface, not just observing it to be flat, which we all know we do.
Yeah, if
So,
you measured
are
it across the
saying
surface, you'd be
so what
going in
about
a
10
giant sphere.
miles? What about, is there curvature over 10 miles?
Not that can be detected, like
So
not
there's
not as
well,
far as visually.
So how
What
much
is
how much
is
is
the goal
there?
predict? Yeah.
So there you could easily
answer
measure.
the question.
You could easily
How much
measure
curve over
the
10
curvature
miles?
over from New York to Britain, for example.
No,
Get a
well,
laser,
we
get
don't need
high
to.
up, try to project that
Let's
across.
see if
How
we
much
need to do
curvature
that.
over 10 miles? Answer the question, Angels.
What's up?
How
10
much
miles. How much
curvature?
curve in 10 miles?
It depends on what you're again. So provide me a little bit more
Depends.
detail here. So in this context, what are you trying to suggest you're measuring this off of?
Water.
Okay, water 0. Depends on your height though.
0.
Yeah, depends on your
0
height.
curvature in 10 miles.
What's
You
the
are
height
correct.
dependent value?
There
What's the
is
height
0
dependent
curvature in
value?
10 miles.
Yeah, he's correct.
Welcome to
Yep.
Flat Earth.
What's
That's
the
a
height
flat Earth.
dependent value here?
On surface
It's a-
level, between point A and point B over the distance of that arc of a known radius, how much would point B have curved from point A?
It's so as far as I'm understanding, at 0 feet sea level, at that point you would not be able to see beyond 3 miles or so. Exactly
How
0
much
The
feet.
curvature
How much
from point A to point
curvature?
B.
How much curvature after
Over
10
water,
miles?
it would not be detectable. Again,
How
water is
much?
being contained.
Give us
So
a value.
over,
Sorry,
So the
Jedi.
globe model predicts that it's not detectable at 10 miles away. That's
Well,
what
again,
you're saying.
if you're trying to use water, right? If you're trying to use water as a medium, water
Answer the question,
fills
bro. Why are you avoiding
to an
the question?
equilibrium,
Okay, so check
and
this out.
it creates a flat surface.
Yeah, the world is at least 70% water on the surface, right? So 70% of a flat surface and then the rest is a globe.
No, so that's where we actually get topographical changes, right? So
From the
you
water.
can't just measure measure the Earth in a flat
Bro,
paradigm, because at the end of the
reset.
day there are decreases
Reset, bro. Reset, bro. Point A to point B, 10 miles. How much drop between point A and point B? When
Are
get to
you
B?
on actual terrain?
Oh, let's say a lake, a 10-mile lake.
Yeah. So the closest to this would be the FE-core experiment, in which case you
Well, I'm
experienced
just asking how much drop is there supposed
1.7
to be
meters in drop.
over 10 miles.
It was like 7.9, but it's close. It's a close example.
Stop bringing up FE core. We're just asking you a very simple question to check your knowledge. How much curvature should there be over 10 miles between point A and point B?
Again, it depends on the elevation. Give me an elevation,
the ground,
and we'll go ahead and
at
adjust.
ground level. It's like you're not listening, Angels. At ground level, on the surface of the Earth.
As ground
between
level at sea level?
Surface level.
Yeah, that surface value can have a
sea
lot
level.
of values assigned to it, Jedi.
Okay. So why are you not answering the question?
Because I need to know explicitly, are we talking about sea level or are we talking about ground level?
Sea level.
Okay,
Yeah,
sea level. So at sea level, if you're measuring from exactly 0 feet in the air and your target distance is 10 miles away, you're not going to be able to see beyond basically 0.
We're not talking about how we want a quantification. We want you to quantify it. We want a number in units. You can use meters, feet, millimeters, fucking miles. Just
Well, you know
quantify
what
it.
we're asking for, bro. I don't know
1
why you're
foot above sea level to make it simple for you.
1 foot above sea level. There you go. Perfect. You're not going to be able to see beyond about a mile. It's a
We're
little
not
over a
asking
mile.
what
Mile
you
and a
can
quarter.
see. We're not asking what you can see. We're asking what the drop is due to curvature, or in feet, or meters, or fucking millimeters.
I don't know. Topography underwater
know
matters
that you
too.
don't know. It's 66 feet.
No, because again,
Yeah,
the Earth isn't
yeah,
uniform.
it's 66
No,
feet. It's 66
it can't be.
The Earth isn't uniform like that. It
can't
doesn't
be.
work that way.
Okay.
It doesn't work that
Even
way.
if you take the oblate spheroid, the difference between the polar or equatorial radius is something like 0.01%. Okay, so if you use 8 inches per mile squared, it's either 3.98 or 3.9 or 8 point or 7.97 or 7.98 per mile squared. Okay?
Again, though,
it's a
we're
difference
trying to
of
measure this in a
1/100th of a
hypothetical.
foot. No, we want to go prediction.
So so like if you want a prediction, the Earth should technically curve away from a flat line at 1/16th of an inch over every 100 feet. That would be like
So
the
it's linear.
lowest possible.
So it's linear.
That's the prediction.
So it's a slope.
No.
This guy failed high
You just
school math.
described this. You just described the slope.
I mean, again, that's the prediction of over
That
100
the Earth
feet.
is a slope.
No, that's an incorrect.
You said
No, that's
value
incorrect.
per. You said value per distance. That's a fucking slope.
Yeah, but you're making an extrapolation beyond what I'd said.
Very wheelchair friendly.
Very wheelchair friendly. That's
I make
that's
an
actually
extrapolation of what you said. You said
no, you didn't.
You said
did not.
drop. You
No,
said
you
drop
did not.
per distance. You said drop per distance, right?
Over 100 feet, you're expecting a derivation from a flat line of 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet. That is going to wrap around, right? So at a certain point,
no, that's a slope.
If you continue that line for yes, it absolutely is. But you're referencing only one line. If you take that line and you transmit it across the entirety of the Earth, it's going to slope away from you and then come back. Yes.
What are you talking about? Drawing a whole bunch of 100-foot lines?
Confident about this shit.
Every single time you draw a different line, you're going to have a different reference point. In which case,
see what you're reading from. Where are you reading from?
let me just pull up Microsoft Paint for you really quick. Jesus Christ! I can't believe I have to do this.
Yeah, so you're making a polygon.
Hold on.
So you're making a polygon of a bunch of
Microsoft Paint.
No. Please don't. You're making you can just explain this in words. Okay, so you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. So you're making a polygon of a bunch of straight lines. That's what you're doing.
So here you go. This is literally how easy it is.
Just answer any simple fucking question, dude. No matter how simple it is. No, you're not. You're trying to intentionally avoid questions.
Okay, here you go. Here's what I'm saying. Go ahead and just pay attention to the visual aid in the side here, right? So, at a certain point, this globe that we live on is going to line up with the exact 90-degree angle of this line if you were to draw one down from it. At both sides, you're going to have a slope. Correct. 1/16 of an inch over 100 feet is what the estimation is. At that point, as you start to go to the right, it's going to slope down and away to another 90-degree angle. But at a certain point, it's going to run parallel to that of the line. Again, you could just draw that line from the very center of your
you're making a polygon
through the Earth.
Fantastic.
Well, what's your source with this?
There's no sides on a circle.
Where are you reading? Where are you getting that formula?
I know, but you're using a bunch of straight lines.
This is what's used in determining accuracy of lasers, for example.
Look, I'm trying to be nice, right? So,
you're not letting me finish what I'm saying.
Because you won't admit that you're making a polygon.
How am I making a polygon? I'm using a circle.
Because you're using a bunch of straight fucking lines.
No, I'm not.
You're not. So where's the curved line in this?
So again, if you draw a straight line in any direction infinitely from Earth, you're going to have curvature away and curvature back into.
Did you just hear yourself? I said you're making a polygon. You said I'm not, and I said you're using a bunch of straight lines.
I'm using a singular straight line.
Pardon me?
I'm using one straight line.
And at the end of that straight line, of that straight line, what do you use?
Nothing. It's not. It's just a reference.
So your one straight line is a circle.
No, the one straight line is the line that I'm projecting from that circle.
So where are you getting a curve, a ball from?
So as you project that straight line infinitely, let's assume you get high enough that there is absolutely no potential obstruction. If you were to take that straight line, you can only measure it up until either parallel, in which case you couldn't see it anymore, so you can't measure it there, right? Or the two 90-degree angles, well, technically three 90-degree angles it's going to create in conjunction to that of the Earth.
Damn, bro.
Anybody know what this dude is talking about?
Yeah, all this because you don't know how much curve is in 10 miles.
Okay, I'll go ahead and illustrate even further because you guys are not understting it.
Wait.
Hold on.
Let's just clarify.
Just go ahead and
clarify. Are you saying that there is
one more circle?
Are you saying that there is
a red herring anyway?
It's not.
Are you saying that there's not? Are you saying that there's not 66 feet of curve over 10 miles?
If that fits the 1/16 over 100 foot, which I believe it actually does. I believe it actually does.
So you're saying So you're saying there's 66 feet of curve over 10 miles. The one that you said was undetectable. Okay, no, there's not 66 foot of curve over 10 miles?
I didn't say anything. I'm making lines on a circle
I'm
with
asking
a
the
fucking
question.
platform.
Do you think
Hold on.
there's 66 foot of curve over 10 miles? Yes or no?
Generally speaking, yes.
Generally
Yes.
speaking.
Like, yes.
So
that is the way
why
that it
did you
works.
say? Why did you say that would be undetectable?
Because the way that Earth's topography works, it's not uniform.
No, but if
It
you're
is
over a
not
lake-
a uniform Earth. There is topography. You cannot
if you're
account
over a
for
lake-
that within
if
that
you're over a
mathematical
lake-
model.
If
That's
you're
why
over
we
a
said
lake-
water.
Water also
then
doesn't
that should
matter
be
because
obstructing
water is going to create a
66
flat
foot.
plane because it's contained by that of gravity here on Earth.
Holy
That full
crap.
gravity
He
makes
said
a
it
fucking
again,
curve.
dude.
Gravity makes
Water
a
in this
curve.
case is not a good metric to try and determine Earth curvature unless
So you
you're
see
using
all of
the
those
exact
pictures,
same model
my
I
friend,
just
my
fucking
friend,
drew in.
So let me get this
No,
straight.
no.
The
Hold on,
water's flat, but the land is curving, and it's a ball.
So too is the water. The water's also curving, but it's not a
And
good
why isn't
reference
it-
point because
why?
it moves. Because it moves. You don't have it. So if you look out beyond the ocean, you don't have a reference point behind the ocean in most cases. Like from New York to Europe, you don't have a
Yeah, you
reference
do.
point that's visible.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I can look across the English Channel and see northwestern Europe. What are you fucking talking about, you idiot?
Show me. Go take a picture outside your window of
Lad.
the English Channel.
Lad, please post your picture you took.
Quite easy. Quite simple, dude. You can go to a body of water. This is why we brought up lakes earlier.
That's a secondary reference point, though. How wide is the English Channel?
23 miles.
Okay. At that point,
from Dover to Calais, if I go to Folkestone, it's 35 miles.
you cannot see the very bottom of any of those buildings.
I shouldn't be able to
What
see
buildings?
any of them.
It's the cliffs of Dover. What the hell are you talking about?
That's not to say you shouldn't be able to see any of them.
You can see the whole fucking thing. And in actual fact, there should be over 200 foot of curvature between Calais
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works. Because you're not taking into consideration relative height, i.e., how high is the water rising up upon the actual decline of the Earth?
Excuse me, I would be at 6 foot above sea level. What the fuck are you talking about?
He said the decline of the Earth, dude. That's hilarious, man. This
I
dude
know,
thinks
it's
we
just
live on a fucking slope, man.
It's weird as fuck.
So
the English Channel is at an altitude of 1,240 meters, 4,070 feet.
Son, before you wig out, the picture posted in there is those lights across that lake are 30 miles away, and he's standing on the beach.
Mm-hmm. That's totally fine. He's still 4,000 feet above sea level.
What does that matter?
Because it's going to change the relative topography that you're observing.
So being above sea level changes topography. I need a citation for that. Yeah, I need a citation.
That's what topography is. You're 4,000 feet above what is considered the relative flat.
The bumpiness. No, topography is the bumpiness relative to being smooth. So I need a citation that says
yes, and the ocean would be what you would
elevation
use to
above
reference.
sea level change the topography, because the people in Chile are going to wonder why that they live on a giant desert fucking plain that's 4,000 feet above sea level.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait.
Is anybody arguing that?
Yeah, you just said changes in elevation change topography. That's nonsense.
Well, no,
You're just
changes
spewing
in
nonsense.
elevation are representative of topography. The fuck?
Yeah, localized changes, but not absolute changes. He's looking across water, okay? That lake is about 500 feet above sea level. It doesn't change that it's a lake.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that lake is 500 feet above sea level, roughly.
The picture that was just posted is 4,000 feet above sea level.
How can it be if Lake Erie is 600 or 500 feet above sea level and that's Lake Ontario or something?
Wait, hold on. Are we referring to a different photo?
You're just all fucked up, aren't you?
No, I'm trying to figure out which photo we're referring to here.
The one that was just posted with the lights way at 30 miles away, and he's standing there taking a picture.
So this goes to like your level of honesty, right? You didn't look at the photo, but you
No,
sat
I
here
thought we
and
were still
said
in
that the
reference to
photo
the
was wrong.
English Channel.
Well, what we did?
So apologies.
Dude, that's even worse, dude. It's the English Channel. That's even worse because that is at sea level.
No, it's not. You fucking potato.
The English Channel's not at sea level. What?
It is. The English Channel sea level. Sorry, my friend, you probably need a geography lesson. The English Channel.
What the fuck?
Excuse me.
You're calling it a PETA because of that?
The
That's
English
so
Channel.
nonsense.
The English Channel at an altitude of 4,070 feet.
The English Channel.
You do understand what the North Sea is, right? And the English Channel separates the North Sea from the Atlantic between the north coast of France and the south coast of Great Britain.
Look up the English Channel's elevation, please.
I fucking live there. I live here. What are you talking about?
What's the English Channel's elevation?
Sea level.
Is it?
Yes, it's a sea.
Yes, moron.
It seems to be that there's an altitude of 1,240 meters for the English Channel.
Are you an idiot? The River Thames flows into it.
Yeah, and rivers must flow down, correct?
Yes, and fucking London's about 2 meters above sea level, you plum.
No.
Yes. Do you know where Holland is? Stupid. Do you know where Holland is?
Yes,
yeah, you're really bad
roughly speaking.
Good. So you understand that Holland was reclaimed from the sea, yes?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Receding seas and dikes.
So you understand that that's where those little windmills come from. The windmills pumped out the water. They then built dams and dikes to keep the North Sea out. This is the North Sea. The English Channel goes into the North Sea. It separates Britain and France. It's a sea. It's not 150,000 miles up in the fucking air, you idiot. It's sea level. Do you know where mean sea level comes from? Comes from a little bolt on a dike in Holland, separating the North Sea.
Yeah, what about Sir Francis Drake? Like, how did he defeat, like, the Spanish fucking Armada? Like, what the fuck?
Where did you get the information that
they were
the English Channel
4,000
was
feet
so
above
high
sea
up?
level in Spanish galleons.
Hey, check out the diameter he made the ball by adding 4,000 per side to the radius. So radius of 39, he added 4,000. So he has 7959 mile radius ball now when he added that 4,000 feet.
No, that's not correct.
Amazing.
Let me pull the exact quote for you.
Where are you getting the information that it was 4,000 feet above sea level?
I'm pulling the direct quote. I'm just going to find it inside the article.
Yeah, the AI was wrong.
I don't use AI for stuff like this.
You know the islands of Great Britain, they sit in a sea. You know that,
I've never said this before, but you probably should.
Angels, the Isles of Great Britain.
Can you give me a moment, please? Can you give me a moment, please?
No,
yes.
I want you to.
Yes, I can absolutely have a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and here. I'll do that.
You won't mute me.
Does he possibly think
why
oceans
are we
go
talking to
uphill?
this? Seriously,
He thinks oceans go uphill.
he's a fucking idiot.
Everyone does understand, though, that lakes have a higher elevation, so that would change the calculation. So, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about the North Sea.
Yeah, no, I just get that. Yeah, no, that's sea level.
Let's all wait for Angels to come back and not be honest and lie again.
I'm just curious where he got the information from.
Pulled it out of a fucking
Made
Kinder
it up.
Surprise.
Yeah, he just made it up and now he's trying to backpedal.
Americans are not allowed to have Kinder Surprise. Apparently they choke on the toys.
Oh yeah, that is true. I would suggest that Angels never owned a passport either and never gone anywhere else.
But happy Thanksgiving to my American friends.
Happy Turkey Day.
Like Holland, a lot of New Orleans is under sea level as well.
Let's celebrate taking over the land from everybody.
At least he is muting himself, so we don't need to listen to his cognitive dissonance and spiral.
He doesn't want to hear any talking from us. He's plugging his ears.
Yeah, let's be happy for once, man. Imagine listening to him spiral.
Well, imagine how much easier the channel would have been to make if the channel was 4,000 feet above. Just a straight shot through.
Yeah, you just build a little tube into the water there, straight out. You don't even have to do anything. You just straight and straight through. Like a mountain.
So, did they have like climbing gear on D-Day?
Yeah. We had to scale the mountain of the English Channel. Attacking the
Well,
northern
all of
beaches,
the,
we just slid down the other side. It was fine.
How do you sail uphill? I want.
We built it on purpose.
well, all of the planes when they were, dropping the paratroopers were just jumping out of the plane right onto the land. So
Hey,
Jumped out with water skis.
Surfed it down.
Jedi.
Surfed the hump.
Jedi, don't tell this globe about the technology that Germans have used with beacons of a radar to get these unmanned bombs to London. Don't tell him about this. That there was a straight line of radar signal possible by the Germans.
I'm not going to tell him anything until he apologises or concedes that he was incorrect.
Or he will never concede. He's a special one.
My neighbor might be joining in soon. I was
That's
smoking
cool.
outside with him and was like, yo, just listen to what I listen to. Check it out. And started flat smacking him. He's like, wow, this is interesting.
There we go. I was able to figure out exactly where it was I was getting confused. There was a bad reference point inside of an article. Got it. Okay. So, back to the question at hand, because that was really, really fucking stupid. So, your reference point across the English Channel. Why can you not see if the Earth is flat, the entirety of all of the buildings on the opposite side?
Definitely of you. Yes, you were definitely stupid. And yes, you can.
No, I know. That was entirely a mistake on my part. The information I was reading was incorrect.
Yes,
so,
it was.
why can you not see the totality of all of the buildings on the opposite side? Please explain.
Like the port of Calais and watch the ferries sail into the port of Calais. You're saying you can't see that?
I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
What buildings? Have you
on
ever
the opposite
been
side
to
of the
Dover?
English Channel?
Have you ever been to Dover?
No, I'm literally looking at your picture right now at the English Channel. I cannot see the totality of those buildings.
You've got a real issue. That's not my picture. That's a different argument over a lake. A lake isn't the English Channel. The fuck?
No, Jedi is an old
And you
dude.
couldn't
He's
see
not
all the way
old.
to the bottom anyway, dude. Because
old
if you had a 1 meter wave 1 kilometer away, it would block 10 meters 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters 100 kilometers away. That's just a 1 meter wave.
Dover from Calais?
Yeah.
Anywhere.
No, I'm just trying. I'm going through the photos on the right hand side here.
Don't you have to, for that 1 meter, 10 meter, doesn't the photo have to be taken from the ground though?
1.2 times the square root of Gibbs over height in feet.
Yep.
And in which case, the Earth actually blocks off most of the actual curvature in terms of
The physical Earth curve. The physical Earth curve.
What? Yes. So what you're looking for here is horizon reference points. You need to be able to see past the horizon, and the only way to do that would be to increase the FOV, and in which case, or well, technically decrease and focus on a central point. At that point, though, regardless, you're changing the perspective of the horizon because you're literally able to see farther with higher magnitude optics.
Okay, so if I was
Your reference point
3.25,
changes.
if I was 3.25 feet off the surface of the Earth, the physical geometric horizon should be 2.21 miles away, correct?
Let's take a look-see here. 3.25
Yeah.
feet.
Yep.
Yeah, 2.2. That should be the
Good.
rough
Good.
point in which case
Good.
things start to fade away.
Good. So you see the image that I posted of the bottom of 6 wind turbines.
Yep.
The wind turbines are at known distances from the observer. The one on the left-hand side is at 8.4 miles away. The one on the right-hand side is at 11.2 miles away. In reference to the distance markers, where's the horizon? Is it in front of it or is it behind it?
You're seeing the first one at 8.4 miles the most. The one at the farthest you're seeing less of. You can literally tell based on the black marks.
I'm asking you where the horizon is in reference to the distance markers. Where's the horizon? Is it in front of them? Is it between them? Or is it beyond them?
It's in front of them. You're not seeing You're not seeing the full picture in any of those cases.
I'm not seeing the full picture. I'm seeing the horizon beyond. I'm seeing the horizon clearly
Refraction.
beyond.
Yes, you're seeing refraction, but at the end of the day, that's creating excuse me. Can I finish a statement?
No,
can I finish a statement? I'm not.
You are.
I'm literally not. This is why where you flat earthers, you cannot follow a copacetic point. So you're seeing a portion of each of those windmills, a portion of the bottom. You're seeing a portion of it, but you can visibly see as at even half a mile or just shy of half a mile in discrepancy distance, you can visibly see the black markers at the bottom of these otherwise yellow posts fading away.
That's because
that's showing.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's smaller with distance.
You said earlier, sorry, Turquoise, you said earlier, I can't see the bottom of fucking the White Cliffs of Dover because the physical Earth curve was in the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
What you said earlier.
It's very gradual. This isn't something that's going to immediately occur. It's not going to just drop off, especially over water.
Specifically, and you said yes, Earth curvature. Paraphrasing
physical.
That's why I.
Well, if you're paraphrasing me, that's not what I said, right?
Okay, why can't I see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover then? Tell me again.
So show me a photo. Let's examine it.
We did earlier. You've already looked at it.
Would you mind tagging me in the photo?
No. Scroll up.
Is it Dover from Calais?
My goodness me, what the fuck do you think we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes? Are you just using this as a tactic so you've got time to think?
No, not at all.
Right then, so you said that I can't see the bottom of the White Cliffs of Dover because the Earth curve is in the way. I then give you this observation where the horizon is obviously well beyond its geometric limits. And
the White Cliffs of Dover will rise above that of the water level, creating a part of the image that you're expecting to see. A part of it. Again, you have this weird construction that the Earth curvature is going to drop off exponentially when there is no evidence to suggest that, nor have I ever made that claim. You're using your own math as a placeholder here. The water is the ocean level is the best metric to try and determine what relative Earth curvature is going to be. At that point, anytime you have a differentiation in topography from sea level, from 0 feet above sea level, you are going to change these numbers. It does not matter where. If it's 1 foot above sea level, you are changing how far away you can see an object. If that object on the opposite side is 1 foot above sea level, it is technically going to be capable of being viewed from a different distance other than its original from sea level. If you're looking at an object from at 10 miles above sea level,
I don't care. Now this is just turning into word salad.
No, it's not. I'm speaking completely logically right now. Go ahead and steelman what I just said, if you would, please.
No, I want to answer this question. Where should the horizon be for a 3.25 observer?
How high is the object above sea level?
No, we're talking about where should the horizon be.
Again, how high is said object above sea level? And that'll give us a reference.
3.25.
I just want to know where the horizon is.
That's how high. It's observer.
No, that would be the observer height. How high is the observer?
I've just told you that. How high is the observer? I've just told you that 5
camera,
times.
Bro. The camera's the observer.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically it's at 5.5 feet, just the average height of a human being.
3.25 feet.
No,
I've already
3.25.
given you this.
3.25 feet. Fine. Okay.
Yeah, we agreed this earlier. What? And you gave me the answer
You're
then.
going to have a flat.
Angel,
You're going.
Why are you talking? Why are you talking?
Because I'm answering your question at this point.
I haven't answered it. I haven't asked it yet. You fucking idiot. You answered this question. You answered this question earlier. You said yes, it should be at 2.21 miles. But as soon as I bring you an observation from this observer height, where the horizon isn't at 2.21 miles and is clearly beyond the wind turbines at a safe estimation of 12 miles, you scream refraction, making the horizon non-physical. Correct?
That's not true. An image can be put together based on the reflections of said object associated to the image that you're seeing in front of you. In this particular case, the horizon will start to drop off items, whether you want to talk about millimeters, centimeters, inches, feet, doesn't really matter, over time as your sight line continues forward. That's why those the black measurable surface that we can visibly see on said windmills gets smaller.
You do
That's
understand
why it happens.
You do understand that there's a distance between about 3 to 4 miles between the platforms, right? You do understand that things get smaller with distance, correct? You do
Yes,
understand.
of course they get smaller, at least with reference to that one point of reference.
Good. So they're getting further away.
That doesn't make their physical dimensions change. Even your famed black swan photo doesn't change the dimensions of the actual oil wells.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's just a word salading.
What?
It doesn't physically make the objects any smaller. It's your observation point, your reference point.
Sherlock.
What are you talking?
That's what he's been talking about for 15
Dude,
minutes.
he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He just asks you, guy, what is the observer's height? And then you say what the observer height is. And then he says, yeah, but at what height is the observer? I mean, you can't make this up, dude.
So look at actually, Doctor just posted a fantastic video to try and prove what it is that I'm talking about. It's very easily seen. As your reference point changes, i.e. zoom, you can see more and more of an object because your reference point is changing. The reference point at that zoomed level is not the same as it would be if you were just looking at it from your eyes. It's not. However, because that reference point's changing, it's not giving you a clear picture as to what is actually in front of you.
Dude, what are you talking about?
None of that means anything with reference to this argument, though.
Look at
this is quite literally. If I'm not mistaken, this is actually the photo of what was shown.
It's the
video. No. So I assume you're talking about the Black Swan, right? So it's not even an argument that
No, we're beyond that. There's a video in which case there's a large-scale zooming effect, in which case that zoom changes the perspective of the individual.
Shush. Crypto, it's the one with 6 wind turbines. I know you're not looking at it, but that's the one that's in reference in the moment. And the video that's associated with it, where the horizon is clear.
Same, right?
Sorry?
The argument's the same, though.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. But I just wanted to at least know what picture we're talking about.
Yeah, fair play. So, I mean, look, man, the point is that you're essentially making the argument that the horizon refracts and the objects don't.
No, so those objects disappear from the initial base perspective, right? From the initial reference point, those objects disappear. You cannot see them.
What would you expect on a flat surface?
I would be able to see the entirety of the objects at effectively any distance.
Well, then you're wrong.
They would be the same height.
Yeah, but why would it be so on a flat Earth? Like, why wouldn't you be able to? Why would you not see the?
Haha, fascist joke.
No. I'm actually siding with Angel.
King Harambe, King Harambe, you have a world-class username. That's what I was laughing at.
So I'm actually siding with Angel.
Well, I mean, that's a mistake, but I can give you the answer that you seek. I would say that Angels isn't a guy you want to. If he's on your side, you should probably rethink your your side. But regardless, yeah. Why? So okay, here's a question. I think this is where you guys are getting this wrong. You're just
why would it blur? So
yeah. Well, I'm trying to give you a mindset change, because I think what you're assuming is that on a flat surface you would see forever, and so therefore anything that doesn't conform to that must therefore confirm a sphere, right? Is that your line of thinking?
No, not intrinsically.
I'm asking King Harambe, not you.
Oh.
Not really.
So then why do you think that if something disappears from the bottom up, that is evidence for a sphere, if that's not the reasoning?
Well, I don't know. I'm just asking you if
you don't know.
If what?
That's fine. Look, bro, I'm not. Don't take it personally. I just don't think you've thought this through, right? If your line of reasoning is that you must see forever on a flat surface, then it makes sense that if you don't see the whole object, it must be because the Earth's curving. However, you've just told me that's not your line of reasoning. So therefore, I don't understand why you have a problem with this idea that objects can disappear bottom up on a flat surface. I don't know what your line of reasoning is.
Okay, so I'm just very interested to know why would the objects be covering down?
I don't say again.
Like for example, if you go up to what D and posted, like if you go a bit up, it's like on the sea, and then there's a like a large matrix of like steel fences. If you go up a bit.
So
yeah,
I'm
but why
going
does
up
it curve
to-
downwards?
How much past the hour?
Sorry?
What, so is it 39 past the hour? 40 past the hour? What am I looking at?
Wait. Here. Okay.
40, I think.
So I'm just curious of what you think.
Curious of what I
39
think.
39 after
Doesn't
the
really
hour.
matter what I think, but I see what you're saying. Like,
Yeah,
so
no.
this one here, 41 past, yeah.
Red rhetoric.
But why would it? Yeah, but why would it go down?
What's going down?
The fence.
I don't even know what you're
Whatever
asking.
it is. Bridge? No.
This here, hold on. This photo. I'll tag you.
Those are
rhetoric's
power
lines.
Yeah, and I posted them.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's been taken by other people, and the quote unquote curvature that you find in this photo doesn't exist. So you can only really assume that in this specific
Yeah, but what's
photo,
the illusion causing it to do it?
I didn't finish, bro. I definitely didn't finish.
Sorry.
So the only explanation that I can give for this, when you compare it to Doctor's, which is the same power lines in the same place at the same elevation, is that there's some sort of compression happening either in the lens or some other effect that he's applied to the photograph afterwards, right? So that would be how you explain this, because it's not present when other people have tried to repeat it. Okay.
Yeah, but what do you mean compression?
Well, compression of the photo, compression of the lens. It could be done either physically or through, you know, dude. Do you know what compression is?
Something of a press.
Right. Okay. So compression would create distortion in the image, right?
Like if there's anyone that is, you know, if you shake your camera, it might be a bit distorted.
That's not
like you mean like that?
No, convergence of an image from one file size to another is typically the best example of compression.
Well, that's a different type of compression.
Yeah,
but yeah, that could also affect it. The point is, right, is that this hasn't been reproduced. What he captured hasn't been reproduced. So some fuckery has taken place. The end. When it comes to why would things disappear bottom up on a flat surface? Do you want the answer, or do you want to just talk over me? Cool. So why would things disappear bottom up on a... Are you okay, dude? Do you want me to continue, or do you want to say something?
Sorry if I'm making any sounds. I'm just, you know, looking over some pictures. We have 35 milliliter. Is like this. Wait, let me just post it. like this? Is it like this type of compression?
Possibly.
Possibly, but
I mean, there's lots
you
of
have to
different
be
types of
identify
compression.
what type of compression it would be.
It's just an inferior mirage. That's all it is.
Yeah, dude,
Sorry.
I don't know exactly what he did in order to fake that curve. But when people have gone back to that place at that point, the curve isn't there. In addition, you shouldn't see curve according to that model at that height anyway. So we know that not only did he fake it, but it's impossible for the curve to be like that from that location.
Okay.
Where is that picture taken from to begin with?
It's Lake Pontchartrain.
I don't know.
Yeah, real quick. Sorry. Real quick, just look at the image I put in the text. It's an inferior mirage. This effect happens over distance when the surface of the water or the ground is heated, and then the air above it gives that distortion. Can you please watch what I just posted at 48 minutes past the hour? For God's sakes, you're driving me nuts. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening to the railing on the side as the camera angle lowers down to the ground. Can you please look at the railing? And
Yeah,
then look at that,
I mean, that's
and then
just,
look at the image as red rhetoric image. Look at what the power lines are doing, and look at the side of the railing.
Yeah,
that's it. One and done. We're done. That's it. That's what's happening. Inferior mirage. That is the answer. That's all that's happening.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a really good direct answer to what I was saying. But what I was trying to address with these guys with the actual mindset, like if your mindset is that this effect can only happen on a curved surface, then you're thinking about the problem wrong, and so you're always going to come back to therefore the Earth is a ball, right? But if you actually understand what's going on, not only with the faked evidence that Red's rhetoric provided, but also just in a general sense about how these photos and videos are taken, then you understand that this is perfectly possible on a flat surface or on a ball, and making one or two observations doesn't really prove a ball. Okay, good.
Yeah. I was just curious of what you guys think. I'm just going around asking what people think.
Well, I'm trying to address it at the most basic level I can, because there's a lot more. There's a lot more to this, right? But it's like if you're already in the mindset that anything disappearing from the bottom up proves a ball, then we can't really have a discussion.
I'm not really claiming that. I'm just asking you guys.
Yeah, no, I know. But it's some people just reassert that over and over again, and it just becomes really dull because then you can't actually get into. Because then you can't really get into the meat of the discussion. You're just talking about, if it disappears bottom up, it's a ball, right? And then you keep going back to that incorrect assertion. And I just wanted to get rid of that before we actually talked about stuff that mattered.
Yeah.
What of that particular photo? I just tagged Effie in it.
Oh, that one.
Which one?
Yeah, the one of the that skyscraper in Sweden. What of that?
Yeah, what about that? Yeah, what about it?
If there's a photo taken, the turning torso, kind of an interesting building too. If your photo is taken here, 28 kilometers away over the water line, where's the rest of the building? It's still a zoomed photo, so this is more than you could actually see just from standing on the other surface.
The temperature of the water and the temperature of the air that day.
Yeah, Harambe, do you remember when I said?
Good question. I mean, kind of irrelevant, but good question.
No, it's not.
Harambe,
it's going to have. Well, what I mean to say is, it's going to have an effect on the photo itself, of course. But again,
it's not irrelevant. So
cool. So Harambe, just wanted to talk to you about this. Do you remember when I said, like, not even 30 seconds ago, if you make the assertion that a building missing any of the bottom part must therefore be a curve is wrong? And have you noticed how Angels has literally just done that? And that's why I addressed it.
Well, no, there's very clearly,
Right?
whenever you take a photo away from something, only the tallest portions of that object are going to be visible.
Yeah, exactly. That's the reasoning I've just been addressing that you've just completely avoided. It's like,
I'm not saying that it's, but here's the problem: is I'm not saying that it's a static. That for example, these objects just shouldn't appear. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty wild, actually.
Yeah, but you don't understand angular resolution.
I think that I just warned. Yeah, one sec. You're literally making the assertion that I just warned against at length, and not realizing it. It's actually very.
No, I am realizing it, but the problem is this is how it pans out in reality.
No, you're not. Stop saying you're realizing when we can clearly hear that you're not realizing it.
This
All
is
right,
how
and
it's
so,
panning out.
Angel, it is angular resolution. These things have been discussed in spades in this chat many times. You're just not a part of it when you're here, and you quickly want to look at something else, another image, and you're not listening. Okay, you're hearing us, but you're not listening to us. So once again, it's angular resolution. So when you lower something to the ground, the bottom of the thing in the far distance will be cut off. That's what happens at a distance, and then so on for it getting farther away from you. This is what's going to happen to anything at a distance. You can actually test for this. My God, like I can't believe you're still putting up images after. Okay, what did I just say? Okay, well, repeat what I just said. What is causing that bottom up disappearance? What is it?
I mean, putting your.
What is it that's causing the bottom up disappearance?
Again, putting
what
your
is it that's causing the bottom up
putting your
disappearance?
perspective closer to the bottom.
Fucking hell. I'm going to ask you once again, I just gave you the answer. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
You viewing it.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to tell.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance? You better fucking repeat what I just said.
I'm literally trying.
No, you're not literally. Say it. I want you to fucking say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Alpha, your mom and dad are fucking faggots. Fuck you.
Quiet, Borgs. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
I'm trying to.
You're not saying it. Just say it.
Every time you unmute him, he's like, "I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to obfuscate, but you won't let me."
Just say it. What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Changing the camera.
What is causing the bottom up disappearance?
Just say angular resolution, and if you don't when he unmutes the mic, then you're out too.
Angular resolution? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
No, that's what you need to say. That's what the fuck is going on.
Putting the camera closer to the bottom. That's what I was saying the entire time.
Yeah.
You fucking artard.
Wow.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
I was literally just trying to repeat that to him.
No, you did.
No, I was trying to. I just didn't say angular resolution beforehand.
Right.
Well, maybe that's what you should have.
I was literally just trying to say that
maybe
you changing the perspective to the bottom of a particular angle is going to change it. Yes.
All right, then.
Of course.
Then why the fuck are we talking about this if it's already settled?
Because it doesn't work out that way all the time.
It doesn't work out that way. Let's fucking see, shall we? Why can't we put it to the test, Angel?
So the ocean is...
No, we're not going to talk about what you want to talk about. Let's put it to the test. Now, there's many different depictions, and you will be shown by every flat Earth person that's in here. Different. I want you to pay attention. All right. Fuck. I don't give a fuck if you leave. When you come back, I'll be here. All you can do is run.
I was trying to tell you that. I swear.
No, you weren't.
I want to be a real boy.
No.
Miggy, you missed it. He was trying to tell us the English Channel was 4,000 feet above sea level.
No way, dude.
Oh, how did we laugh? Yep. Oh, yes. About 5 minutes before you came in, mate. Yep.
Brilliant. Yeah, that Angels guy is such a clown.
Do they have to bring mountain climbers?
Really?
He needed mountain climbing gear on D-Day to climb the hill of water to cross the English Channel.
We got Triple D Dan over there chirping in the text chat. Go ahead and use your voice. Go ahead and chime in, DDD Dan.
Guys, I have a question.
No, we want to listen to DDD Dan. Go ahead, Dan. You're in the text chat acting like you're all hard and whatnot. Why do you keep posting that image of that boat? What do you think it is? It's Earth curvature? Go on, tell us.
Post the video so we can see the mirage.
Go ahead and tell us the distance to that boat disappearing. What's the distance there? Give us some data.
Yikes.
In this original video, if you watch it, there's a mirage. Like, you can see that the whole bottom of this boat, in between the water line and the bottom of the boat, it's mirrored.
Put your big boy pants on and get on the fucking mic. Or are you just going to sit? You know what? If you're not going to speak up, dude, you're going to kick rocks out of this channel. We don't need your fucking chirping in the text chat.
Yeah, no
Fuck
chat
off,
skanking.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Happy Turkey Day to everybody, though.
Happy Turkey Day.
How does Turkey Day work on a flat Earth?
Very carefully.
Well, basically, I know how it works on a globe. You have to put the basically you have to put the turkey in you have to work out where you are. If you're in the northern hemisphere, you have to put the turkey to the right of the oven, so that when the Coriolis effect comes in, it cooks evenly.
Oh my god!
And if you're in the southern hemisphere, then you have to put it on the left of the oven.
Doesn't that mean that everybody has like one of those convection ovens? Because the Coriolis effect just automatically would be circulating the air.
Exactly.
Oh, I guess I got ripped off when I bought one.
I just picture
Did you not
some
get
nerd when you
Coriolis insurance with your air fryer?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the air fryer. It's not even doesn't even need power. That's just the tricks they can charge you more.
I think that's one of my favorite, dumb, clever Glober arguments, and you'll see what I mean when I say this. So the Coriolis effect causes the patterns within hurricanes, because they'll say that it's an apparent effect, but then it's an actual effect that's apparent, and so it's like they get themselves caught up in all these knots, and they don't even understand how they even got there.
By the way, do you guys have the Discord server for the Flat Earth?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Yep.
Biggest one there is.
Can I join it?
Yeah.
Look at my
I don't know,
profile. Click on it. Send my profile.
I think as well, just to add to what I just said as well, when it comes to say the apparent versus actual deflection, it would be much better. Sorry, better? Maybe not better. It would be easier, or at least more elegant, to make like a toroidal electric universe kind of explanation for the shape of hurricanes than the Earth is spinning, bro. Right? But they just discount that and they just say the Earth is spinning, bro. It's like, don't know.
Wait, who said who has it on the profile?
Doctor.
Discord.gg/flat earth.
To doctor, what you
It's in the
give me
game.
news? I got a bad case of loving you.
Doctor, man. It's like we just call him Triple D, man.
Triple D.
There's so many people.
It's Doctor.
Triple D. What up?
24/7 Flat Earth. It's in the game.
That's pretty good.
Oh, that one. Wait.
All right, next. Thank you. Next.
It's expired. For me, it's expired.
The last two people have been just complete and utter just mishmash of word salad. It's pretty horrifying.
It's just the appetizer before turkey. That's all.
Why can't anyone bring an experiment
Delicious
to prove a
salad.
globe Earth? I've never seen that yet.
You never will, my friend. You're gonna turn into bones before you see that.
Well, what's interesting is that some exist, but no one ever brings them up.
Yeah,
I'm
and
surprised.
if you do know the answer, don't let them know it. So they just keep it to what. Yeah.
Someone else did it. That's why.
What
Somebody
do you mean
else.
that they exist? Which ones? Why don't you bring them forth?
They exist mentally, right? So somebody else did the experiment. They're sure that they know they exist somewhere out there. They're not sure exactly where, but if you Google it for them, you'll find it.
Oh, Google Earthers?
Yeah, let's put out the.
They're not Google Earthers. They're Google for me Earthers.
Let's put out the information. See if anybody wants to take a bite. Is anybody out there, or can anybody bring some scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? The phone lines are open. FE Jedi Indio. We got Bacon as FE. Oh, you just deafened. We're here to answer your calls. We have the therapist Indio. If you want to cry on a shoulder, he's there.
Yes, I will tell you it's all your fault.
That's called reverse psychology, right? No, but really, it's all your fault.
Hi, yes. Is this the Flat Earth Discord? I've been trying to call in.
Right this way. We'll have an associate be right with you.
Oh, thank you so much. It's been such a busy day.
How you do that so well?
Dude, fucking sales and being at call centers for a majority of the last, like, 3 years. Like,
Been there, man. Hello, everybody.
yo.
Hey.
Shalom.
Yeah, it's basically, I call it my boomer speech. You know what I mean? It's just like you're trained to talk in boomer. Be like, yes, Mr. Johnson, right away, no problem. Hey, man, I've been there myself. No, you have a great day, Mr. Johnson. You have a great day.
That's good. It's in the script.
EA, it's in the script.
I was gonna say it this way: Fe Beasticles. It's in the script.
It's in the script.
I want DD Dan to come back. Oh, good old weasel.
Ready? You sure?
Yeah, we want to stomp on roaches, Indio. We don't want to let them proliferate.
I've never heard him talk, so
I think it was funny.
He'll visit again in 2 days. He'll visit.
I think it's funny that
They always
King
come back.
Harambo.
Hey, look at the text chat. This is what we do to roaches right there. Pop, 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 pop.
I just still can't believe
We need mountain climbers.
Okay.
Talon wants to talk to India.
Talon wants to throw his hat into the ring. I can't believe you guys are still on ships over the horizon when you disavowed a physical horizon 3 years ago.
That's not what we did. We know the horizon is physical.
We.
The
What is it?
horizon's
Your band of merry men? What the fuck is we?
You can see the water. You can see the physical water from you over the, and then it goes over the horizon.
Right,
okay,
dude.
so that the horizon is a physical ball edge, after which it starts curving down. That's what you think?
That's what it is.
Okay, so how do you explain the black swan?
I don't. The black swan doesn't prove anything.
So why is the horizon that physical ball edge? Did the ball grow?
No. It's just a picture that doesn't have good or accurate measurements. It's not a
I wonder if Talon feels better when he says
doesn't
that
have
the
accurate
black swan
measurements,
doesn't
so
prove
we
anything.
don't know how far the oil rigs are.
Correct. Like you can have like the black swan looks different depending on when you're looking at it.
Oh, does it? What the fuck?
Yeah. So like when you guys the black swan that you guys use is different from like when I put in. I just posted the thing.
Listen, dude, it's the same. No, stop your horse shit, dude. It's the same black swan. The distance to the predict. Listen, Talon, the distance to the predicted geometric horizon is not there, dumbass. So you're not going to get it in either one of. Yeah, it does.
We're not looking for that.
You need the predicted geometric horizon to be in a specific location. Numbnuts, and you don't see it on both of those.
You just said it was the
geometric horizon has nothing to do with the
fucking weasel, dude.
The geometric horizon has nothing to do with the Earth curve.
Yes, it. What the fuck, dude?
Like it doesn't.
And what
use
does
that
ships
to
go?
measure the Earth curve.
Alan, and what does ships go over?
Huh?
What does ships go over if the horizon's not Earth curve?
What are you talking about? It goes over the horizon.
I hate this.
Yeah,
this is a part I hate about these guys.
The horizon. You said the horizon. Oh, you said the horizon was physical, the physical edge of a ball, and ships sail over it, over to the other side of a curve, right?
Yeah.
Now you just posted an image that shows the horizon in different places. Which one is the physical one? Which horizon? Which image?
The right picture. The right picture is more accurate.
How do you know? Okay, so how did you determine that?
I use my eyes. You can see with your eyeballs. You can see. So you can clearly see the right picture is more clear and less warped.
Oh, more clear. Okay.
So you can see unless you think, so are those the same oil rigs?
That wasn't the question. I didn't ask you which one is more clear. I asked you which. How did you? Yeah, I didn't ask you which one is more clear. I asked you how did you determine which horizon is the physical one? That's what I asked you.
What, the one that you're looking at?
Is clarity of the image a determining factor?
He gets lost real quick, Indio.
No, it's like a physical object. Are you saying? I mean, like what? Like you're asking the bad question. Like, do you understand why the
bad question? What
oil
the fuck
rig
are you
is
on about,
hiding
bro?
behind the horizon? Why is the oil rig behind the horizon?
You don't know what you're saying, dude.
I mean, I'm just asking you.
What horizon? The horizon's optical.
Horizon.
But the horizon's optical. Are you saying it's physical?
Optical?
Is it optical or physical?
I'm just saying, is the water optical? Is the water that you can see in the picture, is that optical or
Well,
physical?
no, water's not optical. Water's physical.
Okay. So you can see the water up to a certain point. So that's
He's talking about the
physical part
horizon.
of the
Yeah.
water.
Okay. Yeah.
Going
Yeah.
up
Okay.
to the horizon.
So
That's a
in the
physical
left
horizon
image,
because it's physical water.
Okay. Yeah. Great. So in the
Physical
left
water.
image, I can see the water to a certain point, and that point is past the oil rigs. Is that not physical?
Is that not physical? I mean, like, the thing that is creating the weird different horizons is physical, but the actual illusion of multiple horizons, like you can obviously see on the right picture, the very clear
Okay. So now you just admitted the horizon
straight line, and then on the left side, well, yeah, because I mean, you can look at the oil rigs. You can see the oil rigs are all warped on the
So it's
left
not
picture.
physical.
On the right picture, the water is. You can see that the light is coming more clear to the oil rigs, and you can see how the oil rigs are actually shaped. So unless you think the oil rigs get taller and wider, if they are in the left picture, but then they get squished down in the right picture, like I don't know what to tell you, man. You got to just understand how light works better.
You gotta just
Yeah.
understand.
So I just posted another image. Is this horizon physical, or are you gonna make up some bullshit?
Right. So, like, what creates a horizon? The edge of the Earth, right?
No.
So just because something that's really far away, you can't see it clearly. I mean, just because the horizon is blurry doesn't mean it's not physical.
That's not the argument, bro.
That's what you guys are trying to say. You're saying that the horizon can be in different places just because you're using a blurry horizon to try to determine where it physically is. When a physical horizon is creating a blurry line that appears to go in different ways. I mean, there's optical illusions on the horizons of water where boats can just float in the air, right? So like you can't really the horizon, but regardless of whether or not you can cross the edge, doesn't make it physical or not.
Just stop talking for a sec, Talon, because you're talking yourself in circles.
I'm sorry, I'm
You're
just
talking yourself in circles. The problem is that you don't.
When I'm talking,
you don't understand the argument. That's why you're having problems with this, because no one.
What is your argument?
No, because our argument is a response to your globe position, not necessarily you, but the globe position generally, which is that the horizon is physical Earth curve, right? So then when we say, here's the physical Earth curve, way further than it should be, you guys then come back from your own claim and then say, oh, that's optical. Well, then it's not physical Earth curve that you're seeing. It's optical, which was our position to start with. So you reject our position. Well, no, that is objectively true. You reject our position.
Because again, you're taking the blurrier picture.
I'm still talking. Haven't stopped. Right. So you start from the position that we are incorrect, and then when we present you evidence, you then actually retreat to our position, which is that the horizon isn't physical and it's optical. Do you understand that that's what you're doing?
No, that is not what I'm doing.
It is, though.
That's what you're doing.
Again, we're going to go back to the two pictures. So you can see on the right picture there's only one horizon, but on the left picture it's very blurry. Like there's a lot of different colored water, and so all that is. So regardless of whether or not that blurry gray line that you want to call a horizon is a physical or optical horizon, doesn't fucking matter because we're not using that horizon. We're not using that to determine the curve. We know that it's curved, and you can see the more clear picture. Use the clear picture, the more defined picture that shows the clear oil rig, not warped and shadowy like the left one, and you use a clear picture where you can see a single solid horizon, and you can see that the oil rig is over that hill. So that is what produces the curve. You can just because you're pointing at a blurry optical illusion of a blurry horizon doesn't prove anything. So try again.
Cool. So then you are still retreating to our original position of the horizon is optical, which you just denied doing. Right. So well done.
So just because it's optical doesn't make it not physical. That's a completely useless point. So did you want to actually try to make a real point, or are you just going to keep?
Then you don't understand the argument, do you?
No, I do understand, but like I said, you don't understand your argument.
No,
you don't understand your argument
very well, but you don't.
So what does it prove? Right? What are you proving?
What am I proving? I'm trying to deal with the argument first of all, right? So the argument that the horizon is physical Earth curve, we then present quote unquote physical Earth curve that doesn't conform to the dimensions that you need it to. You then retreat to our position of optical horizon.
No. I'm using the clear picture. You are not. You are trying to use a blurry picture. So, like, I'm not using your picture. I'm using the picture that's more clear to determine a physical horizon going over the thing. Because, like, the sailboat picture, you can see in the sailboat picture, there's no blurry horizon. It's a very clear,
All meaningless.
straight, watery line. And so it's much more accurate to use a clearer picture than a blurry picture and then point at the blurry part and say that it disproves the more clear picture, which doesn't have all the stuff. How come the right picture doesn't have all that weird, all those weird second, 2 and 3 horizons? Why is that?
What's funny is that all of this detail that you're providing backs up my point and eviscerates your point. Because you are saying, no, you're going to let me finish because I let you finish.
No, because you're not even addressing.
You're going to let me finish because I let you finish. Now, the problem you have is that if the horizon is moving, then you can only have one of two explanations for that. One, that the Earth is physically moving. Two, that there's an optical phenomena affecting the horizon. If you think it's one, you're stupid. If you think it's two, then you admit that the horizon is optical and not physical Earth curve. Which is it?
So again, you're using an optical illusion to say that a physical horizon exists. That's your problem. That's your claim. Your claim is that the physical horizon is your optical illusion.
No, we don't care about physical Earth curve because we don't think it's there. That was your.
Well, that's a problem when there's pictures in front of you that show it. So it's kind of like your problem again. I know it's hard.
You're just affirming the consequent at that point. We're trying to actually talk about the arguments, right? Now, your argument was that the horizon is physical Earth curve, and so when the horizon changes from day to day, you have an issue because either the Earth has physically changed size, which would be stupid, or there's an optical effect happening, which means you agree with us. So are you stupid or do you agree with us? There's your options.
No. I'm saying there's an optical illusion in the left picture, the one that you're trying to use to disprove my point. I don't agree with you because you're not even understanding what my argument is.
No, I do. I very much understand.
So is water physical?
I know the chronology of this argument. Right, okay, you're going to just stop talking through me. I know the chronology of this argument. Everyone in this room knows the chronology of this argument. The issue is that you guys have actually regressed to one of two positions. Either the Earth is physically changing size on a daily basis, or there's optical effect happening to the horizon. You can't have another position. This is a true dichotomy. If you think it's two, that's fine, then you agree with us. If you think it's one, then you are stupid. Which one?
See, that's called a Hobson's choice. You're trying to force me to pick from two choices.
No, it's a true dichotomy. Those are not
the only choices. I'm still talking. You're talking over me. And so, secondly, I'm going to again reiterate my actual point. And that is that a physical horizon can have optical illusions on it, whether or not you see optical illusions on the physical horizon doesn't determine whether or not the horizon is physical, which it objectively is.
You're just saying that. That's just an assertion, but there's no way
you just agreed that the water in the fucking picture is physical. That creates a horizon. How do you have a horizon without water?
Numbnuts. Everyone knows that water is physical, but what we're trying to establish is whether that line that you see is because of physical Earth curve, which isn't actually confirmed by that. Because the horizon changes every single day, as you admitted, which means that we know that there's an optical effect and therefore isn't the physical leading edge of a sphere. You don't get that. That's fine. Everyone else with a brain cell does get it. We can move on.
When you look at a blurry picture, there are no optical illusions in the more accurate picture. So you're not even like addressing the fact that there's no optical illusions in the right picture. You're missing that point completely. You're just going right over it like it's not even there. You want to argue with something that's not there.
Optics are involved in every single photo that you see.
Please don't. And so why is there a straight line on the right picture? So why is the right picture so clear and accurate?
There are photos that you see that don't horizon. Bro, you're going to ask a question and then just talk over my answer? Don't do that. You know that optics are involved in every single photo you see, correct?
Yeah. My point.
So then, why are you trying to assign optics to some photos and not to others?
I am assigning optics to both photos. It's just that one photo is blurry, and so it creates optical illusions, which is what you were trying to use to say that a physical horizon, which is actually an optical illusion in a blurry picture, is the physical horizon. So you're wrong. I'm not, because I'm using the different picture that doesn't have optical illusions in it. It has a clear view of the physical horizon, which then shows the oil rigs and the sailboats going over the curve. So that's it. You're done. You got fucked.
Unlucky. You just literally fucked yourself up the arse with that argument, because the problem is that you've got well, you did. So you've got two different photos there, right? Both of them don't actually conform to your Earth curve that you claim anyway. You understand that, right? And the issue is that they're not the same curve either. Because if you were to calculate the one on the right hand side, it wouldn't conform to your radius that you need anyway. And the one on the left-hand side also doesn't. And because they're different, you know that optics are involved. Otherwise, you would have to think. Otherwise, you would have to believe that the Earth physically changed size between those 2 days, right? So you don't have the physical leading edge of a sphere evidence in any of these photos. Therefore, it must be optical. Therefore, you have to agree with us, or you're stupid. It really is that simple.
Okay, so which in those two pictures, which picture shows the more accurate and clear view of an oil rig?
We're talking about the
right ones or
horizon,
the
right?
right?
We're talking about the
I'm talking about the
horizon,
oil rig
bro.
now. Hey, come on now,
No, we're
stay
talking
on
about
topic.
horizon.
We're talking about the oil rig.
No, I don't care about the curvature of oil rigs.
Weird.
We're talking about the horizon.
So let's
No
talk.
one
Well,
cares
wait a
about
minute.
the
So
oil
again, we're
rig.
talking about optical illusions, there, dude. So if you want to just actually address what I'm talking about,
Oh, you agree it's optical,
so you
then?
can't tell. So are you saying
You
that
agree
you
it's
can't
optical,
tell
then?
which of those pictures is the more accurate picture of the oil rig? Which one do you think it is, left or right?
You agree it's optical, then?
Please answer.
You agree it's optical?
Which one is more optically? Which one has a higher optical resolution, and which one is blurrier? Is it the left one or the right?
So you agree the horizon's optical?
I'm asking you a direct question. Which one of those pictures is more clear? Do you know?
Oh yeah, I think that both of those horizons are optical. Yeah.
Okay, so so do you see that so you're saying that in the left picture, even though these are supposedly identical pictures, the left picture with the black shadowy oil rig, which is clearly like taller. If you superimpose the oil rig from the left picture onto the right picture, do you think that they would match exactly?
They're not. They're not. No, you just made that assertion that those pictures are the same. They're not the same. What are you talking about?
Those are the same oil rigs. They're just taken at different times. The right one is taken when it's a more clear view of the horizon. So you're getting a more accurate identifier, a verification of the Earth curve, because you can clearly see that the rig is over the horizon. But in the left one, where you've got a ton of optical illusions and it's all blurry, and the oil rigs are all warped, they're not even like the normal shape. You can see you can even see how like one of the cranes is actually bent and like it's actually crooked. So if you think that like all that weird twisty crane, even though on the right picture it's nice and straight, so which crane is more accurate? The one that's got that weird little artifact in it that's clearly showing how blurry the picture is, or the one that's crystal clear and you can see the physical horizon?
Oh, the physical horizon. The physical horizon that doesn't exist because they're both optical, which is our point in the first.
Well, I mean, water is physical, right? Is water physical? I mean, you're really saying stupid. Like saying that the horizon isn't physical is just retarded because you can see the fucking water, dude. Like
water's physical, bro.
You're just making people dumber, dude.
Yeah, dude. I don't think it's possible for me to make you dumber. Like that would be like negative IQ at that point.
You have no clue how optical illusion works. You just cut yourself out, mate.
So
who the fuck are you?
Yeah,
I'm the one who actually knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, you don't. So, if we could, your basic claim is you can't do this on a flat Earth. You can't have a horizon cut off an object on a flat surface. Is that your claim? That can't happen.
I'm saying that does not show a flat surface in any.
Okay.
In any
Can
respect.
you get this visual effect on a flat surface?
No, you wouldn't see the. You wouldn't
yes
see
or no?
a oil
Can
rig
you
over the
or
horizon.
can't you?
So no, listen.
No, I've never seen a flat Earth before, so I don't know.
On a flat anything. On a flat anything, can I make it look like the horizon on something flat cut something off?
No, you wouldn't be able to do that in like a gym or a football field. No, you wouldn't be able to do that. No, you need a curve.
It's actually been done. And not in a gym or on a football field, on water. Been done many times, actually.
Where? Show proof. That's a claim.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll show it. It's fucking simple, man. Dude, I always bring the receipts, bro. Always.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well.
Let's see if you're able to pay them as well. Don't test Indio, bro. You're not prepared.
You picked a wrong profession.
You don't have to be
Fucked up.
prepared, actually. It's so easy.
This man has receipts.
But probably can't pay him.
So you're. He's the Karen. He's the
You know
Karen.
what I highly recommend for Globers? Please get at the drawing board, get a piece of paper, and start understanding what perspective does, how it works, how it affects our daily life. I swear, then you will really understand how reality actually is the way it is.
Yes, and we're living in the Matrix as well.
Thing is, though, he wasn't even understanding the basic argument, which is what really gets me, right? Is that the chronology of this discussion, and I'm actually only saying this for Delmite and a couple of the others who are kind of on the fence, like interested listeners, is that they started off by saying that the horizon is like a physical Earth curve, right? And then we said, well, actually, we think it's optical because you've got all these different effects, blah, blah, blah. And then when we started bringing out photos that show that the horizon, which is optical, isn't conforming to the dimensions of the sphere they claim to be on, they then start retreating to it being optical but physical at the same time, right? So then you've got this kind of unfalsifiable position of it's physical, bro, but anytime it's not conforming, then it's physical and optical at the same time, right? So this is unfalsifiable garbage.
So basically, crypto, they've been reduced. The horizon is apparently physical. Apparently, right?
Right.
No, he's strawmanning me. That's another. That's the same straw man.
I don't really give a shit about what you have to say because you don't understand the argument.
I guess water is just
Again, I don't really give a shit about what you have to say. I'm talking about the chronology of the argument
That's a
itself.
concession, by the way.
What I'm going to do is I'm just going to mute you because I actually wanted to hear from Delmite if he was listening, what he thinks about that. If not, then Talon can just carry on, like misunderstanding the argument. That's fine too.
Yeah, I want to get. I want to get into this, dude. So, I'll unmute him. So, Talon, before I mute you, I posted 2 videos. So I'm going to tell you what's going on. Okay. So they have an RC boat. It's on a lake. The lake is 1,000 feet long. They put the camera 2 inches above the water. They drive their little RC boat away, and the RC boat disappears, cut off by the horizon, right? Well, here's the problem. The gold model predicts that the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So how do you get cut off by a horizon 2,600 feet away on a lake that's only 1,000 feet long? Please tell us. Inform us.
Also, I was reading what Bacon was talking to me in the chat. He said that the boat is on the lake and that it goes over the curve.
No, there is no curve on 1,000-foot lake, dude. It's only 1,000 feet.
Right. Well, obviously that's too short. You wouldn't measure a curve.
But it happens. The boat gets cut off so that you can't see it anymore. How'd that happen?
See the video? Where's the video?
Yeah, I
it's
posted
right
it. Scroll up. Yeah.
I see it.
There's a bunch of these. It's about 20 of these on. Well, this one's on my channel. One's on. There's like 20 on Sky Breeze channel. They also replicated on.
So what's the point here?
You said that this can't happen on a flat surface, and this is a demonstration of it happening on a flat surface.
You can see the boat. What's the point?
What are you talking about? Why you only see half the boat?
What? Who cares? What is the point of this?
Yeah, why do you only see half the boat?
What do you mean? I see the boat the whole time.
No, why do you only see half the boat? Why is the boat cut off by the horizon?
What? Well, because you're against the fucking ground, dude. You can't see.
What an idiot.
Brilliant.
Like, this doesn't prove anything. You guys think this proves stuff? Man, it's so weak. It's such a weak argument.
Yeah, it's not a refutation, dude. This proves that the visual.
Like, we don't use that.
Well, if you scale this up, this is like 10 miles away, right?
1,000 feet. Yeah.
So like a 50-foot boat, 10 miles away. That's
don't
scale.
You don't. So I know this is really bad for you guys, but we don't use this particular we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. It's just an observation that we're seeing. So regardless of whether or not you guys can recreate
that's
an Earth
you
curve
doing
on a lake,
it, not we. You.
irrelevant.
You. Stop saying
It doesn't
we.
make
Society as a whole is right.
You just say we don't use the geometric horizon to determine the Earth curve. Is that what you just said? What do you use?
No, you guys just come up.
That silence is
you guys come up with these weak ass arguments, and then we fucking just dismiss them because they're fucking pathetic, and then you get
He's
mad.
projecting now. He's projecting.
Silence argument was absolutely correct.
Circling the fucking drain, man.
That was absolutely correct, though. There was no strong.
Shut up, you fucking cheerleader idiot. You got no fucking argument.
No, I want him to embarrass himself too.
Yeah, man. I've just unmuted him. Hitman Guppy, why is what he's saying fantastic and correct?
It has been scientifically proven. Simple.
No, hold on.
Science, you know, the thing you don't believe in.
Hold on.
You know, scientific research done by multiple universities, done by NASA. And if you really don't take...
You're going to make a statement and then you're going to shut up so I can respond. You don't just talk through the answer and hope that no one notices. So how do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass because you ain't listening?
Brilliant. So I did listen because I heard what your statement was.
Yeah, so you can look at the science, look at the data.
Bro, just answer the question. I don't want you to filibuster. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
Pretty simple. We're going to do it for level for children. So we send up a rocket to the moon or to...
Yeah, that's not scientifically proving geometry. How do you scientifically prove geometry?
By shoving a dildo up your ass, of course, because you're an idiot.
So you know,
because you deny the data. He made a perfectly sensible.
There are guys who are listening.
It's called math. It's pretty simple. It's basically you have a dildo shoved up your ass.
Why are you so emotional?
It's math. Geometry is math. It's pretty simple.
How do you scientifically?
Why do you have a dildo shoved up your ass? That's the question.
Yeah. So the issue is that you've got a bunch of guys listening who are thinking, "Oh wow, they're thinking, oh, the Earth is definitely a globe. These globers must have really good arguments." And then your argument is shove a dildo up your ass. They're probably listening, going, "Wow, these globers are absolutely retarded." So I'm going to ask you a final time. Oh, is he gone? Is he gone?
Yeah, he ran away.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So again, it's like guys like Delmite are probably listening to this going, "Fuck me, these globers have got nothing." These guys have got nothing. Like, shove a dildo up your ass, seriously.
And we had Talon make, like, I don't know, how many different arguments did he make about the horizon? His final one was, we don't even use a geometric horizon, when the conversation started at the horizon is geometric. I literally asked him, and he explicitly said, it's physical, it's geometric, it blocks boats.
Why
By the end,
sorry.
Well, I just want to say, by the end, he's disavowing his own claim, throwing it under the fucking bus.
What?
I'll unmute you, Talon. I'll unmute him. Talon, is the horizon physical? Does it have a location?
Yep.
Does it match the gold model?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So, it's 1.22 times the square root of 0 site in feet, and that's where we're going to find the horizon every time.
Nope. That's arbitrary and useless. We don't use that.
What do you mean that's arbitrary? That's the geometry. What's arbitrary about it?
Because you're just like you have a preconceived notion about the Earth not being a globe, so you're just throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. It's like all nonsense.
Yeah.
Like no
so the globe geometry. So tell me where in the mathematics that I just stated are wrong. What part of it's wrong? Is it the square root part? Is it the 1.22 miles part? Is it the height part? What part?
No, it's all of it. Like there's no point in any of it. Like, there's no reason to be doing what you're doing. It doesn't matter.
It's a calculation for figuring out where the horizon is relative to your location.
Right, from where you stand. It's just a measurement. of a distance from
No,
your
it's
view,
not a
but it doesn't
measurement.
have
It's a
anything. But no one gives
calculation.
a fuck.
It's a
It
calculation.
doesn't matter. Yeah, but
Why doesn't it matter?
Why does it matter?
So
Why does it matter?
Because that's what the gold model predicts, and you just said
No, that's what. No, it's not a prediction. That's what it is.
that's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, so the image I posted, the 10.10 mile away oil rig, not the black swan, the image I posted, the one I posted, the one you ignored because you have to.
I mean, you're ignoring the one that I posted. I posted one too.
No, it's been addressed at infinitum.
So, sorry, like, there's a lot of black swans in the thing. So I'm not sure.
So
are you talking about the video picture one?
No, yeah, this one I just posted 10.10
The YouTube
miles.
video.
Yeah,
Picture,
10.10 miles. What's wrong with this one? Is this clear?
No,
this is
not at all.
Not clear.
It's a blurry picture. No, it's not clear at all.
That's a blurry picture. How come I can
Yeah, that's
see
a blurry nightmare of a picture.
Can you go get the water underneath the oil rig? Can you see lights reflecting in the water?
I can see the water.
Yeah, can you see lights reflecting in the water?
It's dark. It's the sun's not even up, so it's dark.
The light is reflected in the water from the oil rig. There's a light on the oil rig and it's reflecting on the surface of the water. You see that?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that, right?
Okay.
So that surface right there, that's supposed to be on the other side of the horizon physically. How did it reflect?
So what?
Well, there's something called the law of reflection. And it's the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. And if that water right there is tilted away because it's on the other side of the Earth curve, there's no way the light can bounce and reach the camera because you don't have an angle to the camera. So how can we see the reflection in this image?
I don't know. You can. Because it's a blurry ass picture with optical illusions that we would never use. We would never use it to actually like observe an accurate rendition of the horizon. So,
but the picture, man, speak for yourself.
So you got to keep forgetting how useless these fucking pictures are.
Just speak for yourself.
Now they're useless.
You're just pointing at a blurry horizon.
Speak for yourself, because you're the idiot.
Listen, I didn't even talk about the horizon. I didn't even talk about the horizon. I talked about the reflection in the water.
But the pictures he posted were...
1 second. Let's ask Talon what an optical illusion is. Talon, what is an optical illusion?
Something that appears one way but isn't actually what...
Give us the definition. Post the definition. Citation for what you just said. That horseshit you just said. Post it. Post the citation for what you just said to match up with what the definition of an optical illusion is. Post it. I've unmuted you so that you can actually speak for yourself, but post it. Yeah, post it. It better match up with the horseshit you just... It better match... Stop talking. Post the definition of optical illusion. And it better be what you just said.
Okay.
Go.
Hold on right now. I got to use a division definition.
Words mean things. You can't just say whatever you want.
Something that deceives the eye. Hold on. I got to link it, so it takes longer. Yeah, I guess I'll just copy and paste. I don't know why you guys just don't do this yourself. It's pretty easy.
Blah, 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 blah. Stop
Something
talking.
that deceives the eye by appearing to be other than it is. So there you go.
Okay, so
all your pictures are blurry bullshit.
What you're seeing, is it something other than it is? Or is it just something distorted?
No, what you're seeing...
Is it something other than it is? Because the thing that it is, it needs to be something other than that. Is it something other than what it is, or is it just distorted?
Right, so like what you...
Is it something other than it is, or is it distorted?
Is... What? Appearing other than it is. Distortion is appearing other than it is.
Distortion is...
That's the definition of...
No. Distortion
First of all,
is
the
what
image
it
I
is.
posted isn't distorted at all. What are you talking about?
If something is, even if something is distorted, it's still what it is, just distorted. You can't see it very well.
Right.
But it's not something. It's not something that it's not. Appearing to be something that it's not. It's not appearing to be something that it is not.
So let's walk through.
We already did, and I just told you. It is what it is, just distorted. It's just distorted. That's all it is. It's not an illusion. Where the fuck do you see something other than an oil rig?
So
is there something other than an oil rig there? That's an illusion of something else being there other than the oil rig. Do you see something other than the oil rig?
Something that deceives the eye.
Is the oil rig deceiving you, saying that it's not an oil rig? Is it a duck? Is it a bowl of spaghetti? What else is it? Is it other than something that it is, or is it what it is, just distorted?
Right. It's a distorted oil rig is looking.
All right. No, it's not other than. It is what it is, just distorted.
Okay.
Okay.
And why is it?
So
Why
it's
is
not,
it distorted?
It's not an optical illusion, like you keep fucking saying.
Look,
You keep
what is
misappropriating
distorted?
the word optical illusion and attributing it to this, and it's not an optical illusion. It's not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just distorted. And in any case, it wouldn't fit that because it's an optical phenomena. If you're saying that there's a mirroring effect or whatever it is, that phenomena has already been discovered and already understood. So it's not an illusion. It is an optical phenomena, and it has been categorized as a whatever it is. Either it's a superior or an inferior mirage. It has been categorized by being able to say within the definition of mirage, it's either towering, stooping, lowering. And so it's categorized. So it does have a definition, and it is already understood. So it's not an illusion. It's a phenomena that occurs. And sometimes there's more or less of it. Just depends. So you've been misappropriating the word optical illusion and just thinking that you know what you're saying, and you're not. Because it is not something other than what it is. It is what it is, just being distorted. Do you understand?
Okay. Why is it distorted?
That's not the point. Do you understand what I just said to you? Do you understand what I said to you, Talon?
No, I do not.
Okay, so what, you're going to
Jesus
keep
Christ.
saying optical illusion? Because I'm not going to allow you to keep saying that. Because you keep fucking saying optical illusion, and it's just not an optical illusion. It's not.
You're using the word wrong, dude. What don't you understand about that you're using the word wrong?
I'm putting optical illusion from Wikipedia. I mean, a distortion is a kind of
It
optical
is not
illusion,
something
'cause
other
distorting
than
your
what it
view.
is. It is what it is. It's a fucking oil rig. Is it something else? Is there a fucking hat trick that you see that it's not an oil rig?
Edub posted the optical illusion definition there. In the
Never
chat.
go and find distortion right here
have
under
a
optical
read about
illusion,
it.
because distortion is one of those
Look
things.
at what it says. Yeah, look at what it says. Read it. Look at what it says there. Do you want to read it together, Talon? Do you want to read it together? You need to learn
Says
what it means.
in visual perception, an illusion caused by the visual system and characterized by a visual percept that arguably appears to differ from reality. So when
All right. So now that you said that much, right? You read the meat and potatoes of what it is. It appears to differ from reality. Now that we know this, where does the oil rig differ from reality? Is it a fucking dinosaur? What else is it other than an oil rig?
say
Is it something
distorted
else?
oil rig.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Now we're getting some fucking cowbell. So is it other than what it appears to be? Yes or no?
Yes.
What is?
Yes.
What else is it? Now I need you to tell me what else other than an oil rig is it? What else is it?
A distorted,
No, it's still the same fucking thing, just distorted. I already went over this. It's not something else. It's an oil rig. What else is it other than an oil rig? Go ahead.
a distorted oil rig.
A distorted oil rig, which means it's still a fucking oil rig, Talon.
And not to, but it's distorted.
So what? It's not an illusion. It is an oil rig, just distorted.
So Quetzalcoatl is a oil rig distorted.
Doesn't matter. It's still an oil rig. It's not differing from it. Stop saying it's an optical illusion. If anything, there's an optical phenomena occurring that distorts it. But it is not other than an oil rig. This is what you and the
See
rest
what
of
I
the
posted,
fucking
Alpha?
clowns mix up. You keep saying it's an optical illusion, and it's not fucking that. You're misappropriating the word optical illusion and pasting it on this. And just you think you're correct and you're not. You need to fucking change that because it's not what it is.
Is it
I
distorted?
think the argument is the oil rig. The oil rig isn't the argument. It's
distorted.
the horizon.
It doesn't matter. You need to change that because it's not going to be
You
an
keep saying it
optical
doesn't
illusion.
matter, but it does.
Yeah,
So
no,
the thing that
yeah,
matters,
it
so the
doesn't.
thing that
Listen,
disproves you.
You keep saying that it's optical illusion, and it's not a fucking illusion. That means that what you're seeing is not what you think it is, right?
Right, the distortion.
Right.
No,
No, we're letting this dude off the hook, dude. Sorry, man. We're letting him off the hook. He said the horizon was exactly where it's supposed to be. That 1.22 times the square root of Joe's height in feet is not a prediction. That it's just a description of reality. And he said the horizon is always where it's supposed to be. We're letting him off the hook.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to be. He's
Where'd he
charged
go?
with many. He's charged with many things, and this is one of them.
Yeah. So
as soon as he comes back off of that point, he's coming right back to this one. So he's gonna have to clear up
no
a lot of
problem.
shit.
Like, okay, so again,
well, I mean, we're clear.
I'm gonna post
No, we're
this
not.
image. So I showed you a video, right? I showed you videos of RC boats where there's a horizon. Okay, there's definitely a horizon, right? But the horizon is supposed to be 2,000 feet away, but the lake is 1,000 feet long. Why isn't the horizon where it's supposed to be in that? You said it's always where it's supposed to be, and that the equation was just arbitrary. Then, contrary to arbitrary, you said it's actually a description of reality. You just
I mean, you
saying
didn't actually
random
do any
words.
measurements on those RC boats.
We don't need to because we have a limit. But the lake is 1,000 feet long, and if you look at their previous videos, they measure it with ropes.
No, you
Right?
wouldn't.
They measure
You wouldn't
it
do that.
directly. They don't use Google Maps. They don't use fucking a calculation. They go out and they actually measure the lake to that lake directly. They know that
What?
they can't
Who cares?
possibly be at the horizon. That the boat should never disappear, according to you guys. That it should never disappear, ever.
You were only a foot off the ground.
Who cares? The boat should never
Because that
disappear in the
fucks,
gold model.
that distorts the reality of it.
So it's not Earth curve.
No, it
So
is
something
Earth curve.
other
It's just
than
that your
Earth
video
curve.
does nothing.
So something other than Earth curve can make a boat appear halfway cut off.
Oh, he's saying it's Earth curve, but at the same time it's not. Like, why are you double speaking every time?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
annoying.
No, it's just that you guys are using these dumb fucking videos and acting like they
you guys.
prove them.
Fucking
They
videos.
don't do anything.
Listen,
Okay.
stop talking about us.
You got anything
You're
better?
trying to bail yourself out by fucking basically gossiping like a fucking chick. Address the issue. Okay? Why is there a horizon on a 1,000-foot lake when the horizon should be 2,600 feet away? Why can you only see half of a boat? Is it Earth curve?
No, it's probably not Earth curve in that respect.
Okay, congratulations. So Earth curve is not the only reason that you wouldn't see half of a boat, and it's not physical obstruction. Congratulations, you played yourself.
Except I didn't, because the sailboat
No,
and all
you
the
did.
pictures of the Earth curve still exist. So,
You're not
you
pictures,
just
you're not
wasted your
pictures of
time.
Earth curve.
All you do is
You're
waste your time.
misinterpretation of what you're seeing.
Bro, this
Because
guy's
you have
dumb
an
as fuck.
you have an
I don't
idea in
know.
your head. This can only happen on a ball. It can't happen on a flat surface. Then I show you it happening on a flat surface. You're still like, well,
Congratulations. You did something that no one gives a shit about.
No,
And
you don't
does
give a
nothing
shit
for
about.
that proves nothing.
it proves that your claim that that visual effect can't happen on a flat surface is wrong. That's what it proves.
No, what I'm saying is that you can see the curvature of the Earth with sailboats floating
Earth
over it.
curve.
It doesn't fucking matter if you can't see an RC
That's
boat on the
not
lake.
Earth curve. That is a flat surface. And it appears to be listen, it appears to be cut off the horizon on a flat surface. Just like in the videos I showed you with the RC boats, appear to be cut off on a flat surface. It's the exact same visual. You can you can cry, you can cope, you can do whatever. But you can't change the fact that the exact same visual effect is achieved on a flat surface. There's nothing you can do about it. Period.
You don't need to do anything about it.
You can say it's a fucking mirage. You can say it's an optical illusion. You can say whatever. If it isn't Earth curve, then you're fucked.
That video only applies to that specific point in space and the lake. It doesn't disprove anything else.
It's been done on other lakes. There's more videos on that channel. It's been done on other lakes. So go harder, dude.
It doesn't matter because you're using You're using a flawed view because you're using a lake. You're not going to find Earth curve there. It doesn't fucking matter if you can't see the boat. There's some other reason that explains why you can't see the boat, but it's definitely not because there's no Earth curve.
You just contradicted yourself in the same sentence. How the fuck did you do that?
It's pretty amazing.
No, I said there's a different reason why you can't see the RC boat. I don't give a fuck why you can't see the RC boat on a flat lake. But when you see a sailboat going over horizon, that is important because that's the actual fucking Earth curve that you.
Then it's Earth curvature. Then it's Earth curvature. What a fuck.
So either like all the evidence on, because that's the thing though, is that you're not even trying to find a different explanation for why a flat lake would cover up a RT boat.
I know why.
It's because you guys were so close to the ground, so you think like you can't see very far when you're really close to the fucking ground. But like,
welcome to flat Earth.
Hey, yeah, it sounds like
because the Earth curve. That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because you're only measuring 1,000 feet, so it doesn't prove anything about the shape of the Earth. That's what you guys don't get.
Random shit. That's the point. It's 1,000 feet for a reason, so that you guys can't say it's Earth curve. That's why it's 1,000.
Just because.
No,
see, that's the thing though. Is that you're
eliminated Earth curve, so you don't get it right. When you want to test something, sometimes you have to eliminate a variable. So we eliminate the curve variable. This is Earth curve. This is caused by Earth curve. So we eliminate that variable by using a distance which can't possibly be Earth curve and scaling everything down. And say, hey, can I mimic this visual effect on a known flat surface? Oh, we can. So the claim that this oil rig, this mountain, this boat, this sun is cut off and can only be cut off on a curved surface is demonstrably wrong.
Right.
You're not comparing the distances accurately.
Oh my god.
Oh, you need a field light to do that?
The comparison doesn't matter. It only matters because you're going by. You even said it. You said, like, the calculation don't matter. We're just going by our visual, what it looks like.
I'm saying you don't have calculations.
You
don't even have that.
What are you talking about? I can predict where the horizon will be easily.
Why does that matter?
Oh my god. Reset.
Predicting again. This is so fucking
you just
stupid.
Complained about it. Why does it matter? Because you just complained about it. You're a fucking woman. I swear to God, I'm arguing with a woman.
What is the point?
It's going downhill. Can I jump in real fast? Just a quick question. Like if I FaceTime my buddy in Saudi Arabia and I'm looking outside my window and I see sunlight, he points his camera outside his window and it's dark time. How do you explain that on a flat Earth?
Because the sun is small and lights up locally. The air that we dude,
around it like a lamp.
Listen, so check this out. The air, contrary to what you think, is not actually transparent at distance. It's not transparent. The light doesn't go forever. Just like if you're 400 meters underwater, the light doesn't reach down that far.
Yeah.
Well, the light doesn't penetrate 4,000 miles of air either.
So are you positing that like the moon is closer than 4,000 miles or the stars?
Did you even hear what I said?
They have to go through air, just like
the light of the sun has to go through air, and that air absorbs and attenuates light. There's a name for it. When they design lighthouses, they calculate this. It's called optical extinction. Light can only penetrate so much air. So, for instance, I'll ask you a question. Why is the sun, when it's on the horizon, 23,000 times less bright than when it's at solar noon?
Because it has more atmosphere to go through. It's also bigger too.
What do you mean bigger?
Like if you look at the moon when it's on the horizon versus the moon when it's directly above your head, it appears larger.
First of all, I was talking about the sun.
Optically,
the same principle.
You don't know
applies.
the size of it.
It appears. I'm not saying I'm measuring. I'm just saying, what I can do with my own eyeballs.
Well, according to them, it appears to be bigger. That's an optical illusion. But if you bend over and look between your legs, which is kind of weird that they tell you to bend over and look between your legs, it seems like a weird fetish.
Well, I think we agree that the atmosphere distorts light in some ways.
It absorbs light, completely absorbs it.
It also distorts.
Yeah,
but
you got the lensing effect. Yeah,
when you make the argument that this optical extinction happens in such a short distance.
Not an argument. It's what do you mean a short distance? Thousands of miles is a short distance.
In comparison to what we posit the distance.
How far away are you from Saudi Arabia? No, it's the difference between where the sun is relative to Saudi Arabia in your location. So say it's noon in Saudi Arabia, right? It's dark where you are. That sunlight, being above Saudi Arabia, has to reach you. What is the optical path? What's the length of it between you and Saudi Arabia?
Okay, when Saudi Arabia and I are both in
of course you won't
especially
answer.
when we're both in the northern hemisphere.
Of course you won't answer.
We can see the same stars in the night sky, despite the fact that the sun is out. So we can both see the same.
You can see the stars when the sun is out.
Absolutely.
Damn.
What are you talking?
Same with the moon. Have you never seen the moon in daylight?
Yeah, the moon, but not stars, dude.
You can. For example,
maybe maybe during twilight, maybe during civil twilight, but not
okay, you're missing my point. Quit trying to be semantic here, and just understand that.
No, there's a difference. Listen, dude. I'm not being semantic. Don't make stupid accusations. There's civil, astronomical, and nautical twilight. That it's light out, but the sun's not up. You can't see the sun. Okay, so you cannot see stars when the sun is out. When the sun is visible, you cannot see stars.
Especially
that is
solar
nonsense.
moon.
Okay, you're wrong. But let's move past this. When I'm in the southern hemisphere, when I'm in Brazil, I see different constellations in the sky than versus if I'm in the northern hemisphere. Why would that be the case if we're on a flat Earth?
Perspective. I'm on one side of Walmart, and I have different lights above my head than when I'm on the other side of Walmart. Walmart's a sphere. Right? Walmart's
I don't think that's refuting what I'm saying. My point is
I
that
just used an analogy to show you how ridiculous what you just said is. Well, you said I don't think that's refuting what I said. I did. I said the reason you can't see is perspective, right? And then I used an analogy, a demonstration, right? Something's over your head. If you move out from under it and go somewhere else, something else is over your head. Right? Right? Is that correct?
In essence, you're ignoring the fact that if I stay in the northern hemisphere, I still see the same constellations, despite the fact if I'm in USA or if I'm in Saudi Arabia, both being in the northern hemisphere. But by virtue of me going to the southern hemisphere and being in a southern place like Brazil, like for example, if I'm in New Zealand and Brazil, they see the same constellations. What the counter to the fact that if I'm in USA versus some other let's say Iceland or whatever. Saudi Arabia is too close to the
So
equator. My point is that we're both in both examples. We're both in different spots of Walmart. We both see different spots of light. Yet the distinction there is northern and southern hemisphere. So I still see the same constellations if I'm in the northern hemisphere, despite whatever side of the flat Earth that we're on. But there's a difference.
They're not spheres. They're not hemispheres. And we do. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's not an argument.
Yeah, you're not describing reality correctly. Okay, so
people in the south and people in the north do share fucking constellations, you dickhead.
They do, but not all.
Shut the fuck up then.
Oh, what's his argument anyways? I hear him saying things.
So let me just rehash if I can say it without getting interrupted.
Yeah, but
I'm going to give you an example of from the Canary Islands. You know where the Canary Islands is? They're at 28 north in the latitude system. They're at 28 north. You can see the entire Southern Cross from there. Why is that?
I'm not sure.
You're not supposed to. If you fire up Celestia or Stellarium, says you shouldn't. But it's been photographed. So perspective, you know what the vanishing point is? How our vision collapses to a center point when we look? It's how projective geometry works. So the 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. So it appears that everything converges to a point. That's the way the sky is. Eventually, whatever stars you were underneath at one place, if you go away, right, they will converge, right? The stars will appear to lower towards the horizon, just like an airplane, just like if you're in a long hallway, the walls and the ceiling and the floor closing together to a point. Railroad tracks converge to a point, right? The stars will converge to a point, and they'll be undifferentiatable from the horizon anymore, and you won't see them. Right? But the stars
do you understand what he's saying? I want to see if he understands you, Indio, because I think he's not speaking, which means like it's going way over his head, pun intended. What do you think, Hung Like Tic Tacs? Do you understand what he's saying?
I'm right now. I've been, right now what he's saying is just throwing a lot of words at me.
I told you. I muted him because I knew Indio. It's too much for him, bro. Like I know what you're saying, but he can't comprehend what you're telling him. It's not registering. So it's
a waste of time.
It's kind of like a waste of time for him. Like he doesn't know what you mean.
Yeah, it's not his fault.
Unfortunate. I wish he could understand, but he doesn't understand.
Yeah, he has to read up on it. That's all it is.
Yeah. I don't know if that doesn't help either, man. He can't comprehend the what it is.
I don't know these people like you guys. You guys gotta start giving me fucking hints, man.
Yeah, because you were on him and he was silent, which means that I understand his silence as I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I think that if you can't explain something in simple terms,
you don't understand your own argument. Shut up. Shut up.
How can I get any simpler? That a long hallway converges to a fucking point in our visual field. How do you not get any simpler? You ever been to a hotel? Like, what the fuck, dude?
Bro, Indio, I literally had a conversation with my neighbor who his English is his second language, and he understood what I was talking to him about. I was flat smacking him when I was smoking outside with him. Like, he understood it. These guys, I don't understand. Yeah.
Let's start with railroad tracks. If you're standing in railroad tracks, do they go off into the distance and converge to a point?
I understand what you're saying, and I would say in essence, yes.
I hate when he said I don't like when he says in essence. I have to pause him, Indio. Like,
why do you need a qualifying word like in essence? Like, no, that's what it is.
Let me talk. I'm not.
Nah, we're not gonna let you do that because you're all that you say is incoherent bullshit. We want you to either understand what we're saying as the naturally occurring vision that you see things in the far distance. We want you to understand something, and we're not gonna let you fucking gish gallop to another point. Now, either answer the question or we're gonna fucking kick rocks. It's up to you, though.
Maybe you need some visuals to see what we're talking about. Maybe you haven't seen reality before.
You can put pictures up for him. I mean, look at the text chat hung like Tic Tac.
I bet you at the end of all of it, he'll say, "The globe is not a globe in essence." But...
Yeah, we don't want to hear that. So go ahead. If somebody's got some images, he can see some. People can draw things that look like something in the far distance. Because he needs visuals. I mean, literally, crayons would probably help him understand things. Pictures, colors.
Drawing. Can I ask a
when I draw a picture of a long
we're going to wait for this guy
for
just a moment.
Them. Those lines would converge, but in reality, they don't.
What? So, in reality, they don't. As in, what do you mean that they don't? I want to see if you understand what we're talking about. Go.
Indio dipped. He's done.
Yo. I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Rovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the greasing, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Rovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the greasing, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Rovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo. Oh, hell no. No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up. Prove it. Or we just throw it away and call it a day. It's a wrap. They tweaking and peeking, looming and sinking, got 'em all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there. Look at that. You'll always be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason. You ain't proved shit, you a bad debater. Serving up another red herring. Someone get a moderator. Second law thermodynamic violation refrigerator. Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tards are actual science deniers.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll. The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppiest. Like they're not even trying to fool half the audience, yet this will buy it up. You say it woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy, give it me to bug FE, give it me gravity, give it me philosophy, give it me pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the gripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. enemy and truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom, human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old world. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the written imprint of Putin on the pages of history. Since the beginning of time, it has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. Itself after every dictator who has ever planted the written imprint of Putin on the pages of history. Since the beginning of time, it has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace.
Have you ever asked yourself whether the Earth is really round? How do you know? Maybe it's a different shape. After all, there are passages in the Bible that refer to things like the four corners of the earth or the ends of the earth. Well, we're joined today with someone who is involved with precisely these kinds of questions. His name is Mark Sargent and is the author of the book Flat Earth Clues. I've invited him on to share his perspective. Hi, Mark. Thanks for coming on the podcast.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
So perhaps you could begin by telling us a bit about your background. Have you always believed the Earth was flat, or did you come to that later in life?
Much later. In fact, more than much later than most people to get into the community at all. I grew up in the Northwest in Seattle and went out to Boulder, Colorado to play video games for a living, and did that for a little while, and then taught proprietary software out there for about 20 years, and never got married or had kids. So I had a lot of time on my hands and looked at just about every conspiracy you can think of, and I've got an opinion on just about every conspiracy you can think of. And then thought, well, what haven't I looked at? And so in 2014, I wasn't getting any younger, so I thought I'd tick the flat Earth off my bucket list. It's like, well, it's dumb. Everybody knows this one. Right. We have globes in our classroom when we're in kindergarten. It should be easy to shoot down. And 9 months later, the beginning of 2015, I had one of those rare Jerry Maguire moments where I woke up and I'm like, I can't prove the globe in a court of law anymore. So I'm going to do the really smart thing. I'm going to put all my information online for everyone to find me. I'm going to make a series of videos, one at a time, and just start asking the internet for help, because the internet hive mind misses nothing. And put them out there, and immediately people started contacting me, but not academics. I thought academics would just, somebody from some university would shoot me down and I could go back into my hole. But no, subject matter experts started calling me, and media started calling me, and just the average person on the street started calling me. It's like, the subject matter experts were very surprising. They said, yeah, it's not that crazy, man. Here's why. I'm going to add to it. And so 6 months later, I didn't even have to wait for the other shoe to drop. I was absolutely all in. And that was 8 years ago. And here we are, 3 books, endorsements. I don't know how many. I just got back from the Vegas conference a couple days ago. I don't know how many meetups. It's been an awesome roller coaster ride. And the world isn't. what you think it is. You're living in a building with walls and a floor and a ceiling, and we didn't even figure it out. Our best and brightest didn't figure it out till almost 1960, and when they did, they were like, "Yeah, we probably shouldn't tell anybody. It'd probably disrupt too many things." And so, they had nothing to do with the building in this place. They just kept the secret. That's all.
Well, maybe you could just go through some of the reasons why you believe the Earth is flat, or at least to believe it isn't round.
Yeah. I'll give you the 5 science questions that I usually throw out there, which was science questions that I was supposed to do a debate with a physicist from Georgetown, and they said come up with 5 sciencey type things you could throw at him that he might be able to respond to. So first one, the one that gets most people into flat Earth is long distance photography. So eventually, off in the distance, the curvature should make everything drop off. Right, it's 8 inches per mile, otherwise known as 8 inches per mile squared. And that's not to scare everybody, because I know everybody forgets algebra. But that means that eventually, the further you go, the worse the angle becomes, until it goes finally vertical. Because remember, it's supposed to be a ball. And people started running to the beach. I never even told people to run to the beach, and started shooting long distance photography. And HD technology really changed everything. Meaning objects like ships and lighthouses and land masses and mountains and crap like that were previously gone because, just didn't have anything to zoom in good enough and record, was now back. And you could bring back boats back into frame, or lighthouses. In fact, the only limit that we have in objects we can see in the distance is really the thickness of the atmosphere. Because what we're breathing in is not 100% transparent, and it gets thick over time. You're breathing in mostly nitrogen and 20% oxygen, but don't worry about the trace gases. Second one would be the gravity versus the vacuum of space, which is my personal favorite, but most people don't get it because physics is not a high priority in the American education system, which is pressure cannot exist next to non-pressure without a barrier. Which means, anything that's contained, right? Whether it's a spray paint can or a fire extinguisher, or even a can of soda. You crack a can of soda, it makes that noise because the pressure is equalizing. And that went to a complete extreme when it comes to vacuum chambers. You could look this up all day long. Put anything in a vacuum chamber on YouTube, and if it's a soft thing like a volleyball or football or whatever, it'll expand until it explodes. And if it's hard, it'll start vibrating, because of the stress, and eventually explode like a soda can, because it's metal.
Mm-hmm.
And that was always interesting to me because, if you put there's only one object that doesn't do that. Meaning, when you put an object that you put in a vacuum chamber or a vacuum, that it doesn't expand like it should, and that's the spacesuit. I always thought that was really interesting. It's like, what magical thing in the backpack of that spacesuit counteracts physics, a thermodynamic law? And no scientist, no one, it's been 8 years, no one even has proposed a workaround for it. And I'm a pretty clever problem solver. I can't even come up, if I was going to write this as a fiction novel, I can't even come up with a fictional way to do it. And yet, that's what we get away with. It's like, oh, well, we see him walking around on the moon, therefore it must work. It's like, no, it doesn't mean it must work. It means that you just haven't explained it. Anyway, third thing would be the eclipse shadow. Eclipse shadow is too small. So if the moon is 2,000 miles wide, the blackout zone is only 70 miles wide. That's 90-something% decrease. When does that happen optically ever? You never walk by a wall. Shadows on the ground here only are life size or longer, right? The shadows always get longer. They never get smaller. Your shadow never turns into an action figure, ever. And it's like, well, that doesn't prove anything. Well, it kind of does, because we say the sun, the moon is about that big, 50, 70 miles wide. So it's awfully coincidental that the moon shadow is what the size we thought the moon was to begin with. Fourth one is the moon temperature. And this was something I had no idea what was going on, where you take a point and click thermometer. So you can do this on the ground. It's like a $20 engine thermometer gun. And so everybody knows in the sunlight, it's like 80 degrees in the sunlight and it's 70 degrees in the shade, right? It's always cooler in the shade. But in the moonlight, it's reversed. And when I was first told this, I was like, I've been flat Earth for like a year when I heard this. I'm going, no way. It's true. It's absolutely true. So if you're in the moonlight, let's say it's 50 degrees in the moonlight, right? It's 60 degrees in the moonshade. In fact, up to 63 degrees. And not only that, But you can take a magnifying glass to moonlight and it'll get colder. As opposed to you take a magnifying glass to sunlight, you can burn things. And it's like, okay, does that prove the Earth is flat? No, but it completely destroys the relationship between the sun and the moon. It means the sun and the moon are completely independent objects. Not only that, but the moon is generating its own cold laser light, which is just intriguing to me. And last but not least, the fifth question was, or the fifth thing was the Van Allen radiation belts, announced in 1959 by NASA scientist Van Allen, of course, who said that no one should ever go up there. There's really, really thick, thousands of miles wide belts of radiation that'll kill you dead. And yet, in 1960, they announced the full-blown moon program, and they went back and asked him, well, how are you going to get past the Van Allen belts, which you announced? He goes, well, we're going to go really, really fast. And the problem about radiation is, everybody knows this, there's only three things that stop radiation, which is lead, right? Gold, which is twice as dense as lead, but really, really expensive, and a whole bunch of water, which they use in power plants. And yet, NASA can't use any of those because they're really, really heavy. So how did NASA make multiple round trips to the moon and back? Nobody died. Nobody got radiation poisoning. Nobody even got cancer. There's still, I think, like 4 of them limping around today. Everybody died of natural causes, right? And if you say, well, okay, well, maybe they're just not deadly. Okay, fine. Go to the NASA.gov website and look up something called Orion Trial by Fire, which is their Mars program, where they're saying, oh, yeah, we're having a hard time testing the new capsules because we haven't solved the radiation problem. Like, okay, but you already solved the radiation problem in the 60s. You solved it perfectly. There was no concerns whatsoever. So what's the holdup now? They don't know what to do. Anyway, those 5 questions I threw at this physicist, and he just folded. That was it. And he was like, nope. And that we never did the debate. And the German television team went home unhappy. And I don't blame them. And that's because when you get your PhD in something, your wheelhouse becomes very, very small, and scientists do not like talking outside of their specialty. And so even though he might have been able to answer one of them, he wasn't going to be able to answer all 5. And that's one of the keys of flat Earth. We throw out a scattergun, burst of ideas, and yeah, you might be able to knock down a few, but you're not knocking them all down. And so there's a bunch that are going to get through to your head, and then we just sit and wait.
So what shape is the Earth then, in your view? Is it like a disc?
Easiest way, we'll use the lowest common denominator. It's probably a snow globe. Only it's not a high arcing snow globe. Snow globes are really, really tall. Yeah. In fact, they're almost as tall as they are wide, which is weird. But that's so you can put more, glittery bits in there. Imagine one that's really shallow, kind of like a sports stadium. So if there was a model of like a domed sports stadium wherever you're next to, it'd be sort of like that, because you don't need it to be very, very tall. You just need it to be wide. So it would be, a shallow sports stadium. I don't know. Let's just use ballpark numbers. Say 20,000 miles wide, and maybe, I don't know, 3,000 miles high, 4,000 miles high, maybe. Don't know for sure. But whatever it is, it doesn't have to be very high, because remember, most of our population, part of the engineering of this place, which is brilliant, is that most of our population lives between sea level and 1 mile up, right? Commercial airlines cap out at 10 miles. Spy planes, if you believe them, cap out at about 20 miles. And any space program, whatever you're going to fake, doesn't have to do much higher than that. And the North Pole's at the center. The continents splay out around the outside. If you want to look, look at the diagram of, all you have to do is type in UN flag into any Google engine and click on images. Our model is exactly the same as the UN flag for most people. And the only continent that doesn't make sense is Antarctica. So Antarctica isn't this snowy version of Australia. On the bottom, it is this really, really large continent that splays out around the outside like the beach of a lake. Only it's covered in snow and ice. And which is also interesting. Again, if you look at the UN flag, there is one continent that is missing, and that's Antarctica. And it's like, why would you leave out an entire continent the size of Australia? Why would you do this? In fact, not only that, Antarctica is this big, big mystery. Yeah, you can spend $15,000 American and take pictures down there with penguins, but nobody owns Antarctica. I mean, I don't know of a single inch of real estate in this world that isn't owned by somebody, and Antarctica is off limits. Not only that, but it's protected by the Antarctic Treaty, which isn't even up for debate until 2041. Which says that no corporation can set up shop in Antarctica forever. It's the only unbroken treaty in the history of treaties. Is like, why? But I get it. I get it. You don't want people just you don't want petroleum companies, with huge pockets, flying their personal aircraft and helicopters out there. That's too many loose ends. So when they locked it down in 1959, I totally got that. Which was, and by the way, coincidentally, that was the same year they announced the ban on radiation belts. Think about that. They announced that there's nowhere to go up above because it's super deadly, and the outer markers are off limits simultaneously. Yeah, and again, you can believe in coincidences all you want, but I've never seen a treaty that ironclad. Sorry, one more thing. Not only are you not allowed to go there, you're not allowed to talk about it. So let's say British Petroleum, for example. The Americans went down there and came back in the 1950s, said, "Oh yeah, the place is made out of money, just resources everywhere," and yet British Petroleum isn't allowed to even run full-page ads in their newspaper. Nobody's even allowed to protest it, and nobody has. Which is exactly what you would do with national security. You'd go to the head of whatever corporations and you say, okay, if you're thinking about going down there, you call this number and they're going to talk you out of it. And when you finally retire, tell whoever's going to replace you to call us because we're going to talk about it and under national security. Now, forget that I was ever here, that type of thing.
There you go. If we use the analogy of the snow globe, what is your belief about, if anything, is there anything outside of that?
Sure.
Is it a mystery or?
Well, I mean, of course, it's a mystery. The bigger question is, one, are there more snow globes? Right. It depending on who built this place. Right. It's either one of two things. It's either an older technology, older civilization bigger than ourselves, or the divine. And at that point, you're kind of splitting hairs because if a golden spaceship landed in the middle of somewhere, there'd be some nerds out there looking for autographs, and there's other people building a church for the golden spaceship. So I'd like to think this isn't just a one-off, only because what's inside it tends to not lean towards a one-off, meaning we're not the first people to be here. I'm not picking on scripture or anything like that. I'm just saying, the sunken cities off of India, the sunken cities off of Japan, the Pumapunku, Machu Picchu, 70 Road, the real pyramids, the Bosnia pyramids, and so on and so on and so on. I think every civilization has their time and their wonderful hero's journey story, but I think every civilization eventually has to run its course and join whatever the graduating classes are. As the old saying goes, in school, you don't have to go home, but you got to get out of here.
And you just got back from a conference. Maybe you could tell us a bit about that.
Yeah. So we did. Again, that when you're into this, there's a big need to connect with other people. And even though there's a lot of people to connect through our wonderful app called the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, which is fantastic, we've been doing conferences since 2017. First one was in Raleigh. Second one was in Dallas. The third one was in Denver. The fourth one was supposed to be in Vegas in 2020, but then the pandemic hit. And we couldn't even find a venue because they said, well, wherever you go, you got to wear masks. It's like, yeah, you're not going to be able to ask our crowd to wear masks. That would be horrible. And they wouldn't do it. So we did 2021 and 22 in South Carolina with Karen B's startup group. And then we just finally came back. Once the mandates were rolled back, it's like, okay, let's do it big time. And we did it in Vegas and brought in speakers from England, and people flew in from different countries, and it ran for last Saturday and Sunday, and it was an absolute blast. I lost a ton of sleep because I came in on Thursday and left on Monday because I had to help MC, and it was great. Absolutely, tons of great people, and I think probably 85% of the people, and this happens all the time, that were there, it was their first conference. Yeah, of course I recognize some of the regulars, but most of them were new. And that's happened every year, that we've been doing this. So yeah, it's been a heck of a ride so far.
Well, what do you think it might take you? You said you used to believe that the Earth was round. What do you think it would take you, perhaps, to convince you that the Earth was actually round?
Sure. And by the way, we don't use, and I can see where your head is already, because we don't use the word round. Oh. We use the word ball or sphere or globe.
Sphere. Sorry, that's what I meant.
No. It's okay. Everybody makes that mistake.
Yeah.
Like your dinner plate is round. Technically, your hubcap is round, and so on and so on. But people ask me all the time, so what would it take you to get you to quit? And I go, easy. One's expensive and one's simple. The expensive one, and by that I mean relatively expensive, meaning that you have to get a hold of a space agency, is slap some sort of camera on the side of somebody else's rocket, point it at the ground, and when the rocket takes off and leaves orbit, the world should turn into a globe. I'm looking at Artemis, I'm looking at SpaceX, I'm looking at all this crap. It has never happened in the history of space travel, which statistically is highly unlikely. Meaning there is no unedited footage where the flight takes off and then the thing finally turns into a globe. And the rockets move pretty fast. You should be able to do this. No, it's like, okay, it's launch, edit, and now we're in orbit. It's like, okay. And not that we couldn't, high school kids couldn't do that with Visual Studio nowadays. But the cheap one, the cheap one, which I put out there for 4 or 5 years, in fact, I was talking to some guys at the conference about this, is the spacesuit is wrong. Like I mentioned earlier, the spacesuit cannot work the way it should work. So loan me any of the spacesuits. I mean, come on, there's, any of the models going back from the 1960s all the way until now. Loan it to me. You can supervise it, of course. Put me in a vacuum chamber, crank it up, tell me what happens. Tell me how I survive. And not only that, but for $4 worth of materials, I can prove whether it's a vacuum chamber or not, which is probably why they're never going to invite me. Because otherwise, you put me in a vacuum chamber, you can pull a switch and say, well, you're in a vacuum now. All right. Okay. 3 things to prove it's a vacuum. 1, tap water boils in a vacuum at room temperature. 2, any balloon with even a single breath of air will just expand and expand until it explodes. And 3, there's no sound. So like a bell, you've seen this in vacuum chambers. You could ring a bell in a vacuum chamber. It doesn't make any noise. And that's my challenge, which is, okay, tell me how the spacesuit works. And in fact, it was one of my clues. If the spacesuit is fake, then it's all fake. And I totally get it, which is most people don't understand physics. And so I'll tell you this really quick, which is in the United States, I get it, Patriot, wave the flag, go team, right? That's why we're in space. But I ask people outside this country, I say, why do you think the Americans went to space? And they all say the same thing. They say, well, you guys went to the moon because it was on television. And the media would never lie about something like that. I smile at him. It's like, wow, you don't know us at all, because the Americans lie about everything all the time. That's just one of the things we do. I mean, there's a reason why Russia calls us the empire of lies, and we're good at it. It helps us most of the time. But there you go. So that's, anyone wants to shoot me down and hopefully not kill me. That's how you do it. Put me in a vacuum chamber, and I'll be the martyr in that case. Of course, they'll probably just play it off as an accident. Oh, there's something wrong with the suit. Whatever.
Well, you've been fairly vocal about all of this, and also the media has criticized this movement, and so I wonder why they don't just do that, give you the spacesuit and let you have the device you want that you trust and strap it onto something you trust, and then just end it all right there.
Yeah, excellent point. And they can't. I understand media. I've spent so much time with producers over the years. Like, here's a great example. The Red Bull jump, which you might have seen some years ago, where the guy jumped, quote unquote, from the edge of space, and he was only like 130,000 feet up. But the camera, he was using a wide angle lens, a fisheye lens, and it showed Arizona as basically the severe curve. And I called out producers on this, and I said, why are you using that shot? It's dishonest, right? The curve isn't that bad. They go, yeah, but it's a good shot, isn't it? And it's a Mark Twain quote, which is timeless, which is never let the truth get in the way of a good story. And the media plays along. There's some things they can't touch, and American journalism, you're not allowed to criticize NASA. NASA is a sacred cow, a lot of people's eyes. And I get it. So that's all right. I'm going to keep doing it.
Well, I want to thank you so much for coming on and chatting.
Yeah, happy to do it. If you need anything else, or if anybody needs any resources, just Google Flat Earth Mark. You will eventually go down the rabbit hole that leads to me.
Again, his name is Mark Sargent. You can find out more by visiting his YouTube channel. I'll put a link to all of that down below. Thanks again for listening, everyone. God bless you, and bye for now.
Hello,
Yeah, shout out to the Globers. Yeah, I know it hurts. If you put the what the hurt's been doing this is dirt. Brainwashed the birth to think that it curbs. Now we in first. Drank level water and now we know thirst. Check the Z go and now it's in the dirt. He got his feelings hurt, but the ceiling's yours. If you open doors, Globers mentally poured them globe floors. They don't curve. Gravity, yeah, that's what we swerve. It doesn't work. Back to the drawing board. Ask Jesus for a brother proof. Smashing globes, that's what we do. Space, oops, it went poof. Newton and Einstein, yeah, them too. We the science dudes, we got giant proof. You defiant, can't tell the truth. That's why we laugh at you. You got attitude. No curve from no altitude. Tell me what you smoking on, pass it, dude. You couldn't pass grade 2. Yeah, it's the flat earth, don't get it backwards. Roll up the map first, looking for the answers in the wrong place. While the long face ran the race, now you in last pace. Spun the globe at a too slow pace. Throwing shade up in my face. ACB on the track, now the earth is flat. Hit the live stream and now we flat smack. Got snacks in the back, bud in the sack. No rebuttals to that, and we don't slack. There's no going back. Rabbit out of hat, them globals left mad. Salty and sad, they need a trash bag. Better get glad, you better get back. Shout out to Glad, better know it's flat. It's tough to laugh when you get flat smack. You supposed to be a baller, but she doesn't pick up when you call her. Better call a lift or start the walking, cause there's no more time for talking. Yeah, I trust what I see and touch. If you can dig that, then you can lean with us. You better get back, you're not a genius. You need a genie twice. Looking like a teeny mice or a stream of ice on a fake X rocket. Just stop it. Earth is the only option. Now flat earth is popping. You cannot stop it. Check your watches. Glober's watching. He played possum, gets witted Austin. Watched him, mopped him. This is awesome. Got business options. Hug this to stop him. Bunch of lost causes. Press play, then pause it. Glober's lost it like open faucets. Now he's stalling. No more balling. I just farted. The gas ain't falling. Talk to Arwen, then Oakley Artem. That's cold hearted, but it's where I started. Played the game on hard mode, that's just where my heart goes. There's no R though, I see the stars, bro. We go hard, yo, yeah, flat earth car, go.
Alright, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
No. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the difference between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. Okay, it's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes, it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are
so
telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't. I know that. Listen,
people arguing with me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. Shut up. This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose stating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Today I have the privilege of sharing another fascinating Flat Earth presentation from Hervé Raboni, which will be added to my Hervé Raboni playlist, which you can find here. For those who are new to this discussion, Hervé was a professional sailor who crossed the Atlantic 8 times and circumnavigated our entire flat Earth as a participant in the Whitbread 1993-1994 race. As Hervé has discussed in prior videos, as part of the Cabal's process to change our flat Earth reality into a false globe, the controllers artificially enlarged the northern hemisphere and simultaneously shrunk the southern hemisphere. In other words, actual distances in the east-west direction in the northern hemisphere are shorter than claimed by maps and the globe. While in the southern hemisphere, actual distances between points are farther away. But the same does not apply in the north-south direction. This deception has created various telltale signs of manipulation. Due to his experience in sailing, Hervé noticed that actual distances were shorter in the northern hemisphere and farther in the southern hemisphere. In addition, both false magnetic declination adjustments and time zones certainly hide these changes. In my opinion, the time zone deception is the most obvious, since there are only 19 time zones in the northern hemisphere, while there are 31 to 32 time zones in the southern hemisphere. That only makes sense on the flat Earth. In his last presentation, Hervé also showed us how road map scales in the north are wrong. Road maps have been artificially stretched to hide the fact that driving distances don't match the distances of nautical mile straight pathways of airplanes and boats. To be clear, your driving distance aren't wrong. Driving distances cannot be altered, but nautical mile pathways of airplanes and boats can be altered. But the controllers had to make it appear as though the driving distances match the nautical mile distances of the straight pathways of airplanes and boats. For example, an airplane that supposedly flies at 520 knots may actually only be flying at 260 knots. I'll have links in the description to Hervé's prior discussions on these topics if you haven't seen them. This next presentation builds on the roadmap presentation by showing how boat speeds based
It's the mind of a flat earther, so I had to kind of be one for a couple days. But it was fun. I learned a lot about what you guys think, and I realized how wrong all of you are. And yeah, so I'm no longer playing the character. But anyway, if you can explain night and day and seasons simultaneously, then I will look at your flat Earth model. But
dude, if you haven't looked into flat Earth for even like a minute, if you haven't figured out how we explain seasons and all that,
I spent 3 or 4 days looking into flat Earth. So
and you couldn't find out how we explain seasons.
I have.
We spent 3 or 4 years studying it. You're like 3 or 4 days. We've been studying this for nearly 10 years, and you spent 3 or 4 days, and you're going to come in here and tell us?
Yeah, and I know everything.
You said you know everything. You know everything, but I don't know how seasons. I don't know how you guys say seasons work. But I know everything about flat Earth and how it's wrong, even though I don't know anything about how they explain seasons. You know how stupid that's how.
And I know how you guys attempt to explain night and day and seasons, but it doesn't work.
Why?
Well, look at the video I just sent in the chat.
Oh, so it's some straw man of the flat Earth position from Professor Dave or someone like that, right?
What do you mean straw man?
Well, because that's usually what happens is you go and look for a straw man, or you look for a video that supports the idea that flat Earth can't work, and usually they're saying something like, "Oh, gravity would pull everything to the center of the flat Earth, so that's why it doesn't work on a."
No, it is Professor Dave, but he goes over what you guys think. Okay. He goes over what flat earthers think. Okay. Well, then I can just explain it. You don't need to watch the video.
Go ahead.
That's fine. So
go ahead, explain it.
Okay. So with night and day, you guys believe that. Okay. Why do I even have to?
You just said you could. That's why. We didn't say you have to, but you said you could. Can you?
Sure.
I just love it that he's trying to tell us what we believe.
It's not about belief, dude. Flat Earth is not a new belief. Flat Earth. Wait, let me. If I can say one thing to you that you should get in your head. The only thing I want you to leave a conversation with me, with the idea of is flat Earth is not a new belief. It's the loss of a belief. Once you realize the globe doesn't work, then everything else has to work on the stationary level Earth because you're back to your base axioms. That's what we all experience 100% of our lives. We experience a stationary level Earth. The only time of belief about the Earth came around is when they started saying it's the opposite of what you experience in every way. That's when you had to believe it's a spinning ball because there's nothing at all that's intuitive about that. You can't name one thing about the ball Earth that's self-evident. Everything about flat Earth is self-evident. You experience a stationary level Earth your whole life.
Okay, so how do you explain seasons? I want to make sure I have that right.
I thought you knew how we believe we could explain it, and you were going to tell us why it's wrong.
I do know what you think.
That's what you need to do.
Okay.
Because you're saying you know everything about what we think, but you don't, especially if you're listening to Professor Dave.
Okay. Well, that's not where I get all my information from, but sure. You believe that the sun is like 4,000 miles above the Earth, and that it traveled.
Nope. We don't believe any of that, dude. That would be making a claim that.
Okay,
we're not
whatever.
about
You believe? Okay, let me say it more simply. You believe that the sun is over the Earth. You believe that the sun is over the Earth.
We all observe the sun. We all observe, including you. We observe the sun going around us.
Okay, yeah. Now, you believe?
So, do you believe? Would you believe when the sun? Wait. Do you believe when you see a sunset that you're falling back from the sun? Is that what you believe?
No.
Well, that's what the ball Earth says.
No, I believe that the Earth is rotating away from the sun. Yeah.
So you're falling away from the sun when the sun sets. That's what you believe.
Do you believe that?
I believe that we're moving out of the view of the sun. Yeah. Being obscured by
you're
the
falling away from the sun. So when you look at a sunset, do you think, "Oh, I'm falling away from the sun right now"? Is that what you think? No, you think the sun is setting because that's what it is, right? It's going away.
All right. So what you think seasons are is that you think that the sun goes from the Tropic of Capricorn through the equator up to the Tropic of Cancer. That's what you believe, right?
Dude, there's so many videos I can send you that explain it perfectly, dude.
Throughout the year, right?
That's good.
So
what's wrong? Okay, so wait, if that's just let's take that concept. What's wrong with that concept now?
If the sun is
you cut out for me. Is that me or him?
No, go ahead, Dave. Go ahead. I had to mute him. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Let him explain it. You don't have to mute him.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's what happens. They mute you when you actually tell the truth.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to mute you. You're not telling the truth. Yeah, don't do that, or he's going to say, "Oh, they just can't handle the truth."
Okay, if the sun is in orbit around the Tropic of Cancer, how do you explain your perfect Terminator line of night and day? Half the Earth being nighttime and half the Earth being daytime, which it's hard to explain anyway, even if you're in the Tropic of Capricorn, but you're in the Tropic of Cancer, orbiting above the Earth. So, how does light work that way?
First of all,
how is the entire northern hemisphere not illuminated at once?
What reason do we have to believe that half of the Earth is illuminated at all times?
That's a fact. That's a fact that you can discover just by having friends in other countries that you can call on the phone and ask them, "Hey, what time is it? Is it daytime?"
Yeah, that's not half the Earth.
So you're arguing that half the Earth isn't daytime and half the Earth isn't nighttime.
Precisely.
Okay, well that's stupid on so many different levels because that's something that couldn't be hidden. That's something that. Okay, I have a friend in South Africa and a friend in Australia, and I could call both of them and ask them if it's nighttime right now. I don't believe it's nighttime in South Africa, but it is in Australia, or the sun is setting in Australia right now, or it will in a couple hours. Anyway, time and night and day would be different. Night and day has to be different than what is observed to explain your seasons. And that right there falls apart any idea of the flat Earth. So we don't even have to go any further than that. Because if you can't explain seasons and night and day simultaneously, the Earth isn't flat. Now, if you can't explain that, we can go further to something else.
Wait, hold on. No, this.
Because I know you guys love to talk about Earth curvature.
I'm not sure where you guys. I don't know why anyone's not just telling him why he's wrong. But you'd have to. I can't hear what you're saying because I got a lot of noise in the background. But dude, there's an equivalent for all of these things, I mean, the reason this discussion's gone on for 10 years is it can be explained on a flat Earth. We couldn't explain seasons, dude, right? If there wasn't a way of flat Earth explaining seasons, and you're saying, oh, there's just no way it could be flat, then the conversation wouldn't have gone a month long, dude. It wouldn't be going on for 10 years if there wasn't a reasonable explanation.
No, it's you guys don't actually do anything. You believe
no, it's not true, dude.
And faulty science.
You're just listening to people like, dude, I can prove to you right now we're not on a spinning ball. Okay, you ready? You ready? Right now. If you're intellectually honest and you follow what I'm talking about, you'll realize you're not on a spinning ball. Are you ready?
All right, go for it.
Wait, first of all, I want to know. Do you want to know if it's a spinning ball or not? Do you want to know?
I do. I'd like to know.
Okay. You ever been on an airplane?
I think I know, but I'd like to know what you think. Sure. Go for it.
Right. Have you ever been on an airplane?
No, I haven't.
No, come on, seriously.
No, seriously, I've never been on an airplane. I was a little kid when last time I was on an airplane.
Okay, well, you were on an airplane when you were a little kid, and you landed safely, right? I imagine because you're here talking to us, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, this is a step by step. You have to understand what the reality is and see that it doesn't work.
I just want to butt in for a sec and say that flat Earth is not dependent on explanation of phenomena in the sky. Thank you. Now continue.
Well, what about phenomena like airplane travel and the times it takes to travel? And where we
just
travel?
let your perspective continue on with what he was doing. I just wanted you to know that flat Earth is not dependent on phenomenon in the sky, explaining phenomenon in the sky. It's dependent on the surface having a quality of being flat. That's what it's about.
Yeah, but if you can't explain night and day and seasons, then
no, not if you can't explain. Not if you can't explain shit. It's not about explaining things. It's about the quality of the surface. That's what it's about, dude.
And the explanatory power of what
Period. No but. No but.
All right, what?
If you don't have curvature and we measure it flat, it's flat.
Yeah, well, you're wrong. So you're wrong. If you can't explain night and day and seasons simultaneously, the Earth can't be flat.
Who said we couldn't explain? You're just saying that it can't be explained. You haven't even looked into how it is explained.
I have.
Yeah, you're eating the fucking game pieces. We haven't even
started. You're just buying what Professor Dave says about it. You're hoping it's not flat, so you're going to people like Professor Dave and saying, "Oh, that makes sense." Oh, this other guy agrees with Professor Dave.
No,
that must be what flat earthers think, and they're all just dumb. They all have no idea how it works.
You say
there's so many extensive. I can send you the research that explains it, but I'm gonna, regardless, dude. I'm not talking about that right now. I'm gonna explain to you. I'm gonna show you. Right? I'm going back to the airplanes. It's ironic that airplanes seem to be something that Globers like to talk about as far as the distances go and how that would debunk flat Earth. Because airplanes completely and emphatically debunk a spinning ball, and I'm going to tell you how. If you're intellectually honest, right, and you walk through this with me, you'll realize you can't be on a spinning ball. Okay, you ready?
All right. Yep.
Okay. So there's some things that we agree on as far as this argument goes on both sides, right? On both sides, flat and round, and ball, spinning ball. We are both aware on both sides that all pilots are taught to treat the Earth as stationary and level. It's not an argument, it's not a debate.
Conservation of momentum, yes.
Right. And then the conservation of momentum is this, right? You have a helicopter, takes off at let's say a latitude of 500 miles an hour, where it's spinning, right? Because the circles get smaller towards the poles, right? You understand that? So it's 1,000 miles at the equator, 1,000 miles per hour, and then it tapers up, and it's supposedly zero around the poles. So if it starts off, if the helicopter takes off from that point, a flat earther might mistakenly, or not mistakenly necessarily, but argue that the Earth would be spinning below the helicopter because, the Earth it's in a separate reference frame, which it is. But the globe Earth argument is that because the helicopter was on the Earth where it was spinning 500 miles an hour, right, it's automatically moving with the Earth because of the conservation of angular momentum that it would retain from being on the Earth. So we understand that, right? Now I can let you beg the question with that, even though it should lose that momentum as soon as it gets up in the air. But for the sake of this argument, I'm going to say go ahead and keep the 500 miles an hour, right? The helicopter's moving along with the Earth. We can just let that be indefinite, even though it wouldn't work that way. But I'll just let you have that 500 miles an hour, right? The problem is it is in a separate reference frame. All projectiles, including bullets, planes, helicopters, on both sides, it's agreed that they're in a separate reference frame. It's an inertial compared to a non-inertial reference frame. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So even though the helicopter retained the speed of the spinning Earth from being on the Earth, even though we don't have any measurement of that, we're just conceptually saying it's moving along with the Earth if the Earth were moving, because that's what they think. That's what we're told, right? The problem is if it's a plane now, let's say it's a plane and it's automatically moving at that 500 miles per hour along sideways as it goes south, right? So it's aiming south, right? Moving along with the Earth sideways when it starts off at 500 miles an hour, right? But when it gets to a city that it's landing in where it's 1,000 miles per hour, right? It needs to be moving twice as fast sideways, right? Now, conceptually, kinematically, and there's a difference between kinematic and dynamics, and that's the real issue it comes down to for most of these arguments, right? Because you can have a kinematic concept that says, oh, it's automatically in sync because it went there, right? But when you talk about the dynamics and you have to say, this is the force that accelerates the plane perfectly sideways, you have to name what that force would be and how it acts on the plane. Now, you're saying the atmosphere or the air is moving the plane. Well, air moving the plane would be a wind. Winds go in all directions, right? So it would have to be another wind, a separate wind, somehow a wind that overpowers the winds moving in all directions and somehow moves it in perfect sync with the 1,000 mile per hour rotation. Now, that doesn't work just to say it does that. You have to actually name the force, apply the force, say how the force is acting on the plane and how it overpowers the other winds and how it would always be in sync. Even with all of that, then you have to say, okay, so the pilot's really putting his faith in the air, making him in sync with the Earth. That's ridiculous. No, the pilot's just taught to treat it as stationary. If you had to actually think about the reality of the plane being accelerated twice as fast sideways, that would be just ludicrous for him to even think is happening, because he would know what's happening with the plane if it's going twice as fast sideways, right? By the time he gets to the city that he's living in. And even if somehow the atmosphere did it for him, right? Even if the magic atmosphere worked the way they hoped, it would have to continue to accelerate the plane sideways in perfect unison, 1-to-1, not just a 5 mile per hour difference. It has to be in such perfect unison with the Earth that it can treat the Earth as stationary as it's landing and stopping in a perpendicular direction, which would be impossible even if it worked the way the ball Earth hopes. So it makes it impossible for a plane to land on a place that's faster than where it took off from. According to the laws of conserved momentum, it doesn't work, bro. You need the force that accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways and continues to accelerate it as it's coming to a stop in a perpendicular direction. Go ahead and honk. You won't find the answer. You're just going to say it moves in the air and the air is moving with the Earth, so it's automatically in sync. That's a kinematic concept, not a dynamic explanation.
Okay, well that is the case. So you do understand how that works.
No, it's not.
Well, it is. So here's
I understand
why.
the concept. The concept does not substitute for dynamics. The dynamic reality.
So
what's the actual force on the plane?
Here's why you're wrong.
Well, you have to name the mechanism. Hold on, wait a second. You have to name the mechanism. You have to tell me the mechanism to prove me wrong. What's the mechanism?
If you travel retrograde to Earth's rotation, you should be able to travel the Earth faster than traveling prograde, which would be to the east. So, but it's
that's
actually
not what the baller says.
It's quite the other way around.
Because of jet streams. That's because of jet streams.
No, that's not. That's you misunderstand.
Yes,
where
it
I'm
is.
going. No. Listen.
Well, are you saying because the plane's in a separate reference frame, you can go faster one way than the other?
You're understanding. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. If you believe that, okay, let's give it the benefit of the doubt and say that the Earth is a rotating ball, right? And it's
let's go ahead and beg the question.
And it's rotating eastwardly. Yep. So if you travel westward, you should be able to travel the Earth faster than traveling east, but it's actually the opposite, because all the wind travels to the east. So we have a jet stream.
Wait, the wind. Wait, hold on. Wind doesn't go in one direction. Wind goes in all directions.
Of course, but then we're talking about the jet stream.
That's what I said to begin with.
Pushes air in an easterly direction. I know.
Right, but we're not talking about jet streams. Jet streams make it worse.
That doesn't account. No, it doesn't actually. But
it does. I can tell you how.
You don't understand. If
No, you don't. But go ahead and explain why you think I don't.
If you travel west, you should be able to circumnavigate the Earth faster because the Earth is heading towards you under your belief system. You think that if you travel west, that you should be able, in the air, you're traveling west, you should be able to circumnavigate the Earth by air faster than eastwardly. But it's actually the other way around.
Listen, bro.
No, because that just demolishes your argument. You just don't understand reference frames.
No, wait. Just wait a minute. You're assuming I don't understand what you back it up. I let you beg the question with the conserved momentum, bro. I said the 500 mile per hour moving with the Earth is fine. The problem is there's a tangential gradient. So if it goes south, it now needs to be moving sideways twice as fast, or it lands in a city 1,000 miles an hour. You have to name the mechanism. What's the mechanism that accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways?
And listen, that's why I'm saying if this observed property that I'm speaking of doesn't exist, which is you travel west and you end up at your destination faster than going east. If that doesn't exist, then that throws away what you're saying.
I'm not saying that. No, it doesn't, because I said I'll let you beg the question with the conserved momentum, right? The plane's moving backwards. Have that. You can be traveling west and the plane's moving backwards at 500 miles an hour and forwards at 300 miles an hour. However you want to make that concept, I can let you beg the question with the conserved momentum. It doesn't have 1,000 miles conserved momentum. It only has 500. That's from being on the Earth. That's what the ball model says. I'm only talking about what your globe model says, right? You have to name the mechanism that accelerates the plane twice as fast, perfectly in sync, now with 1,000 miles per hour rotation at the equator. How does it land on a surface that's moving at 1,000 miles per hour when it only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum? What's the mechanism that does that for the plane to be in sync now, twice as fast sideways?
I don't think you guys understand the size of the Earth.
It's not about understanding the concept. I get the concept. I get the concept that it just fixes itself.
No, you don't understand that the Earth is how big the Earth is and how slow it rotates. It rotates one side of axis every 24 hours. You know that, right?
Listen, 1,000 miles per hour is the same as one rotation, right? Doesn't matter if you minimize it in your head, it doesn't fix the problem of a difference between 500 miles per hour and what's the difference between 500 miles per hour? Listen, bro, what's the difference between 500 miles per hour and 1,000 miles per hour? 500 miles per hour. Yes. That is a difference. That is the difference of the city that the Glober says would be moving, right? That's what the Globe Earth. I'm not talking about my beliefs. I'm talking about the Globe Earth says that the city it's moving in is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, right? It's landing in a city that's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. It took off with a conserved momentum of 500 miles per hour. What's the mechanism that makes it twice as fast, perfectly in sync with 1,000 miles an hour? Has nothing to do with me not understanding it. It's nothing to do with how big the Earth is. It's nothing to do with the rotation.
Well,
you want to assume I don't understand. You want to hope that I don't understand. But you know there's a difference of 500 miles per hour. What's the mechanism that accelerates the plane sideways perfectly?
The fact that the Earth is a sphere and that there's less area.
That doesn't solve it. What's the mechanism? The Earth being a sphere is not the mechanism. The Earth being a sphere is not the mechanism that accelerates the plane.
Oh, what accelerates the plane? You assume that the plane has to be accelerated, and that's where you're wrong.
Well, no, I'm saying the Globe Earth says it's 1,000 miles per hour. The Globe Earth assumes it has to be accelerated. I'm not assuming anything. I'm saying the Globe Earth says it's 1,000 miles per hour runway it needs to land on, and the pilot always assumes the treated as stationary. Therefore, the plane would literally, in the Globe Earth model, have to be moving twice as fast sideways. Nothing to do with rotation. It's nothing to do with 15 degrees. It has everything to do, the fact that it only had conserved momentum of 500 miles per hour, and it doesn't have the sideways motion of 1,000 miles per hour for the pilot to treat the Earth as stationary when it's landing, period. That proves it's not a globe. If you actually are intellectually honest to understand what I'm saying.
You're assuming
what's the mechanism that pushes it sideways?
There doesn't have to be a mechanism for
without
something.
Naming that, without naming that, the Globe Earth dies. What's the mechanism?
There doesn't need to be a mechanism for something that you're describing something that's fictional.
Okay, so does the plane need to be moving sideways at 1,000 miles per hour to land on a runway that's moving eastward at 1,000 miles per hour?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then it's going to have a perpendicular direction that it's coming in, and the ground is going to be moving at a different pace. The wheels are going to break off, and the plane will crash. Guaranteed.
No, it won't.
Oh, so it doesn't have to match the speed perfectly eastward to be in perfect sync, so the pilot can treat the runway.
No, because it's within the atmosphere.
What does the atmosphere do?
I don't think you get it. Everything is.
Are you saying the atmosphere accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways?
No, the plane holds its. The plane holds its speed, holds its reference frame to the ground because
It holds its reference frame. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that
You mean it holds
if
the 500 miles per hour conserved eastward momentum? We agree.
Yes, it does.
I'll let you have that all day long. You don't get 1,000. You only get the 500 miles per hour eastward tangential velocity. You can't just add 500 because it's in the air. If the air is pushing the plane, it's called a wind, and the wind's going all directions, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, you guys show small scale examples, and you don't realize that when you scale it up, things change. The Earth is really big. You're showing this.
Good. You can't just say I don't realize something when you haven't named the mechanism that you think accelerates the plane twice as fast.
Because the mechanism isn't needed.
You don't even think it needs to be moving at the same pace. You think the plane can just land at a different pace.
The mechanism that you're looking for isn't required because you don't understand the concept.
No, the only reason the mechanism wouldn't be required is because the Earth is stationary and level, just like the pilots taught to treat it. Otherwise, there's a problem.
Earth is stationary. I can fly freely in any direction is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Well, that's exactly what happened. So think about who's stupid now.
Oh my god. There's no saving you guys.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Yeah, you have to run away, but let me ask you this before you go. What would be the difference in training a pilot, since you think it's so stupid to fly over a stationary level Earth? What would be the difference in training a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth as opposed to training a pilot to fly over a spinning ball Earth? Yeah, he ran away, didn't he?
He left.
Yep.
He ran away.
Yep. He thought he was going to be in here calling us stupid all day, didn't he? They'll say, the funny thing is to get him to, he wouldn't even know that they say this because you have to be in the argument long enough for them to know that the answer to this is just as stupid as he said, or it contradicts what he was saying about it being stupid to fly anywhere on a stationary level Earth. A baller that knows this argument will have to say there'd be no difference in how you would train a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth as opposed to a spinning ball Earth. There'd be absolutely no difference in how you would train a pilot, which is ridiculous. Insane. Think about all the different dynamical differences there would be. The tangential gradient kills the ball Earth with airplanes. That's so funny because I'm just like typing out this thing that I wrote to this guy that was having the same argument with me. And the response I'm sitting in, he thinks that it has to. He hasn't actually, I haven't even talked to him about this argument. I just sent him the 2 videos of me talking to the CERN physicist on this argument, which is hilarious. Actually, the funnier one is when I was in Jim Pandas and they all lined up, and I was like Jackie Chan with the goons coming at me, and none of them, they were all guessing at an answer of what could it actually be. But there's no guessing at this. You can't just say, oh, my guess is better than this guy's guess. No, planes just fly and they land on a stationary Earth. There has to be one answer to this that works, right? It can't just be a guessing thing, like because you want to defend the ball. How does it actually work? Well, the plane just flies and treats it stationary. So, oh yeah, the atmosphere moves with it, but then it locks it in. No, but then it can't. Yeah, how's it go against the spin then? Well, it goes backwards and forwards, and it doesn't matter because it's just like it's a kinematic, mathematical subtraction of the rotation. They just subtract it mathematically and say that's how it works. That's not dynamics. That's kinematics. That's just the mathematics saying the rule is it's automatically in sync. But you can't just make a rule and say that there's like the physics works. The physics have to be explained in an interaction between the wind and the air, or however you're thinking it works. I should paste this for you guys to read. It's so funny. This big ass long thing I just wrote to him on this exact topic. Did I lose you guys too?
I gotcha.
That was great to listen to.
Yeah. He's like, you don't understand how big it is.
Yeah, I could tell he couldn't answer the questions and he was starting to get a bit triggered. I left for 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I didn't think he was going to be gone by the time I got back. That's funny.
Yep.
Ran away.
Happens every time. They're like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
this is something that does contradict everything, and I can't. This doesn't make me feel good because I have to have an answer that I don't have, and I have to go now, keep my ball with me.
Which I don't know. How come it? I don't know. Wouldn't it just be way easier to be like, oh, shit, the fuck? I guess you're right. Damn. How
No,
hard is
that's
that?
not way easier. That's the hardest thing ever because he's been around. He's been all day, probably for months, years now. He's been calling us stupid, and it gets worse and worse every time he calls us stupid. It makes it worse for himself to ever admit he's wrong. Because then he's like, oh, now not only that do I have to admit that I was wrong, I have to feel the bad about everybody I called stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna paste this. I just wrote this to this guy. I'm about to paste it to him. I'll paste it here first. If anyone wants to use this argument for their own sake.
You have a YouTube channel, New Perspective?
Yeah, I'll put a link to where I talked to the CERN physicist about the same thing.
Oh,
He
yeah,
just
yeah. I
turned
heard
into
that
a
one. That
babbling
was awesome.
idiot. The CERN physicist turns into a babbling idiot on this argument.
Yep. I heard that one. That was great.
Oh, you were there. Okay.
Yeah, I think Roots.
Yeah, I don't try to get views or anything. I just use my YouTube channel to keep track of like stuff that happened for, the sake of just having it, not for like getting viewers or anything like that.
It's hard to get masses of subscribers when you're shadow banned, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not like, I'll never like agree to like a formal debate or anything. I'm not like, team flat earth, go flat earth. I think that they're using flat earth and they're probably going to tell us it's flat actually. That's the crazy ironic part. I think they're going to tell us it's flat and use it against us. Say the outer ponders are the aliens.
That would be interesting.
Ancient ancestor
If they
alien
came out-
invasion.
You think they could come out one day and say it's flat?
Well, I hope they don't, just because then we can just be laughing at them. Because if they say it's flat, and that the aliens are our ancient ancestor, outer ponder overlords, and they had to make a deal with them, and the only way to keep us happy was to tell us there's no more land. Otherwise, we'd feel like psychologically trapped in a cage, and that'd be their excuse. It'd give them the perfect excuse, and it would give them like the outside contact we can't confirm or we can't prove it wrong because they're not telling us we're on a spinning ball. So we could just be laughing at them if they don't do that. If they do that, then we won't know what to think. A lot of flat earthers might think, well, yeah, I mean, because I think there's probably outer ponders. Their version of it probably won't be real. They'll probably just give us their blue beam green screen version of it. Because then they can absorb flat earth and tell us why they had to lie and then say, yeah, we're on a flat earth and we're surrounded by outer ponders. We need to unite as one world, just like Reagan predicted. I wonder how it would be if we had, how we would all be united if there was an outside threat, right? Well, a local outer ponder threat's way better than a distant alien threat. They don't even have to use guys in suits that way. They can use just actors, like regular human actors, to be the outer ponders. So now we have to start being aware of how they might use it against us. That's all. Because there's too many of us now. They don't like us. They don't like being laughed at. Actually, that's why I think they fake space poorly on purpose. I think they're gaslighting us, either to just like indefinitely gaslight us forever, and we could just be laughing at them, gaslighting us, and gaslighting the Glovers. I guess that'd be preferable to them saying, "Oh yeah, it's flat. Now we have to do this because we're inside a dome, and the air inside the dome is contagious or contaminated. So you need to get in these smart city domes to protect yourself from the air in the big dome." And so now we're just going to use that for everything we want. It's too bad because that would be the perfect plan for them, and we're kind of helping them get there, even though we have to tell the truth.
Biodome.
All right, look how long this thing is. I wrote this to this guy. I have to do it in pieces.
Yeah, that guy was a fucking dickhead. No, he
How's it
came
going, Jeff?
over here.
Oh, he's
What's
a little
up, bro?
pussy now. He ran away.
No, he look. He came in here pretend that he doesn't think the Earth is a globe. Right? We had a long conversation with him. I think
Oh,
I was
really?
in here teed up with him.
He acted like he didn't think it was a glove at first. So like try to
Yeah,
warm up
yeah.
and then straw man. Yeah.
Yeah, so we help him, like basically like we talk or whatever, and we send him to 24/7 to have access to the information, because that's what we're here for, just share information with people. And yesterday he came in and he act all different, so he was being disingenuous this whole fucking time, right?
Yep.
That's why I call him a dickhead.
Well, he's a pussy now. Call him a pussy. Next time you see him, call him a pussy. Tell him you ran away from the argument.
You know what? I'll do
And
that.
then send him everything I'm typing here in the chat. Copy and paste this to him.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna feel like that, but I felt like we did waste our time with him. But I'm not gonna feel
Well,
that way.
no,
That's
he
what we're
didn't.
here for.
He ran away like a pussy. That wasn't a waste of time. He's out of here. He could have been here all day calling people stupid with his straw mans. Nip that shit in the bud, man. I'm gonna hunt that guy down actually and make him answer the question. What's his name?
Water Pickles. Oh, matter of fact,
Water
he probably
Pickles?
still yeah, Water Pickles. I think he's
Oh,
still
that
in
guy's full of
24/7
shit.
too.
His argument yesterday was, "Oh, I don't know nothing," but your guys' logic doesn't make sense.
It's a good one.
Like, I forget who was asking him. I think it was Heretic or Demott was saying, "Well, explain this." Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything to explain. It's just I know the Earth is a globe. Oh, so it's just a
There you
belief
go.
instead of
Brilliant. Yeah, he even said it doesn't matter if the plane's moving in perfect sync with the Earth. It doesn't have to be. Like, okay, then it's going to treat it Earth as stationary, but not be in sync with the eastward rotation. How's that work? Nope, doesn't work, does it? Didn't think so. This kills the globe, you guys. You can learn this argument; they'll all run away because there is no answer to this. I'll post the I'll post the link where I embarrass a CERN physicist, guy that works at CERN. His name's Franco. I thought I embarrassed him. Maybe he doesn't think he was embarrassed, but it was obvious to everybody in the room, and he didn't have any answer. So it's all about the kinematics versus dynamics when it comes down to it. You can't just say, concepts are a reality. You have to actually explain how the concepts work in reality with dynamics, forces. You have to name the force, explain the force, apply the force, show how it works. Not just, oh, it just works. You can't give them a pass on that.
no. It was too dumb to even try to explain it.
That guy didn't even understand the argument.
Hey, but did he say something about? Because I had to step out a little bit. But did he say something about um the Earth rotate from west to east? So if you travel west, you just kind of get there faster because the Earth has been
No, he was saying that. I was saying that. He was
Oh, okay.
He was trying to straw man my argument, and I established that I wasn't arguing that to begin with. I'm like, you can have your conserved momentum. I'm not arguing against conserved momentum. I'm saying that conserved momentum is 500 where it takes off from, but it needs to be moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and you need to have an actual explanation for how it gets twice as fast sideways. That can't not happen. It has to actually have a mechanism, not just, oh, the atmosphere it's in is doing it without it being the air pushing it. The wind's going all directions. If the air accelerates it sideways, that's a wind. And even if the air did accelerate it the perfect amount, it would have to continue accelerating it sideways as the plane is landing in a perpendicular direction, slowing down to land as it's moving still at 1,000 miles an hour sideways. That's why it wouldn't even work, even with the way they try to explain it. That it would be somehow, they don't try to explain it. They don't have an explanation. They just say it works. Right? They do not have an answer for this. It kills the globe emphatically. That's why this is the only thing I argue, because there's no reason to talk about refraction and any of the other shit after you realize planes would not be able to land in a city that's moving faster than where it took off from. Conserved momentum doesn't just get added to the plane magically. You have to have a reason. You have to have an actual explanation, not just the air moving with the Earth. And there's no reading of it. There's no measurement of it. There's no force involved. It's just a concept that it works. And it's not good enough.
Well, they also contradict themselves because they claim one reference frame stating that the atmosphere is moving the plane with the Earth, but then on the next hand, they're claiming Coriolis with bullets and pendulums and God knows what else.
Yep, exactly.
Can't
There
have
wouldn't be
both.
no Coriolis if it was one reference frame. It can't be one reference frame and two reference frames at the same time.
That's right.
Well, there you go. It took me like 10 pastes to get that all in there. This is what I'm about to paste to this guy. He's going to be like, oh shit, I have to read all this? Fuck. But this guy that I'm sending it to, his name's Daryl E. Berry or something like that. He's writing a book on how to have patience with flat earthers, with flat earth believers. He wrote a book.
Daryl Dingleberry, was it?
Yeah, Daryl Dingleberry. Daryl E. Berry Jr. Here's the CERN physicist that I talked to. I'll post that below what I just did.
You said you're gonna post it? New perspective?
Yeah, it's posted in the main chill chat.
Wait, which chat did you? You know we have the side
Flat
chat, right, bro?
Yeah, I don't use that. The
Oh,
main chat.
which one? You know this is the only chat we have here for this VC. Yeah, we
Are
have
we
the
in
side
Flatmans?
chat. No, we're not in Flatman server, bro. we in
Oh,
the
okay. You have to go to Flatmans to see it.
okay.
I don't like posting in the chill chat. Where are we now? Where am
Will
I?
you give me a link for Flatman chat?
Sure. No wonder you guys were like, huh? What are you posting? Where am I at? Where am I at? Anyway, I just clicked the thing at the top. That's why I'm in here. I didn't even know where I was. Is this politics and something?
Yeah,
Politics and religion?
yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I just post the link for the invite to Flatman?
Yeah, you could do that in the
right.
chat. You'll
All
click
right.
on the actual server or the channel we're in, to the little chat
Yeah.
button.
There's the link. Oh. That's so weird. One big
Yeah.
pond.
I'm gonna get on
It's,
computer with this so I can just copy everything.
it's so
Yeah.
funny because one big pond.
Have you ever looked at a globe? You know, that spherical thing that actually represents the Earth's shape? Or are you too busy watching YouTube conspiracy videos to realize how stupid you sound? The Earth is round, you morons. And if you can't accept
Who's
that,
this?
then maybe
Who's
you
this
should take
guy?
a look.
Who's this fucking
Troll.
coming in
What's
here?
up, Troll?
Resume.
You
His name
moron.
is
He thinks
Resume.
calling people morons actually is an argument when he doesn't even understand what he's talking about. It's so funny. You're a moron, so I have a point. These guys are like a dime a dozen, aren't they? So funny. You haven't figured out that the Earth is not a spinning ball. You really didn't. You really didn't figure this out yet. You really think it's a spinning ball still?
And
You
by
think
the
your
way,
reality is the opposite of what it seems.
I
That's
try to
hilarious.
insult people. I'm the king of
You think that everything about reality is the opposite of what it seems in every way. And you've been convinced of that, just like we all were, by the way. But now you have the opportunity to find out that that's totally not true. And you just go run around calling people morons as if that is actually a good argument. Like you have a point. You haven't even looked into it. 9 out of 10 people that look into it realize we're not on a spinning ball. People that really look into it, right? Instead of just assume they already know. But you haven't figured that out yet, obviously, either.
Dan. Oh boy, we've got a real scholar here, folks. Mr. Flat Earther thinks.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta be. I'm gonna go back to insulting people. That'll make my point. Why don't I just insult people and then I'll feel better about myself being a believer in something that's not true? About well, my reality is the opposite of what it seems, and you're stupid if you think your reality is not the opposite of what it seems. You must be an idiot to think that your reality isn't the complete opposite of everything you experience. How stupid could it be to think that reality is like it seems? You must be an idiot. You mean we experience a stationary level Earth at a stationary level? That's stupid. I'm gonna go tell everybody how stupid they are for thinking their reality is just like it seems. That'll make me feel better about thinking it's the opposite. Oh my God, you're so funny. And you don't even realize that you're being funny. You think you're being serious and a big man, don't you? You think it makes you tough to come in and call people stupid when you don't even know what you're talking about. This is so funny. You really think that still? You're not even hearing me. You're not even embarrassed enough to leave yet.
Is about as valid as a fart in a tornado. It's just hot air that smells like shit. Keep trying to twist reality to fit your stupid beliefs, but at the end, you're just a sad, pathetic excuse for a human being who can't accept the truth.
Figure out what the argument is. Why this conversation is going on? It couldn't just be a bunch of people. It's stupid.
It's funny. He comes in here with no argument and leaves.
Yeah, he left with his server mute too, so he can. I think he gets muted out of all the other rooms as well.
Oh. What a guy. What a guy. New perspective, you're not close enough to your mic or something, I'm not sure.
All here as well at the time. Oh, okay. Wow.
Hey, where did New Perspective post that link at?
Hilarious. And I didn't like raise my voice once or almost like he knows how awesome the argument is, but he has to play the part of the baller. It's so weird. Listen. He said for a long time now that he thinks that if he said a long time ago, if it turns out that it's flat. Well, it doesn't turn out that it's flat. If you're saying that's why I think that they're so bad at link post. I thought I posted it in here. It's not showing up for me right now for some reason.
Yeah, you post it in the Flatman server, bro. And there's a lot, so it's gonna be hard to copy that.
No,
thing.
it's
But I'm
posted
gonna
in
get
here
on the
as well.
computer.
It's in the side chat, man.
Oh, he posted it now. Okay.
That one posted, right?
Oh yeah, one big pond posted it.
Reference frames for sale. Who needs a reference frame? Discounted, buy one, get one free. Frame. Why don't you buy one? You can come to 24/7 Flat Earth. Twenty-four-seven Flat Earth, now selling reference frames to Globies. We can fix your model. Is a gravitational reference frame getting you down, Globy? Well, you can get started today with our brand new booster pack. Today, we'll give you buoyancy and density. Expand your knowledge, expand your wisdom. Do it today. I think we got a new way to mess with globies and telling them that the sun switches directions of rotation halfway throughout the year. If you're living on the equator. And they thought understanding star trails was hard. Well, guess what? The sun switches from counterclockwise to clockwise, back to counterclockwise, back to clockwise if you're on the equator. Uh-oh.
It's a bit interesting.
Yeah, I tried this out earlier, and I think the guy ran. He was confused. Yeah, man. You're on the equator looking north in the summer for the north. That sun is moving east to west in a counterclockwise fashion. Oh, but guess what? Now it's winter time in the north. So you're at the equator, you look south where the sun clockwise. Big And if in extreme northern latitudes, where most people live, right? Most people live in the north in general. During the summer, the Arctic summer months, you can see a 24-hour sun rotation about here. I mean, it stands to reason that if you go to where the star trails are doing the circle in the other way, you could see the sun do the opposite thing over there. Doesn't mean Earth is a ball. People can interpret that, sure, but no, doesn't mean it. As flat earthers, we should have known this all along from the beginning. Should be fine with the celestial data that we obtain. So what's with all these people now saying that, hey, if the final experiment yields a 24-hour Antarctic sun rotation, maybe Earth is a globe, guys. Maybe we were all wrong about flat Earth. That's what Jaron is saying. Maybe David Weiss and a few others too. Very disappointing. Kind of reflects a deficit of knowledge of their world. And these are supposed influencers and people who others trust to have this all figured out. That's such a basic rookie mistake. It's sickening. They were wrong earlier regarding star trails and celestial navigation topics, so maybe this is kind of par for the course for that side of the community, not really digging into the research and learning how things actually work. They instead settle for soft reifications of occult sciences influenced by people like Walter Russell and other quacks. Yeah, that doesn't bring you that you can use in these discussions, except unless your point is,
I like what you're saying, and I'm very disappointed that you're roboting out.
is it a bit better? Since the latest update to both Discord and iOS, I think roboting has become more prominently featured in my lectures.
It sounds better.
Yeah, I turned off Wi-Fi. Something about Wi-Fi and handoffs and everything else. Something about that changed with the latest updates. But anyway, very disappointed at our kinsmen in this effort in the trenches with us who are willing to throw it all away, throw away everything they know about Earth for the sake of some Antarctic expedition. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, bro. Sorry, Pet. It's a bit alarming.
Yeah.
It's although I want to see what the results of this final experiment are, but like it's it's I don't know. I'll wait and see.
Yep, I fully expect a 24-hour sun rotation in Antarctica on the flat Earth. Absolutely expect. Always did. Now, the fact that they haven't shown one yet is interesting, but it doesn't mean one doesn't exist necessarily. It just means they haven't been able to show it. So maybe somebody can. And if they do, great. Okay, we've got some consistency between northern and southern latitudes. So what?
Sorry, Jenna. Was that you that I cut off there?
Hey, who was the guy asking for the invite to Flatman's? Because I can't post it. I think in the it's restricted. Maybe I can give it to you individually.
Yeah, buyout.
Okay, I'll send it. Try to send it to you personally.
All right, thank you.
Flatman sent me an invite a while back. I lost it. So yeah, if you can DM me one, New Perspective,
Sure.
I'll take it.
No problem.
Thanks. Yeah.
The links that are shown in the videos, they're all expired.
What? The ones I posted?
Yeah, they're all expired in the videos. Yeah.
I don't know. I watched both of them. I watched
my
the top
channel?
one, and
I think it's your channel. I clicked the YouTube link you posted.
Yeah, the Jim Panda one. Yeah, the other one works. Someone just said that.
yeah, I got them both up on my screen. I've watched both of them. Well, I've watched the first little bit of both of them.
Started it at least. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Should
from
work.
your from your YouTube. I tried using the Discord link that are in the videos. They're expired. For links to not expire, the owner of the server has to put the setting on for links not to expire.
You mean for the joining of the Flatmans, or are you talking about for like the videos? Because the people here are saying they clicked on the
No,
videos.
the videos work. I'm talking about Flatman's Discord.
Oh, okay, yeah, that could be, yeah, because it doesn't allow it to. I couldn't even see it. It wasn't even showing me that it posted. But I sent it to buyout. I'll send it. I don't know if that works. Check it out, buyout. See if that invite works.
It worked.
Could just be because it did. Okay. Want me to send it to you too then, AJ?
What's that? Flatman's?
Because it's just. Yeah.
Sorry.
Whoever wanted,
No,
whoever was saying it was expired.
No,
I think
I'm
it was
the mod
Ego.
at Flatman's.
Who was it?
I think it was Ego. I'll send it to Ego.
Yeah, I think I'm still a mod at Flatman's actually.
No. Oh yeah, Ego wanted it. Yeah, Yeah, I know that. I know. I know that. I was gonna send it to him, but it was AJ. Weren't you saying you needed it?
No, that's AJ. I think I'm the mod
Oh,
over
no,
there.
that's you. Who was the guy saying that the thing expired? That wasn't Ego.
Oh, that was me. You already sent it to me.
Oh, okay, yeah, that one.
Playout.
Okay, that was you then. I already sent it to you. Okay, that was funny. Who was that? Who was that knob that came in here trying to laugh at flat earthers and run away? Last one. Just came in and said, "You guys are morons."
And ran away. What a joke. Gonna give us no reason why to back his moron statement. Just ran away.
Well, I didn't give him much of a chance to talk. But, stupid to think your reality is as it seems. That's dumb. Has to be the opposite. That's smart. So funny what they did to us. We all believed it at one point, or we just assumed it was true. Different than believing, I think. To really believe something, you have to kind of know what they're saying or actually understand the concept and think it's true. Most of us just assumed it was true without actually checking it. Reference frames. I'm a reference frame. Discord's been acting funny for me. I like things without it acting a little janky. All right, I got you an invite here.
Oh, that was a loud squeak.
Oh yeah, I got trucks. Sorry.
Well, a lot of people started talking, but old dude, you didn't interrupt me. You're fine. And it's not Jenna. It's Jenna and I get people get us mixed up a lot, but it's Flatsy.
I'm sorry, Flatsy. I knew it had to be one of you two. You come in pairs.
Yeah.
Has Flat Earth Dave or any of the YouTube Flat Earthers or anyone that's going on this final frontier trip to the cold place, have any of them actually come forward and said that it will be a definite claim on the side of the globe if they see a 24-hour sun? Has anyone made a positive statement on it yet? Been looking, but I can't seem to see anyone saying anything much yet, whether it will be for them.
I think it's more like they admit that that would be a problem for Flat Earth.
Sometimes I think people want a way out or they want a way off the train. They don't like what's happening. They don't need to pull it apart. But yeah, I agree. It needs exposed. It needs all the exposure that going that we can. But one little video of a 24-hour sun, doesn't matter who it's from, still doesn't clear up the no drop over distance issue.
Agreed. As far as I'm concerned, the fact that we've never been presented with evidence and there's never been any evidence presented throughout history is plenty enough for me never to go back to it.
Some people accuse us of being, I don't know, in a cult or, of a set mentality that can't go back to the globe no matter what evidence is brought to the table. And we get pilloried and ridiculed for that. But there hasn't been any. That's the thing. I mean, I've been watching this stuff for about 10 years now. And I haven't seen anything that will confirm it. I don't know, maybe the 24-hour sun is something that will be in the globe's evidence. But I don't know, it's still... It needs further exposure. If it comes back that there is a 24-hour sun down there and it doesn't correlate with what we've discovered so far, then it needs much more exposure. Maybe the scientific community will step up and get involved at this point, and that would be great to see. This could be an in for them. They might feel confident enough to come forward and speak about it more. Because there's a lot of scientists in Antarctica. That's the point of the place. It's for science. So it'd be nice if some of them came forward and said something about it once it's been done. But I don't think it's a win-win situation. I think somebody's going to lose in the end.
Yeah, it seems to me like maybe there's like um, this bit of an out away from flat Earth to geocentrism and ether. This seems to be what they'll fall back on if there is a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, that's exactly what I see as well. It's an out for the greater science community, and it would actually help them greatly if they were to go towards geocentric. Perhaps on maybe the excuse of a miscalculation before. But yeah, I see the whole space thing becoming a place where humanity won't be able to go. And this is part of the rollout to me. In a lot of ways, it's just a little piece of the story that will eventually help them get away from all of this heliocentric, Earth's a globe. We got it wrong, but it's okay now because we've got it right thing.
I see it like a Hegelian dialectic, and that the thesis will come out in the end of somewhere in the middle or whatever agenda was set forth for us to follow anyways. So.
Yeah. We don't get full disclosure ever from any government organisation, really, unless it's completely investigated. And in the fields of science, it's by the time people are in their graves that they're sort of, that their workings are undermined then at that point. That's the way that science goes. So I think it's maybe a 10 or a 20-year plan that it's all part of. Eventually they're going to say, yeah, well, the great scientists that thought it was this way, well, sadly they're gone now, but we've discovered something else, and it's geostationary, geocentric.
I think I find myself being more annoyed with people's poor line of reasoning. I get annoyed.
What's that?
Yeah, I feel you. I think it's why I'm so lenient with people that come to Flat Earth and they're angry about it. They just don't quite understand. They do get annoyed. And it's the same on our side too. Doesn't matter if you're a flat earther or how long you've been one. We can all go down the same route. So convinced that we believe that we start to run around and hit other people with the same idea. No, hang on, it doesn't work like that.
I think I get more disappointed in flat earthers with the poor line of reasoning. I don't know what to say to everyone too much. I don't usually pop up, but when I do pop up, I hope I get a good point across. I think people should probably sit silent for a while because your sentence is silver, but silence is gold.
Very true. Yeah, I'm all for the girls and the ladies talking in here or on the Flat Earth forums. I think there's a lot of females out there listening, and they might not want to get involved with the male side. And it's also a good thing to have in the room. A different perspective. Can't agree enough. But it is what it is. We all get enamoured with what we're doing and excited and thinking that we're right. It's pride's a killer, pal. What can I say?
Yeah, it only took maybe one or two times for me to say something in front of a room full of people that was wrong, and I'd rather listen than speak up and say something wrong. But I'm happy to admit when I'm wrong.
One of the reasons that I'm so quiet, I'm terrified I'm going to say something wrong or talk a lot of waffle. I'd rather just sit and read about what you guys are talking about before I talk about it.
Well,
And that's
sometimes,
why I'm all about the research. Sorry,
yeah,
carry on.
no, yeah, you're right. I'm about the research too. I like fully knowing a topic before I discuss it.
Yeah. That's, I think for me, that's why I want the freedom of us all to be able to go to Antarctica or do whatever it takes to do this. Spent 10 years going nowhere other than the little bits and pieces that we've got, which is technically everywhere. We've shown that Earth's not a globe, clearly. It's just an argument, really, with a lot of people now, and getting the news out. But yeah, it would be great if we could get out there and correlate the data that we actually need. And this is only a small, small step on it.
Is anybody gonna go roast QE tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow.
No, but I'll be there to listen.
Oh, I've already been working on some material. It's gonna be great.
Is it tomorrow or is it today?
Tomorrow.
Who's saying they have something Monday? Was it Heretic that was saying he had a debate today? Or was it somebody saying? I don't know. I'm lost. Regardless, I'll be here for whatever comes. You know.
Yeah, his roast is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. I think that AJ has a debate coming up, is what you're thinking about.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to hear back from Heretic whether he arranged the stage or what had happened. I don't think he's done it yet. I'll have to send him a message. I've been working on this all night while I've been sitting here trading all night. I've been working on my opening and all my citations that I might need.
And who are you doing that with, AJ?
Oh, some dude who challenged me in here.
Yeah, that's right. It was.
You ever thought about having a mock debate where you just like bounce your ideas off of me and I tell you, I like give you feedback? I'd love to do that. That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I was actually going to do that with Alpha as well. I can't do it right this minute. I've got like 4 trades going at the moment that I'm watching and trying to decide when to get out, so I can't sort of concentrate on both.
Shucks, you just can't do it now. Got it. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Sorry, dude. I'm watching my trades.
What platform are you using? Ninja?
Sorry, what's that?
So what platform are you using for your trade? Repeat that, please? Oh, Bybit. Okay.
Bybit, yeah. So I got one going at the moment in inverse perpetuals, and I got one going in USDT futures, and got one on ETH in USDT.
Hold on. What are you going off of? Minute wise or second wise? Every hour?
4 hours.
You're doing 4 hours?
Yeah, I originally jumped into an hourly, but the bands have just flipped on the hourly, but 4 hours still looking quite strong. It's just having a really small pullback. There's not much volume, so I think it's going to push up a bit higher in the next 4 hours.
So you're in a buy, not a sell?
What's that, sorry?
I said, so you're in a buy, not a sell?
Yeah, I'm long. Just a short one.
Yeah, I use this platform called Ninja Traders. Another platform, Pocket Option. Of course, your little Coinbase and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I got into Bitcoin at 65.2, and it went up to 67, which was the next level it has to break. on the hourly it hit 67, but on the hourly it's just bounced off the 67 and come down to 66. But it's 66. Where are we at now? 66.23. But it's holding on top of the 50 MA. So should come back up on the 4 hourly, hopefully. I was up about 500 before.
Yeah.
It's got to get through that 67, man. Otherwise, we're going back down. I was muted up, but I was looking for all the citations I could tonight on refraction. Having a good read on it. Very interesting.
When are you hoping that to happen?
What's that, sorry?
When are you supposed to? When are you hoping that debate happens?
It's supposed to be this coming Friday.
Friday. That's right. Okay. Yeah, there was something else. There was supposed to be something happening tonight. I don't know if it was with Heretic and some other clown, but
I
I feel
haven't
like
seen
Heretic.
anything.
I feel like Heretic said he has something coming up this Monday, or today, or next Monday. I forget what he's. Or was it Heretic? I'm not sure. I've been up a lot late nights with all these guys for like the last 4 nights, so my memory's kind of fuzzy.
Yep, it's 6:15 in the morning here. Looks like I won't be going to bed till about 10.
You're gonna wait till your things are done and then go to bed.
I got two short ones on that I wanted to close out tonight. And they were up before. They've just come down a little bit, like I said. So I want to close those two out. I'm just trying to decide when to close those. I got one long that I'm going to keep on for Bitcoin. I'll keep that as long as I need actually now. I'll drop my stop loss right down and try and ride that out past 72. Whether it's a week or 2 weeks, I'll keep it open.
Yeah.
You guys know how silly it is when people tell you how smart they are or something along those lines. I feel the same way, that it's just as silly to tell us how great you are. People shouldn't, if people should let actions speak for themselves and
Yep.
not pop up and tell you how great they are and how wonderful they are.
I'll be back in about 30 minutes, an hour. Gotta go do a couple of
Seriously, is anybody talking? Come on, somebody talk. Say something. Talk to me. Flat Earther.
We were, but you were muted. Deafened.
I'm not deafened. Are you deafened?
Definitely not.
Sure, no. So, do you believe in a flat Earth?
Donald, what are you doing?
I'm trying to have fun, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, well, you're kind of a silly goof.
Sure. And why should I not be a silly goof?
I'm not
Did you
telling you
know?
it shouldn't be.
Did you know that it's impossible to be a flat earther without being a silly goof? I knew that. I could teach you how to know that too. Thank you for not kicking me. No, this is Fight Club. Why do you sit in here not talking?
What's your
If you're not
best? What's your best evidence for curvature?
measurements. Is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
Direct measurement?
Is it possible to measure something that does not exist?
It's not possible to measure
No,
something.
it's not, because curvature doesn't exist, so no, we can't measure it.
I never said anything of that. I just asked a simple question. And I think you all agreed with me that it is impossible to measure what exists. Well, I have personally, and I can teach you how to do the same thing. It's very simple. I've personally measured the circumference of the planet, and I can teach you how to do it. I can teach you how to do it. It's very easy. It's
No,
wonderful.
not measure, calculate.
Nope, measure. It's a measurement.
There's a difference between measurement and calculation.
Yeah, I agree, and this is a measurement. Yes, there's definitely a difference between a measurement and a calculation. Undisputable. I agree. But I can show you how to measure the circumference of planet Earth.
Okay, well, let's see if it requires any assumptions or does it require any interpretation of seeing something out in distance. Go ahead.
Nope, doesn't require a single assumption. I mean, unless you think that if I point something somewhere, I can measure the angle. So if I point something somewhere, can I measure that angle?
Well, angles would require, lines.
No, where in the definition of an angle is a line? Please show me that.
But it
Cite
requires
your,
not a line, lines.
cite your source.
Do you understand what an angle is?
I do, yes. I'd like for her to cite her source. That'd be amazing. Can you cite your source? Because I have a source. You cannot cite your source. It's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you playing the
It's
game.
very simple, man. Two straight lines that meet at a vertex or a common endpoint is what you require to measure an angle.
Say that again, please.
If you're measuring an elevation angle or a depression angle, you require
Okay.
two straight lines that meet at a vertex
No.
or an endpoint.
I have many things already wrong with this. You use the word angle in the definition of the word angle. You cannot do that. That makes it incoherent.
You asked me to define an angle. So if you'd like to
and
define
you
what an angle
use
is,
angle,
an angle is two. Listen, Donald. An angle is formed when two straight lines meet at a vertex or common endpoint.
So cite your source on that definition. Cite your source on that definition, please. It'd be amazing if you told me where you got that definition. That'd be amazing.
I just did. I said splashlearning.com, math, vocabulary, geometry.
Splashlearning.com is not a reliable source.
Oh, okay. No worries. Would you like another one?
Sure.
We can have a
I'd
look
like
at
for you to go
Wikipedia. In Euclidean geometry, an angle is the figure formed by two rays called sides of an angle, sharing a common endpoint or the vertex of the angle. So
define ray. Please define ray.
Well, actually, rays don't exist.
What is a ray?
Well, rays don't actually exist, to tell you the truth.
But you said you just defined the thing with ray, so please tell me what a ray is.
Well, this is actually saying it
you
said two rays.
Said it. You defined the thing as ray.
Listen here, Donald. I gave you my first citation, which you weren't happy with, and I'm just going down the list and reading. Now, in this instance, they're talking about two rays as the side of the angle with an endpoint at the vertex. All right. So in this instance, the rays that they're referring to are the two straight lines that I referred to in the first instant.
Yay, thank you for unmuting me for
I
reasons.
muted you ages ago.
I know, and I muted you as soon as you did that.
Oh, did
So,
you? Well, if you want to mute moderators in here, you're going to get booted altogether.
well, I mean, if you mute me, I'm just going to mute you.
I'm going to mute you every time you speak over the top of me.
Sure.
Hey, let
Do
me ask
that.
you a question.
So,
How do you know what music mutes you, Donald? Does the service
how do
mute
I
you?
how do I get somebody muted who will not stop talking over me? How does that happen?
Do you ever come in here when you're not squashed?
So, can you define what a ray is?
In this
That
instance, like I said, the ray is referring to the two straight lines required to measure your angle. However, if we were talking about
no,
rays of
no.
light, which we're not, they don't exist.
Well, no, we're not doing that, and rays of light exist, so that's non sequitur. But I'd like for you to define what the definition that you used had the word ray in it. I'd like for you to define it in that context. The
Just did.
definition you gave that had the word rays
Just
in
did.
it. I'd like for you to define what rays mean in that context, please.
Do you listen to anything, Ray? Donald, sorry. I just did. I said, in this instance, I'll read it again. Give me 2 seconds. In Euclidean geometry, an angle is the figure formed by two rays called the sides of the angle, sharing a common endpoint called the vertex of the angle. Angles formed by these two rays are also known as plane angles as they lie in the plane. All right, so in this instance, the plane are the two straight lines is what it's referring to. Just as in my first citation that I gave, that you didn't accept, spoke about two straight lines.
Define rays. You didn't do that. You just said that.
You don't know what a ray is in geometry, Donald?
I do. He's just looking it up. Looking it up.
Sure.
Ray.
So, what is a ray? What's a ray?
My gosh. In geometry, like I said, it is the part of a line that meets at an end point. It's very
Okay.
simple,
Can I ask
Donald.
you a quick
I've
question?
explained it 3 times now.
Quick question. Do lines exist in objective reality?
Wow, bro. Dude.
So, do lines exist in objective reality? So, do
What are you talking about in regards to lines? Are you talking about to a straight line that we're viewing? Hang on.
So,
I'm trying to. Donald, I'm trying to clarify. Yeah. And you just talk over me every time. You brought up, can we measure an angle to a celestial body? I stated,
no, I did
yes.
not. No.
Yes, you did. And we can
No.
rewind and listen to that. You said,
Please
can we
do.
obtain an angle to something
No.
above us in the sky? That was your first question, Donald.
No.
And I said yes. And everyone agreed. Yes. You then
So,
said,
liar.
can we tell you what an angle is? I then gave you a citation for two straight lines meeting at a vertex. You then told me that that citation wasn't sufficient and it wasn't the main source. I then gave you an explanation from Wikipedia. I then gave you an explanation from Wikipedia, which you then wanted to debate over what a ray was. And now you're asking if there are straight lines in reality, and you don't want to clarify when I ask you the question. So, how about you provide a citation for an angle that doesn't require two straight lines meeting at a vertex?
So I just want to say that every time you mute me, I'm going to definitely.
So he's not going to listen to anything that has to be said. He just wants to talk over, and when he gets muted, he deafens himself.
He's come in here with this gotcha. He'll only accept sources that say rays instead of lines meeting at vertex or vertices.
Well, the definition is the same, yeah?
Yeah, well, rays is going to be something he can use as refraction, can bend the light rays, and that's where he's
Well,
going to
no,
get
he can't. And that's
curvature.
where I knew he was going. And that's why I told him that, in maths, a ray means a straight line. If we're talking about refraction, rays don't exist.
Yep. According to Walter Bislin, rays do not exist. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a direct citation here from Andrew Thomas Young. It says that it's the horizontal ray paradox. And this is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we have a beam of light infinitely narrow. Rays do not really exist.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Andrew Thomas Young. I said Walter Bislin. I'm sorry.
Is Donald still deafened? Oh my gosh, I can't believe he's still deafened.
No, he's not deafened. He's just server muted now.
No, he's deafened himself. Oh yeah, that was the guy
Yeah, he's
that
deafened.
came in and said something.
What the fuck is the point
Oh,
of
he's still
coming into
deafened.
a VC just to put your fucking fingers in your ears? This guy's insane.
It's a troll. People love
So
trolling.
trolly.
Am I wrong, or did he start off with asking whether we could measure an angle, Jenna?
Huh?
That was his question, wasn't it? I was
Hey, so
right.
Bregman?
He came in asking if we could measure an angle to something above us.
Yeah, I believe that's how it started.
So he's dishonest as well.
I didn't mean to yell in your guys' ear. Apologize for that.
Just the fact that he is deafened and muted and still sitting in here is just it's pretty funny. Comic, really.
Yeah, he said every time he gets server muted, he's going to deafen himself so he can't hear us. So he's obviously thinking he's going to outweight the server mute.
That's stupid games that children play, you know.
How do you outweigh a permanent mute, though?
Huh?
Well, what? Was it Twaddle said? You're going to outweigh the mute. Well, AJ's now. How do you outweigh a permanent mute?
Yeah, I don't know.
What up?
Dimmock's here. The ruckus is going to start.
Party people?
How's it going, D-Mont?
You're like the dude that the bouncer doesn't let in on Friday night, Dimmock.
What is it?
You're like the dude that the bouncer doesn't let in the club on Friday night. They're like, fuck, he's back again.
I know. You know, I used to go to places and I was younger and I'd go to places with my woman and we'd be going to this concert thing, you know, just like a little bar concert type deal. And I'd be standing there just watching everybody, make sure nobody's, you know, getting too close to my woman or nothing crazy, you know what I mean? It's protecting my wife, you know, looking whatever, right? And a big group of dudes comes up to us when we're outside to smoke a cigarette. At this point in time, I smoked. I was younger, stupid. So, outside smoking a cigarette, and a group of dudes in red shirts comes up to me. They was like, "Who do you work for?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" They was like, I was like, "What are you talking about?" They was like, "Bro, who do you work for?" Something. They was like, "You're like a professional, dude. We seen how you was doing something." I was like, "No, I was keeping an eye on my woman right here, man." Because it was like a group of people by her, and I was making sure nobody met. And they was like, "Oh," they was like, "Well, you look intimidating." I was like, "To who?" And I'm talking to all the bouncers. They all got security on their shirt, and they're like, "It's something." And this. So now the security dudes walk away from me talking. This random dude, this little short dude, walks up and he says, "I'm with the band. I make a pretty good amount of money, but I'm a little bitty dude, and people try to pick on me and don't like me." I was like, "Yeah." He goes, "I was looking for like a bodyguard and I was wondering if I could hire you." I was like, and then the security guard dude's like hurting. They walked back over like, "Oh man, we're security. We got what you need." And he looked at him like, "Yeah, what the fuck ever. Back up, man." And he looked back at me, and when they walked away, he goes, "So I was talking to you. Can I hire you for private security?" I said, "Brother, I'm not a security guard here." I said, "I got a yellow shirt on. They got red shirts that say security. My yellow shirt is just plain." He's like, "You're not their boss?" I said, "No, I don't even know them dudes." So this random dude from a band thought I was like the head security and the bouncer, and I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even know why. Like, just weird shit, you know?
You're that head honcho guy, you know? Everybody wants a pizza.
I just don't drink. So I wasn't drinking alcohol, and I held myself, you know, I stand up straight, you know, and I keep an eye on shit, you know? Maybe I do look like a security guard. I don't know. And plus, I wasn't drinking, so maybe they're like, yeah, this dude, we ain't seen him drink once. And he been there about 4 hours, you know? You know, that's a good thing to have, a non-drinking bodyguard.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I wouldn't want somebody that's not coherent to fucking guard me.
Right. Yeah, I just thought it was weird that me and my wife were standing there, and there's like 5 to 6 to even maybe 7 dudes in a circle, and he comes up to me to be a security, not the security dudes. I just thought that was weird. And he asked me a weird ass science question. He said, "Let me ask you a question, buddy." I said, "Yeah." And he asked me the question. I said, "Well, ice." He said, "Holy shit, you got it right." I said, "What? I did?" He goes, "Yeah." And then he commenced to ask me to be a bodyguard or something. I said, "Is that dude gay or something, man? Is he flirting with me? What the fuck's going on right now?" Like, did that dude just ask a question and try to break the ice and then tell me he's gonna pay me to be his date or something? Like, what's going on here? Yeah, I couldn't tell whether, yeah, because my wife laughed. She goes, "That's probably a gay guy flirting with you." I was like, "What the fuck?" Talking about he's in a band. I said that would be a funny pickup line. "Hey, I'm in a band, bro, and I need security." No. Yeah, after that, I couldn't tell. I felt weird. I was like, "Holy crap!" It could have been either or. But I
Well, I
turned.
think. Sorry, I was saying. I think you're a bodyguard in here too.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit. But my thing's not. I don't really want to be mean to people. I just want to treat them how they want to be treated. You know what I mean? So if they come in here and want to be rude and want to be goofy to people, then like I don't know. Eventually, karma will get them if it's not me or anybody else. Yeah, I just want to give everybody the treatment they want. You know what I mean? So if they come in the room like, "Hey, everybody, great, tell jokes," I'm gonna tell a joke with them. It's gonna be great. If they come in the room cussing everybody out, that's probably what they want is to be cussed out. I mean, that's just how I see it.
That's what we've had for the last few hours, actually. I think the last 3 have been like that.
Oh, really? I'm psychic. I wasn't even listening. Dang. What about when they tell you gravity pulls everything down and you say, "I've got a rock sitting on the ground"? At what rate is it being pulled down? And you get no answer.
9.8 meters per second.
That's supposed to be the rate. You're right. And then I say, "Hey, what about the dirt I'm standing on right now? The dirt that I'm standing on the surface of, isn't this earth supposed to be like falling also?" So when can we prove that the earth is falling 9.8 meters per second squared? If in their own model everything is falling, not orbit, falling. Professor Dave said everything is falling. Everything. That means the earth that he sits on is falling in his model. How could he demonstrate falling?
He sounds like a theologian now.
Yeah, he sounds like something weird. I would never ever say everything is doing anything like that. Like that'd be weird because there's always, I don't know, there's always something that can happen different. Or it's like I used to think there was no way you could form water into a sphere until I met my freezer. I was like, "Oh, hi, little freezer. You can freeze water into shapes. You're awesome. But see, gravity can't do it, so it doesn't worry me.
Maybe by falling, he also means a slide into degeneracy, like most of his fans and himself seem to be doing.
Oh, yes, like a fallen state, like a fall. Yeah, I get you. I get you. Like falling from grace. Yeah. Well, isn't that what gravity has to do? Make you not be able to go to heaven? Has to keep you in hell at 9.8 meters per second squared. Isn't that weird? I mean, I'm not even religious like that, but just think about it. Like the idea of falling from grace, gravity can only bring you down.
Yeah, and then that's where they got to be to measure their angles too. Apparently, center of hell, out off the equatorial plane. Seems they need their two straight lines for their angle.
Heliocentric. L-I-O-centric. Weird. Just weird.
Heliocentric.
Yes. Elect right.
Hell, it's like hell input output centric.
Listen to
It's
this word.
Helios. It's fucking Helios, the sun god. It's fucking.
Listen to this word. You have the First Reich, the Second Reich, the Third Reich, then the Elect Reich. And you buy your electric from the electric company, from the higher ups who have the elect right or the right? The elect right of power. How do you get a right of power other than religion or, religion or being a king or queen, which goes back to religion, right? Because the king or queen enforce the idea that they're from the thing that is Jesus or God or Mary or Adam and Eve, and right. So the king and queen from God, and then from God and whatever, the king and queen and their pope, their little advisor, you know. So that's the Trinity fucking your way to heaven right there. The king, the queen, and the pope, right? And then it trickled down from that to a preacher to, just saying, think about it. Who has the rights to do anything other than royalty or like a religious fucking top dog?
Well, I'd say that they get that kind of structure from the Bible because the Bible speaks of that kind of structure, especially with the body of Christ. So they
Right.
hijack structure and they use it in the real world.
Yeah, the structure is supposed to be family oriented, not like, yeah. It's supposed to be a real thing where everybody does everything for free and everybody helps everybody. It's supposed to be an actual structure of fucking reality, like ants, like an ant farm. It's not supposed to be the structure that's set today. That's just weird. I was debating my buddy today at work. He said when he first started there the other day, he was a trainer. He only been there for a couple days. He said, "Oh, something, you're a flat earther." Yeah, and I was talking to him. Well, today the fucker springs on me that he's been arguing, debating his buddy for a long time, and one of his best buddies is a flat earther, but he's not. And I said, okay, you fucker. So where's your evidence for the globe? And he looked at me. He goes, no, no. I said, well, hold on a minute. I didn't know you were that deep into it. If you're that deep into it, you should have already just came up to me like, oh, you're a flat earther. I've got something to lay out for you. He didn't approach it like that. He just asked me my opinions on a lot of things. He's like, what do you think about the moon? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? I'm like, well, I don't know where my thoughts get up on like it being a ball or not. You know what I mean? Because my thoughts are based on non-ball. He's like, yeah. And he tried to do the thing where he asked me how to. He's like, "How would I go about demonstrating that?" I was like, "That's a good thing for you to have to figure out. That's your model." I was like, "If you ask a flat earther for all the answers, then what? Who gave you your globe info? If you guys got to come back to me for all your answers, right?" So like, you have to come up with the answer, and then a demonstration that fits your answer or your evidence, a physical attribute that fits the evidence you're trying to give or put forth. He goes, "Oh, I see what you're saying." And then he goes, "Okay, okay." So now he understands, and he goes, "Man, we had a real good talk, because I guess today's going to be the last day that I see him." He shook my hand. He's like, "Man, I had a great talk." He's like, "You're funny as hell, bro, man." He's like, "My little brother would love you." Yeah, he thought it was funny as hell the way I approach my stuff, and the things that I say to him about it or whatever, because the stuff I tell you guys. I was telling him the same things, how gravity's stupid or this and this, and how Niagara Falls should be the curve of the earth, but the water not moving. And that one got him. I was like, you stand 10 miles away from Niagara Falls, that becomes your horizon. Now, can you show me the water sitting still on that Niagara? And he started thinking, he goes, holy shit. Holy shit. And I was like, yeah. And I was like, and he started talking about scale, and I was like, yeah, but the same scale means you're a little bitty dot. Like, you're a microscopic dot on this thing. And now you're telling me you can't pick up a Sharpie, which is a microscopic dot compared to you, and dot on the wall, elevation. So you mean a dot on the wall can't even find globe elevation at any point? And he was thinking, and he was like, and he didn't put no dot on the wall. And I was like, that's where we are. So here's where we are. We can't put no globe elevation dot on the wall. It doesn't exist.
It's funny, Demok. I kind of think about this every now and then. Like, there are things that I don't share with most people in my life about this topic. Like, I would say many of my friends and family members don't know that I'm really into the Earth and into astronomy and cosmology and things like that. And the one or two times some of my normie friends have heard me go flat smacking people, they're like, holy crap, how do you know all this stuff? You sound like a freaking autistic savant. Because people who know me in my life know that this is so far outside of my normal thing that I'm normally into or talk about professionally or just casually with my friends and family and stuff. They have no idea that I have like all these formulas memorized, that I think about this topic a lot, that I've got a lot of really good arguments. And when they hear it, they're totally taken aback. Like, oh my God, it's like I don't know this person anymore.
Right. Well, there's a guy at my work that I used to go back and forth with, right? And then when he comes in now, he goes, it's flat. I go, I know. And me and he talked about like all kinds of science stuff, like big time, right? We discussed all kinds of stuff. Well, he comes in all the time and just declares it's flat now with me. He's like, it's flat. He's like, he's right. Dem's right. And he's like, don't try to understand him, because he's at like 500 IQ, and you guys are like trying to be 100 IQ right now. He's like, just don't try to understand him. Just listen and pay attention. And if it goes over your head, it's because his IQ is higher than yours. And I didn't say this stuff. This other dude did. And I was like, whoa. I said, no, don't listen to that. I said, everybody's smart as everybody. Just pay attention to reality is all I can say. And he goes, yeah, that works. That works. I said, just reality shit. That's all it is. It's not really an IQ for anyone.
Yeah, little kids figure this out pretty young. I mean, talk to anyone under 5. Make sure you're good to do that, right? But if you have any like nephews or nieces or something, or maybe you have your own kid, just talk to them.
Well, my
I
5-year-old.
got 4 kids. All
Yeah,
my kids are older. They're down. They're down with it.
yeah, my 5-year-old is in there right now doing math for fun. So.
Yeah, what a great way to teach kids about the Earth and teach kids about science and math and stuff. You just hit them with flat Earth from the beginning. Here, hey kid, we'll teach you about elevation angles. I swear, like 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 5-year-olds could get this stuff. Just got to start easy. Hey kid, here's a triangle. Can you stick the triangle inside the circle hole No, you can't. Oh. There have been many fascinating articles written over the years, some in scientific journals, others in just magazines and things about how kids form a cosmology of the world, particularly in absence of any formal education on the matter. And it's always flat. It is absolutely the default. It's what makes sense. I think part of the globe lore and the globe religion is to get you to stop thinking like a flat earther, right? Because in your normal everyday life, you walk around on the ground, you look up at stuff and seeing stuff in the sky. You look up to see the stars, you look up to see the moon and the sun. Everything is up and out from you. But globers have been trained to think about these things as though they have a God's eye view of Earth and a solar system, and these bodies are rotating around each other, and Earth is rotating around the sun. And every time they look at the sun or look at the moon from their vantage point here on Earth, they're imagining the solar system model in real time. And they need to cut that shit out. Like, you got to train yourself to think about the world as you actually see it, so that you align your God-given senses and your mind together with reality that is objective. You can't align your senses with objective reality, you're going to have a bad time. You might be one for the Darwin Award. And we don't want any Darwin Award winners in here. So we get Globies coming in. They're all potential candidates for the Darwin Award. We try to give them a gift of critical thinking so that they can save themselves. So yeah, lesson learned. Don't be a Darwin Award glober.
Don't win your Darwins.
Every Globie coming in is a potential Darwin Award winner. We just got to get that mindset through.
Well, I'd say they're the Nobel Peace Prize winners. The Nobel.
That is a Darwin Award.
Yeah, the Nobel Peace Prize.
Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, the Nobel Prize, right? Bell means beauty, right? So why isn't that weird? The no sound, no bell, no tone, no beauty prize. What the fuck? It's not a beauty pageant. It's not a beauty prize. Like, what is like? That's just a weird term.
Hey, do you think the guy who won that Darwin Award by fixing helium balloons to his lawn chair and rising way up, do you think he saw curvature? Do you think he was a Globie? He was a Globie looking for curvature, and he won the Darwin Award because he thought he could see it.
Hey, man, I'd give him all kinds of awards. I'd let him be nobility. He'd get the Nobel Award and be like King Francis Noble, Isaac Newton, King Newton Bacon. King Isaac Noble Newton. Was
Dude,
Newton
yeah,
a
someone
king?
with that name's got all the titles and lineages.
I always wonder if some of these dudes weren't like king or top payer of the society, like the commissioner dude who pays everybody. And they're like, "Oh, this guy's so smart," and everybody brings him all the info, and he just sits there, all their pictures up, and says, "Yes, yes, here, 153 pi 9, geometry, trigonometric, parabolic parabola." Parabolism, parabolic. That's two balls. Parabola like flight. Parabola. Yeah, and the dude at work was like, "Yeah, but it's this and this." I said, "Yeah, but that's a good explanation. But look at ISS Live. What's it show you?" He said, "A perfect sphere." I said, "Yeah, it looks like a flat pizza disc to me. The globe." So the Globers are the ones that are mad because they're flat pizza discers in space, aren't they? That's all they can get shown is a flat pizza disc not moving in space. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, and if the throw of light from the sun is a cone shape, then what is cast on a flat surface will be rounded and could give the illusion of a curving horizon against the terminator line.
Well, the thing is I don't think a camera can show anything but immense blackness because, like, right before you have the lens or right after the lens, you have that little edge, right, of the camera. And if I have a special camera like the one they showed for Tesla's car, it would be like a thick thing and it'd be like a jet black encasing of jet black. So it'd be like a toilet paper tube, black toilet paper tube. We can see the earth, but the other part's like a black tube. And that's what it looks like. So even if you took a regular camera up, your camera would not get the whole earth. Camera would not get the whole earth.
Good point, man. And hey, I gotta go. I'll be on later. Take care.
Oh.
Anyone here in Bible study earlier? Okay, all good. This fight right after Neil got pulled over by the cops. Like 15 minutes later, I got pulled over too.
Ain't that something?
Well, no tickets on both ends, so let's go.
Oh snap, Elijah, what's up, Neil?
What up? What up?
Yo, I missed the last part. Did Humble end up having an awakening, or
Yep. Yes, he did.
Right. If there's any
You
glober
know
that could,
what happened?
yeah, tell me.
He thought that the Haversine was used to take a straight line that represents a distance and turn it into a curve that gives you the appropriate distance because the Earth is curved, or at least that's what he was inquiring about with the Haversine. And then Bacon told him, no, it has nothing to do with that in elevation angles. And I was like, or circles of equal altitude. And I was like, that's exactly what we've been trying to tell you for the last 8 months, dog. And he is like, oh.
As soon as like he agrees with Bacon, he sees it. But then like Bacon's like, oh no, he can't agree with them. I gotta change my, I gotta change it up. And
Yeah.
that's where you were went over him the whole time, right? And then he would kind of interject, no, that's not what I meant. It's like, no, that's exactly what you meant.
Yes, I mean you don't hear it unless you hear it from someone else, I guess. And I was like, yo, he basically just told you exactly what I've been telling. Like when I said XYZ is irrelevant, it was like, no, I'm saying like I'm like, no, that's genuinely the answer. It's wholly irrelevant. So when he's like, wait a minute, so it has nothing to do with circles of equal altitude. And the Bacon is like, no. I was like I said, irrelevant. Like,
It's so funny, man.
so
Humble.
then we look up the site reduction tables and I'm reading like what that is and what it's used for. And I'm like, other than insinuating that seeing the word latitude and just straight up accepting that that means we live on a globe, like separate from that, where is any of this telling us we live on a globe?
You start to open up there a bit, or that's the next step. That's the next step. You've got to
Mm.
realize that.
So Bacon started going crazy because they hate because they realize like basically what they have is they've devised a very
Tricky.
limited way to address flat Earth.
Yes.
One of the first claims being, oh, look, see what happens when you try to do trig on celestial bodies? It doesn't work because the Earth isn't flat.
That doesn't make any
That.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I ask him? I say, put a dot on the ceiling, go get a ball and show us what the fuck you're talking about. And none of them have done shit. But go ahead. So they haven't
Yeah, they
actually
don't do
got a
shit.
physical sphere and put a dot representing Polaris and got no angles or no zeniths to anything off a real sphere. None of them have done that.
I mean, I hope Humble sees that. They just take regular measurements, and then after they turn into a sphere card or a ball card, right? So I hope he sees that. I think
Bacon
he's
couldn't
starting
even
to.
explain that how he did. Like, we're still asking them how you turn it into a sphere. Like, nobody seems to know.
Because they had the correction of dip. They do the same thing to a diagonal line, brother. When they get on one mountain and look down, and they say the angle and the angle's more than 360 or more than whatever. It's because they're going along a diagonal line. This is the funniest shit. And because I was talking about the box of cereal with the dude last night, 2 boxes of cereal on a horizontal plane. And if we're on a globe and I got my box of cereal sitting on the ground, right? I just sit my box of cereal here. He moves his out 5 miles. Bring your box of cereal back at direct orientation how it is. Bring it directly back and sit it next to my cereal box. And the reason I go over this is so they understand that there has to be a drop tilt. He said after 5 miles, our cereal boxes would look the same. So we argued for a while. Then he finally realized that our cereal boxes could not possibly ever look the same after one was away from mine 5 miles and had to dip 5 miles worth of 8 inches squared, right? So what he did was he said, okay, I
Mm-hmm.
got he put a line. He said, oh, okay, The reason the cereal boxes are the same, I said, hold on, I know what you're doing. He said, what? I said, you got a diagonal line, don't you? And I looked at his paper. Sure enough, the motherfucker had a diagonal line. So he had one
Mm-hmm.
cereal box higher than the next, like at the top of the mountain tilting towards the next one. Same orientation along that diagonal horizontal, right? But one cereal box being higher than the other because it's at the top of a diagonal line. And the other cereal box would be at the bottom of a diagonal line. And the reason you have a dip and a drop is because it's from the top of the point of the pyramid to the bottom base. And that's what they're calculating as their curve. And they've always been doing it. It's a horizontal diagonal fucking line. Same with their hula hoops that are horizontal lines equal altitude of elevation. There's only a horizontal base.
It's just a hula hoop.
Yes, sir. That's how they prove a globe. That's how they can prove a globe. Big ass hula hoop, throw it on water, throw a beach ball in the center. Beach ball goes above the hula hoop, we're on a fucking globe. The beach ball don't go above the hula hoop, we ain't on no ball, man. This is simple shit. But they like to mute me when they say I don't make no sense. Flat earthers do too. I don't know where to go with it, but yeah.
Not only are we not on a ball, I don't think anybody's having a ball. I think this place is a spinny place, but that doesn't imply it's a globe. I think it's people. The people are spinning, not the globe. It's a flat plane.
No, I actually got the dude to concede. And I was like, so now you understand that if we're on a ball, my box of cereal cannot be horizontally, like sitting on a horizontal base vertically and be perfectly level. And yours come back and look the same as mine. That wouldn't even be possible after one. He's like, what would you expect? I said, brother, if I drop the back of the cereal box 8 inches down from where it resides right now, that's a lot. That's a lot. You'll be able to notice that like big time. So just do it with the paper. So like, if you have the bill of a hat, on the bill of the hat, you write a word, globe, and like you push it away. And once that bill of the hat hits 2 to 5 miles, it's going to be tilted up in the air just enough at an angle enough to where you can zoom in and read globe on the hat. If you can't read globe on the hat, you're not on a globe. Yeah, if the object doesn't tilt, then you're not on a globe. If you can't, if like you pushed a paper that was lined up with your nose or the bottom of your nose or your lips, right? To where you look down on the top of the paper, but underneath that paper, it says a word. You don't know what that word is. Could say flat, could say globe. You don't know. Push it away. Now, when you zoom in on it, if you can read the word, it's going to say globe because that's what it would. That's what it would detail. That's what it would say. That's what it would prove you were on. Because if the paper presented the word to you, you're on a globe. It dropped and tilted. If there's no drop and tilt, and you still zoom in and can only see that flat base of the paper that just left your face the same, the same front of it, you're on a flat Earth. And these are ways to prove it for free. It doesn't cost shit. I mean, not much. A little bit of gas. So, what do you guys think about the? Is the Antarctic thing going through or not? Are they going? Who like are any flat earthers going to Antarctica to try to view a 24-hour sun in entirety?
Apparently, Winston took up the offer. Apparently,
No, I heard that like Woodson or somebody was going to pay him to go or something. Are they still doing that? Is that still happening?
I don't
Who
think we know
cares?
yet. Probably find out later.
I don't even think it would make sense. Yeah, I don't think it would make. I don't think it would differentiate anything either way.
Well, my buddy's in Greenland right now, and he hasn't seen the moon. It's been light like all day and night.
Sees light.
Like at like 2 in the morning, it's like still like sun's out at 2 in the morning. No like darkness.
Can he see the sun itself?
Oh, I that's a good
No.
point. Oh, maybe I gotta ask him. He's there right now, so I just ask him.
Yeah, ask him if he's ever seen the sun for like a really long period of time, like the actual sun itself. Just curious. I don't know.
Okay. Because he took a picture at 2:30 in the morning, and it was like dead ass bright outside. So this is in Greenland. So I don't know. He's taking crazy pictures, stuff like that. But yeah, he's there. I might as well ask him. And if you guys have any questions.
I don't know why we wouldn't be able to just film or see on YouTube or somewhere the 24-hour sun already.
So what's their claim? Like, did they? Yeah, just say their claim. Sorry, 'cause I don't know it.
If they don't see the sun, the actual sun itself for 24 hours, then it can't be a globe, is I guess the claim.
Yeah, that's the claim. They've got to see the actual sun circle around the top of them. It can't just be lit up without visually seeing the sun do the circle like in the north.
So if it is lit up, like if they do see it, then it's not a globe.
Well, I'm sure if there's no sun, it's just lit up, the globies will still be arguing for it. But the claim is that it's like the north. Yeah, the sun would have to circle and be visible at all times.
Supposedly, if there's no actual sun, it disproves the globe. But it doesn't do anything for flat Earth or disprove flat Earth because flat Earth doesn't have a stake. It's not baked into our model. It's not a part of our program to guarantee you anything's going to work a certain way other than what it does, right?
Yeah.
Because people have asked me, they're like, what if it's not? Or what if it is? I'm like, well, then that just means it is. That doesn't mean flat Earth is dead. That just means it gives hope to the globe. And it wouldn't even prove a globe to me. I'd still want to know. I'd still want to see the 24-hour. I'd still want to have a camera in the north at the same time as the south and make sure they're not the same fucking place.
Still want to see some measured drop over distance curvature.
Yes, 100%. That water dropping in the aquarium. Because everybody's aquarium's 1 to 10 miles away from somebody, right? So everybody's aquarium should be having that 8 to 16 to 32 inches of one side up and no other side of the aquarium getting full. I mean, shit, I'd take a helium balloon rising horizontally out of the water. Horizontally, that way. I'd take any human or submarine diving down in the water and popping out of the surface after they just dive down into the water. Dive down to the surface where the curve of water is. That'll prove a globe.
You should talk to Platypus then. He's a submarine guy.
I talked to him the other day. He's too dumb to realize that horizontal bubbles are supposed to appear on a globe. Once you drive your submarine so far down, now the bubble's not supposed to go up vertically. It's supposed to go that way. That's mathematically the only possibility for a fucking sphere. Because now you're closer to the center, away from the surface there, closer to this way, pointing to the horizon, under the midpoint, in the midpoint of the ocean of the Earth. Your water bubble should go horizontal. Your air bubble should go horizontal. because horizontal would be their vertical. I
Just
still
show me
want
the
to.
tangent point.
I want to see some meteorites come in like a skipping rock and go doof 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 off the ocean and hit the moon. Skip off the Earth's ocean and hit the moon. That'd be awesome. This just in: a skipping meteor coming in at 14,000 kilometers.
Right. What would stop a wayward piece of debris from space coming in level from the horizontal to you?
I want to see it, brother. I've been waiting for it.
Like the craziest sniper shot you've ever seen.
I'm trying, bro. Like I said, I just got my gun license. I'm trying to find a Coriolis machine, and I'm trying to break the world record.
I
You
wonder if
keep
you could
at it,
use.
brother. You'll get there.
Holy shit! I just had a crazy idea on how to do that. What if you had a camera set up with a crosshair that's connected to the information of your other crosshair? So you could set one camera close to the object while you're way far back and you can barely see it. So you have the image of the image zoomed in from the other camera to yours so you see it better and your crosshairs are lined up good and you get to make the adjustment. Then you shoot until you hit that target. Like it would like let you zoom in and like make your focus like more refined.
It's big brain. I don't know. They got drones nowadays. They should. It should be just automatic. It shouldn't. You shouldn't have to like aim and shoot. It should just be like AI calculated and
That's
fire.
what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It should be a dot, just like a video game, automatic. Yes. If artificial
Sure.
intelligence is a thing or programming and algorithms and shit, then your site should be able to go on whatever you want. You should be able to click select over, and then just like it'll swivel your gun, and then you boom, 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 fire. Yeah, it'll have your gun on a swivel, set in the little thing, click what you want to shoot, push the button, and you should it'll adjust and it'll say ready. Then you get ready, get down, and shoot that motherfucker.
Yeah, and it should like something should account for wind and uh
Oh, it will.
others.
It will.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Freaking laser beams. Yeah.
Well, a laser beam just hits. Well, I don't know. If a laser beam actually hits where your bullet's going to hit, then yeah, that's a no-brainer too. But you have to make sure the laser beam is going to hit, depending on the distance and what you know. What I mean, so you'd have to only with this gun, you could only shoot from this distance to that distance. You couldn't be an up close gun, not with the laser beam.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you have it on for the drop in the distance of like real far.
Yeah. What channel are we in? Just got on my computer. We're in
I just
politics
think it's
and
funny
religion.
that I think there's like drill sergeants out there screaming, "I don't want the enemy seeing this projectile appear to deviate." Doesn't happen.
You get your Coriolis out of here, Gomer Pyle.
Well, it's not just Coriolis. We've got to deal with refraction, yeah? So if we have a look at the Black Swan, they claim refraction sets this thing back 10 times further than what the horizon should be or more. So are we actually shooting anybody, or is it just refraction, like when we're
Good
not actually
point.
looking at our hand?
What a
So
point.
need a Coriolis machine and a
You're a
refraction
rainbow
machine.
shooter. Yeah, you've been shooting rainbows. I know it.
Bro, this is gonna cost me a fortune, bro. I just want to shoot guns.
Yeah, it's a mirage. Just shoot, damn it. Sniper
I mean,
shit.
that's
Bad guys, the bad guys on the other side of the curve. Ha ha! You missed me. It was only refracted me.
too bad.
Oh
I'm
man, just
Angelina
imagine
Jolie.
Waldo hiding beyond the curve. You'd never find him with his little striped shirt.
I mean, I'm
You
pretty
just
sure
sunk
Shia
my
LaBeouf
mirage.
could curve the bullet.
If you want
So
to curve bullets, you got to like flick the gun sideways. Give it a little wrist action, mate. And curve it round poles, apparently.
yeah, like what's her face? The brunette that drinks blood.
Angelina Jolie.
Kind of dealing with Julian from Wanted.
Bingo.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna try that in my local shooting range, but
I tried it.
You might get thrown out.
Not the
Probably get
local though. At the
being
public
careless.
land.
I'll try outside. I'll go to the forest and try it, but I mean, it's still dangerous. I have to.
Yeah, don't shoot yourself, right?
Gotta go safe first. That's what I gotta do today. Gotta buy a
I
safe.
just need.
So AJ, when are you debating that person?
I think it's supposed to be Friday. I'm not sure if Heretics organised it yet for the stage in here.
Gotcha, no problem. We'll find out close to the date, anyways. What's up, Roots?
Yeah.
Is that Killian?
What up? What up? What up? Chilling. So look, without splashing, I just splashed in. But like, you guys have anything on the table right now, or can we talk about Coriolis for a hot second?
Nothing on the table.
All right, that. Um, so the correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm just gonna walk with this. When I'm wrong, interject, throw questions, whatever. I'm just gonna just talk about this for a hot second. So the claim from their end to observe observe the precession, you use the pendulum, and once you start the pendulum swinging, the precession indicates that the Earth is therefore in fact moving. Is this correct?
Yes.
That would be the claim on the table, that Earth is rotating under the pendulum, causing it to drift.
Yes, the precession of Earth, not the pendulum.
So, and again, we're like, okay, so we're going to walk the audience through this. So, how tall is this pendulum, this tower?
Well,
That can be
where it is and
20,
what it is.
Yeah, 20 or 30 feet off the ground sometimes.
Okay,
yeah, it's gotta be pretty. Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number, but he was just saying it the other day. I was just talking to Blue because he's the one that makes it.
All right, cool. So, I think Democ is probably going to be the guy that can answer this question when I ask it. Democ, or anybody that's familiar, who's familiar with a tower crane? Crane, CR.
A crane?
Tower.
I know what they are.
Yeah, big ass crane. Yeah.
All right, cool. How like? I guess. Well, I was gonna ask a stupid question. Like,
they're no different.
No,
They're
no,
no
no, no.
different.
Don't jump. Don't jump too
Okay,
soon.
okay. Go ahead.
Right, because we're walking with something. Because the claim again is like this thing that's like whatever 20 feet, 12 feet, whatever off the ground. This pendulum tower shows the precession, but a crane that varies these tower cranes. This is what they use to construct these towers in Dubai. I'm watching a condo being built down the street from me right now outside my window that has two cranes with a pier crane as well, which is the pier crane is the thing that uses basically a weight to drive the foundation piles into the ground so that the foundations are laid so that the building can be built. But asking the question, like, these things are what, 4, 5, 1,000 feet in the air, depending on the size of the building. How come they don't move?
Start swaying because of the movement of the so-called Earth, globe.
But I'm asking you, in terms of mass, in terms of understanding, relativistic, believe would be the correct term, relativistic weight, where you have this thing that's like a mere 20 feet, then I have this crane that varies in height, could be as tall as whatever, but these things are huge. So the claim is that this 20-foot thing precesses. So then I'm going to I can't even say double down, but I'm going to exponentially quadruple down on the idea that if I increase the magnitude of this pendulum, then the precession should be shown effectively the same. If I increase the mass, then why isn't the precession shown equally the same?
Well, you're asking the right question. But then, that's most of the time what we ask them. How come this Coriolis can only be observed in the Foucault pendulum, right? Why do I not see the Earth spinning out from underneath the bullet and the football and the airplane and the helicopter, right? So even in your example, how come I don't see the precession or deviation in a pendulum that I see out on a workforce or on a workplace? Why is it not doing the same thing? It's the exact right question to ask.
Right.
Well, I got bigger issues than that with it, yeah. Because for a start, it needs to be in the non-inertial reference frame. So the building's attached to the Earth. The frame is attached to the Earth. The pendulum's attached to the frame. There's no possible way the Earth can rotate underneath the pendulum. Can't happen. And then secondly, they debunked their own pendulum when they start claiming one reference frame with aeroplanes that are caught up in the atmosphere and other things that leave the ground being caught in the atmosphere, rotating with the Earth. So they can't have it both ways. You can't have one reference frame for aeroplanes and balloons and other things, and then in the same instance, have a separate reference frame for bullets and pendulums. Can't work.
Exactly. And I mean, gentlemen, or should I say brothers, I'm strictly engaging with this questioning, and I appreciate the honest engagement, the steel manning of their model, and then deconstructing it so that people understand, again, the audience that's listening, that we can have like guided questioning, Socratic method engaged, so to speak, so we can ask questions and then deconstruct it so that the claim starts to fall apart. Because it's, again, like a house of cards. You pull one thing and then everything kind of starts to fall apart. Stupid gravity.
Like you said, you got motors to start it and magnets to keep it running, and we don't see this in any other instance, cranes, etc.
Yeah, wouldn't it be fantastic in these discussions when you point out to them that, there's no other precession or deviation in anything else Earth-based, especially when it's in the appropriate, supposedly non-rotating inertial reference frame, that the conversation would be over at that point, but it never is. They kind of want to double down. They're not even necessarily fighting with people's logic. They're kind of fighting with what it is that they believe. That's the hardest part about it.
You'd think you could put like a smooth ball or a rounded solid object on another smooth rounded object, and then if the earth persists, you'd think one would roll off.
Yeah.
You'd think the precession of Earth would like do something to the balance you had on that sphere on the sphere.
You'd think the water'd slosh around a little bit, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. I think the beach ball would show something.
So, okay, hold on. Don't get too crazy with this yet. All right. So to assume that the globe position is your position, you're constantly on the crest, the node, the tippy top of that ball. And all that matters is literally your own experience at that point in time, because everybody else starts to experience their relative reference frame as slightly axially, I don't know if that's a word, oh my gosh, but like angularly changed as compared to yours, right? Because basically you're in the northern, or sorry, no, I'm not going to say that. If you're north of the equator, then people south of the equator are literally upside down to you. So again, how do you prop this belief up? Are you strictly looking at it from your own selfish perspective, where it's like, yeah, I'm on top, it's all that matters, only me, and you have to prove everything to me why it is relative to me? But no, there's life happening elsewhere, not just your own little reference frame, which is on top of the ball always. Thanks for listening. I appreciate the space.
Thanks for stimulating conversation. Yeah, in reality, nobody, even if you're a foot away from somebody, everybody has a different perspective, a different angular relationship to everything that they're looking at or surrounded by. Now, if you're on a ball, you're right. Everyone's on top of the world, right? If you're on a ball, everybody's on top of the world. So their relationship to everything would be their own. Same
Well,
is true on the flat plane.
just to come on that idea, because you did a great job for the layup on this, or the alley, sorry. Everybody's beneath you by default. You're constantly, as you say, up, bro. So then I go to my vestibular. I'm going to eat the word. Then I go to my vestibular system. And I think to myself, well, I have something that's level in front of me, and I'm either sitting on it or standing on it right now. That means I experience the world as level because I can pull out a construction level, measure the floor, measure the ceiling, measure a countertop, and observe level. And then I can literally call anybody else I want and ask them to do the same thing. So if we have all of these points of observation where everything, literally all those built forms, I always talk about the built form because to me, that's like hand in the cookie jar, crumbs all over your face, like globe claim dead in the water because we see level everywhere. How do you then again introduce a spherical seal tilt in centrify magic point, whatever it's called, reference? How does it coexist? How?
Yeah.
So, gas pressure? Flatulence?
Yeah, that should be some type of work you can get done from that. How could the only thing that can receive the action or reaction is their pendulum? Well, yeah, that doesn't even make any sense. all kind of things on the earth should be having some reaction, and people should be like, "What the hell's that thing happen when it happens around the world at this time and does this?" And then the answer would be, "Well, you're all experiencing the precession of Earth." Oh, that's why our coffee fell that day. That's why that wall got accidentally knocked down by the demolition. Yeah, it's no different than a demolition ball, right? Came in like a wrecking ball. I came in like a wrecking ball. I never processed so hard in life. I
Although I like
process.
that's so hard. Well done.
I process like a wrecking ball. Oh, Miley Cyrus. Hannah Montana.
Justin Bieber lookalike.
Jessica Alba wannabe.
Keep it in the family has never been so real.
The Earth is indeed flat.
Super flat.
Absolutely. Anybody want to argue that it's not?
We definitely engage with it as if it's flat, stationary.
Oh, are you Christian?
What's religion got to do with this?
I mean, the reason why, okay, yeah, a lot of people ask me that, but the reason why I say that is because a person once told me that I don't know if they're this is correct, but it's stationary and it's on four pillars. So basically, what scientists believe is the the Earth is a sphere or like an oval shape, I guess you can say, and it moves in four vectors, which is saying that we're moving 750 miles an hour. So are you like moving right now? Do you feel any shaking?
So hey, cool. You say science and I say construction. What now?
Construction. No, no,
Uh-huh.
no. I don't believe in science.
Well, I mean, hey, listen to me very carefully. If
Okay.
you're going to insert yourself, right, as an
Yeah.
authority conversation, like you hold some kind of truth that you say is yourself as an arbiter in this, then I'm going to ask you the first authority that you made reference to is science.
No.
So,
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
are we going to talk about a subjective creation, or are we going to talk about the objective reality that we actually engage with?
Wait. Sorry. You cut out. Can you say that one more time?
I said, are we going to speak about the actual objective reality that we engage with or the subjective science claims?
Okay. So to answer your question, I didn't say anything about science to start off. I was talking about the Bible, and actually, I did talk about science, but I said science is wrong. And to answer I mean your question, I guess you can say the other question is we cannot have objective facts or other than like testing stuff on Earth.
Hold on. So Do you not agree that if you can test something and record it and prove that it actually is correct by observing whatever it is multiple times, do you not believe that that becomes objective in terms of how you engage with reality?
I would say yes. So
This is my point.
can you
This is my,
prove that? Okay, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
it's okay. This is my point, though, right? Is that if we can have things, evidence, direct evidence that is testable, repeatable, demonstrable, then why is it that we cannot walk with that and begin to understand an objective reality that we engage with versus a subjective reality that we have to appeal to an authority to continually enforce? Go ahead.
So, what is your question again? Sorry.
You said objective reality,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm asking you, can we prove an objective reality?
Oh, okay, that's a great question. So when I say objective reality, I mean facts. So when you test how the Earth is a sphere, how do you do that? How did the scientists do that in the past?
I have no idea. I don't want to here's the thing. I don't want to entertain nor destruct their claims. We already just did one a moment ago. I'm not sure if you were here about Coriolis, one of their claims. But that's just something that falls apart as soon as you start to investigate it. Because there's a lot of times already a built-in presupposition, if you will, that they're proceeding under to get to the point of actually observing this claim that they have in place. So my first question then becomes, to help push this conversation along, is, are you familiar with the construction industry?
No.
When I say construction industry, I'm talking about how stuff is built.
Yes, yes.
You're familiar with this, or you're not familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
All right,
So you're
bet.
talking about something else, my bad, sir.
Okay. This is, I'm trying to keep you intellectually honest within the confines of the conversation, so that we can actually have a conversation that people can listen to and
Right, of course.
not be put off by the conversation at hand. So, pushing along again, the idea of level. What are your thoughts on the idea of level?
Are you trying to explain how? Okay, so what do you believe? Can I drift off real quick? Are you basically trying to say how can the world be flat if like water is not curving, or like there's a horizon, for example? And how can we like? So basically, you know how a level works, right? You use water, and then there's a bubble, and that bubble shows you how level something is. Are you just trying to explain that?
Yes, this is
So
objective observation that begins to prove objective reality. This is what we were discussing.
earlier, okay.
Well, I
So,
thought we were in the same conversation, but yes.
oh no, like you said, you had a conversation with someone earlier as well. But so what's the point of explaining that?
Well, the idea that every structure that is built in this realm upon this foundation that we're attempting to investigate and understand is all built observing level. So that becomes like an idea of, if you were taking a survey of an area, literally asking a question, who here observes level? All of those buildings would put up their hands and say level, 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 level. This is an objective, again, observation, because it's built on a principle that is used within construction, level, in order to build these buildings. And it's a consistent thing that we observe everywhere upon the dry land. Is that something that you can understand from a standpoint of proving what objective reality is, a
Yes.
direct evidence? Does this make sense?
Yes. That's definitely
Perfect.
used around industries and DIY projects to precisely figure out alignment, level or alignments.
Correct.
Yeah.
Totally agree. So the idea then becomes direct evidence. More things like that where you can test it, you can repeat it, and you can try to disprove it, but you're going to have a really, really hard time because, again, it's something that you can literally, anybody in this call right now is observing level locally. Period. Whether you're sitting on it, standing on it, it doesn't matter. It's happening, whether or not you like it. And then you then have to go and say, well, there's a ball in play. Okay, cool. Who told you that? Who touched you in your no-no spot and told you that we're standing upon a ball, whereas we're actually observing level everywhere if we're actually being completely honest with one another, which I hope we're doing versus wasting people's time, listening to, well, pandering for a ball.
Wait, do you
Thanks.
think I believe that the world is a sphere?
No, I'm just using you as a punching bag to show, again, not to refer to you as a punching bag, but just to be very figurative with my language, to show that these ideas that they put forward to claim a globe, right, is problematic. I was just using the idea of direct evidence that we can get, that we look at, that we continuously view, right, that continuously flies in the face of their claims. You and I
Okay,
were
yeah.
just the idea of evidence, direct evidence, subjective reality versus objective reality. So these are all things that, to me, all fall in succession. I hope I haven't been confusing with all that. Thank you.
No, but I did just a quick question. Do you believe that the Earth's flat, or at
The
least
Earth is
not like round
a
shape?
very topographical plane.
A what? Sorry, you cut out.
The Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
Okay. So, you know how you said objective reality, right? So there were scientists back in I forgot the time, but they did research on the curvature of the world or the Earth, I can say. And basically they did test to figure out if the world is a sphere, and what they did was they did it in 2D, which is flat, right?
Yeah.
And once they did that, they tried to convert it into a sphere, which they failed. But they still made that
Hold
decision
on.
of
Can I ask you
saying
a
the world
question?
is a sphere.
Hold on a second. Hold on. What are you converting into a sphere if it is a sphere?
What?
What would you need to convert a basketball into a sphere for?
Are you saying the world is a sphere?
No, no, listen.
No, their calculations were to test if the world was a sphere, but the calculations said that it was flat. And they tried to lie and say it was a sphere.
I know, but I'm saying like,
All right.
yeah, I hear you. I'm with you there.
Satoru.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome back, buddy. If for everybody that doesn't know, I've talked to Satoru before, and I actually told him to go see if he could find some globe evidence out there. So he may be coming back with some of the things that he researched. I don't know. Continue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
No, I was just saying like the way you said it though. It's like
Hmm.
weird. It's like why
Yeah.
would you need to like why would a globe need to reify itself if it is a globe?
That's the thing. So basically, what they did is, um, so they tested a sheet of paper, and then what they did was they tried to make it seem like it was a ball, and their data
No, I know. I know,
like
but
said
listen
it
though.
was.
But
Yeah. Okay.
when a glober says I gotta make this a sphere, Why would they have to make it a sphere? If it is a sphere, they wouldn't have to make anything. They just had to film it as is. You see what I'm saying? Like you wouldn't have to conform or re-edify or remake.
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Let me see if I can help you out. The whole point is that unless you go ahead and try to assume the ball or the Earth is a ball first, the Earth presents itself as flat, right? So if it presents itself as flat and you measure it as flat, why would you ever try to form it into a ball?
Right. And why, if it is a ball, if it was a ball, why would they ever talk about conforming anything from this to that to that to that? If we were on a
Because
ball,
the
no
sky,
Glober would have to conform anything. We'd be on a ball and they'd film a live ball. There'd be no, they wouldn't have to do nothing.
the sky, because the sky.
Welcome to Sky Dome.
Yeah, Spaceballs.
I'm just saying, if I say I got a basketball, I wouldn't have to then render my.
So, like, jumping in here right hot quick for a second. So, to know, I didn't realize Satoru that you had spoken to Sesu earlier. This is the idea of like the type of evidence that we're looking at. So, direct evidence is something that we walked through earlier. This idea that you continuously see level everywhere, right? Then you get into the idea of circumstantial evidence, which is exactly what you're coming back with now, a piece of paper that's been contorted to work to something, to a presupposition that already exists. So when you actually take the evidence, you class it accordingly, which this again being circumstantial evidence, which doesn't work. It's not testable, it's not repeat. Well, it falls apart under test, but it's yeah, it falls apart under test.
Wait, was that like a question or what?
No, brother, I was just saying to you that the two types of evidence that can exist. Are you familiar with evidence?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said circumstantial evidence to you, what would that mean?
Essentially something that is not proven, or okay, essentially indirect evidence that is not proven as fact but can rise into logic or inference.
Okay, so that's the definition of it. Now, when it comes to an actual example of it, could you provide that?
An example, yes. An example of it would be a good example. Okay. How about we explain? How about I explain a direct and circumstantial? How about that?
Sounds good.
And then give an actual example. Um. So when you think of direct or evidence, it's simply something that is true or has proof behind it that is fact. And when you think of circumstantial, is indirect and does not directly prove it's right.
Right. Again, that would be the definition of it. But what do you have an example?
No, I do
Like
not.
catchphrases. All
I
catchphrases are circumstantial evidence.
No, I'll give you a good working example of it. A fingerprint at the countertop at the bank. Crime takes place. The police show up. Detectives start looking for fingerprints. They see the fingerprint. Does that mean the person committed the crime?
No.
Right. So that would be classed as circumstantial evidence. Now, the fingerprint is picked up. The bank teller also says the person who robbed me, I gave them $1,000. They put their fingerprint right there. Is that direct or indirect? Or sorry, is that direct or circumstantial evidence?
Wait, you said they gave you. Wait, can you say the example again? Sorry.
So the fingerprint gets picked up, right?
Huh?
And then the bank teller also says the person that robbed me, that's their fingerprint on the countertop right there. Now, is the fingerprint now direct evidence or circumstantial evidence?
It would still be circumstantial because the officer didn't have personal observation.
See, this is where I disagree and say to you that it's direct evidence. So the circumstance existed, and you have eyewitness testimony making it direct evidence. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
All right, bet. So that's kind of or not kind of. That's how circumstantial versus direct evidence works. So when it comes to the Globe claims, right? These claims where it's like, okay, cool, you've got this evidence, and we ask for it and we talk about it. This is what we do here. We unpack it, we go through it, and realize that when we go through it, it falls apart, making it circumstantial evidence. But when it comes to the direct evidence that we're looking at, again, just as I said to you earlier about the construction industry and how buildings are built and things of that nature, when you stand back and you watch a plane fly above you and you think to yourself, wow, if it's a still day, you may have some clouds. The clouds are perfectly still. They're not going anywhere. And you just see a plane go by and you think to yourself, is the plane moving or am I moving? Nah, dog, the plane's moving. The plane has turbines. It apparently has jet fuel, apparently. And we know that those people are going to a different place because they bought a plane ticket, and then they're gonna get there and they're gonna go through customs and take pictures and all kinds of stuff. But like, again, direct evidence because it's testable, repeatable. We can check it every single time. Is all that making sense, or am I just talking out my ass right now?
No,
Because I
that makes
hate
sense. I'm just
that.
okay. So I understand planes. We could go from anywhere we want, right? But we can't just go out in outer space whenever we want. Also, you know how you're talking about like photos and pictures? That is direct evidence. But you know how photos can be faked easily? How do you know they're not faked? Like everyone
Hold on.
photoshops pictures about going to like France or something.
Hold on a second. Who's claiming to be the arbiter stating that photos are direct evidence? Who made that claim?
You said that it was direct evidence, didn't you?
Nah, son. I never said photos were direct evidence. Don't poison my well, buddy.
Then what did you say?
I didn't
Sorry,
say
you
we
said
talked.
eyewitnesses.
You
Sorry,
didn't.
my bad.
We never spoke about photos.
You said
And I'll
you did
tell
say
you,
something about photos, but you also said eyewitnesses.
bro. When it comes to them investigating the scene of the crime, did I make reference to photos there? Anyway,
Eyewitness testimony only is only considered valid under oath.
so from a standpoint of photos, right? I'll say to you that photos of space, those circumstances had to exist in order for that picture to be collected. They had to set up the photo, take the photo. So if you can't recreate the photo or test it for yourself to see if it's true, it becomes circumstantial evidence. I mean, and sorry to, with relation to what Tivo just said, yeah, no, I mean, in court, you would imagine that all the evidence that's submitted would be done under oath for sure. So you know that it would be true.
I'm still so confused. Okay, do you believe the? Okay, never mind. Okay, so are you saying that the pictures that were taken by astronauts are or can be fake?
They are fake.
I agree.
Concept of land in the sky has yet to be proven.
You could set a stage to appear as if that's the environment you're in, and then take a photo. The photo's not fake, but the situation you've presented yourself to be in is false.
Right.
Exactly. The circumstance, right? And this is where I'm like, I know I get really, really basic in my explanation, understanding of things, but like to me, exactly that. You have to set the stage, right? Take the picture or collect the video evidence. Hopefully nobody gets caught with their pants down or the harnesses on camera. But these are the things that are created. So you then start asking questions about the situation at hand. Like, did you use harnesses to make it look like there was gravity in play? Yes, we did. Because again, they're making a testimony under oath. And if they lie, if they perjure, that's a problem. Is this becoming a little more clear?
To me?
You said you were confused.
Yeah. I was just like kind of confused on what your stance was, but yeah, I understand it more. Yeah.
But you asked me what my view was earlier, and I said it was a stationary topographical plane.
Right, of course.
Like, I don't discount the idea of topography. We have mountains, ain't no doubt about that.
Say it again?
But I'm not discounting the fact that we have mountains. We have topography,
Yes, of course.
right? But from a standpoint of literally, like when we look at the horizon as an example, and hey, you mentioned the horizon earlier. That's a great point to talk about.
Right.
Like, why is it that the higher up we go, the further out we see?
No idea.
Because to me, like my understanding of like structure, my understanding of like geometry and things like that is, if we were in fact standing upon a spheroid, then as I gain in altitude, as I go further up, the horizon line should start to distort. It should start to go convex as I go higher, but it doesn't. It just the I can see further off. That horizon line keeps getting further and further away from me as I go higher up. It's literally a if this then that scenario.
Right.
Have you guys heard about the line, Saudi Arabia?
I heard they shortened it.
Who said that?
Neil.
So shortened it to what? And what was the original length?
That's a good question. I am not sure, but that's the last news I heard where they shortened it by quite a bit. Actually, it was supposed to be like very long, and they made it uh, like they minus 75% of the distance. I think that's just what I can recall from the article I read. But if you know more, I'd like to hear.
No, but like, well, I mean, I have numbers that I want to walk through. You're an American, right?
Yeah, Canada.
Huh. I said you're an American, right? And you said, yeah, Canada. Wait, what?
Well,
Are you
same thing, kind of. North
hell,
America.
hell no, North American, sure, but you're talking to an Ontarian. And hell no, it ain't. There's a difference. Damn it, we apologize for everything, and we're as polite as F.
All
So,
right, all right, all right. We got you. I'm
very,
in Vancouver.
all right, bet. So you're in Vancouver on the West Coast. So, 100 miles, 170 kilometers, right? I think that's fair. I'm gonna keep everything in miles just because I don't want to like my whole geometry, my script for the geometry is all
Yeah,
based on.
go for it.
So the claim is that this structure was going to be built to be like 100 miles in length, and I thought to myself, interesting. Now, parking that idea for a quick second, this thing's going to be 100 miles in length. Cool. We then go to the geometry, the dimension claim of the spheroid. 3,959 miles. That's the claim. From the tippy, or sorry, not from the tippy, but from the very middle out to the crust is 3,959 miles. Radius. So you figure out your circumference off that. You figure out your diameter, obviously, by doubling the radius. Fine. That's on the overall. But on like a microcosm, you familiar with macrocosm, microcosm? Neil?
No.
So like macrocosm would be the overall. We look at the big picture.
Okay.
And then microcosm would be like the small view, like getting down to like the ant perspective. Okay? Right. So on a microcosm level, in order for that number to be true, if we take that for 100 miles and I go 100 miles in order to get their 3959 claim, that means there has to be a 5,100 foot drop over that 100 miles traveled. Does that make sense to you, brother? And I'm saying that, like, I'm not trying to be, demonstrative with you or anything like that. I'm just asking you, like, does that make sense?
No, and especially in like a desert where it's well, I don't know if there's sand dunes or anything, but maybe a desert would be more flat. Um, I've never been to a desert, but that's just what it seems like when I see like Las Vegas and stuff.
That's my point, right? It's like, okay, we're gonna go build this city where we know they're gonna put in like a subway system. Apparently, they're gonna do all these things. Again, they're gonna be observing level the whole way. But even from a standpoint where people say like, oh, they're just gonna locally observe level and they're just gonna build with the curve and whatever, I think to myself, wait a minute. This thing has to change by 5,100 feet from where it originally starts to the end. There's going to be a difference, a change of 5,100 feet, drop over distance between those two reference points in order for that 3959 claim to be true. You're going to tell me you get to hide 5,100 feet in this building, apparently? Bro, we got to talk, because that doesn't make any sense to me at all. And I hope I'm being clear.
No, I'm 100% you're right. Yeah, 8 inches per square mile. Like it's and then on top of that, like if you were to take a picture at the very beginning of it and see how far you can go down, like I'm sure you could like break the curvature, obviously, but like it would be kind of hard because of just the conditions, because it is a desert, so I'm assuming there's gonna be sandstorms and stuff, so we probably couldn't take a picture that far. So that would be a little bit more difficult, but maybe if we go to a higher elevation, we could um, see that better. But still, I'm not sure. But yeah, I get your point. It's impossible. It's retarded to see that much drop.
It was my brother. It was a pleasure chatting with you. I've never chatted with you before. Have a blessed day and be well.
No problem, man. See you, fellow Canadian.
Hey, my man. Let's go.
Hey, you're my buddy guy. My friend, pal.
Eat some pasta. Oh, no, wait. Never mind.
All good, brother. Cheers.
I was making a bad joke because, we eat pasta like crazy up here because that's one of the things we were blessed with that the Italians brought over is pasta. Like, eat the pasta. And we get all the other stuff that's Canadian, like Tim Hortons and yeah.
Hey, man.
Anyways, all that stuff.
And curry. Don't forget about that.
Right. You're
My
actually Twitching it at.
brother.
Love it. Wait, where did you say?
I said my Brampton brother.
What do you know about Brampton?
I'm from Surrey.
Bro, that's jokes. Too funny. So I'm on the outskirts of not in Brampton. I'm like Milton, which is outskirts of same GTA, Greater Toronto area.
Yeah,
yeah. Too funny.
I was in Niagara last year. And London for a little bit.
Oh, what's up? Hello.
Good day, my
boy. We both said good day.
Hell yeah, dude. No, it's not even day for me. I just couldn't sleep because I had like a throat infection or something like that. Yeah, there's a joke to be made there. I understand.
So you've come to the Flat Earth channel to cure
Yeah,
your
to what?
to cure your sleep, or I don't know.
No, I'm just drinking a bunch of tea and like eating and shit with a bunch of honey in, and I thought I would talk to people while I did that. Maybe that would be a good thing.
Nice.
Mm.
So are you you believe in the globe?
To believe, like, if you mean like, do I have to believe? Like, I have a strong suspicion the Earth is probably a globe, but I don't know if I can like have like a syllogism tree laid out to make a bunch of arguments for it right now. You know, I'm not a physicist.
Okay, well, believe maybe that. Yeah, I shouldn't have used believe. Do you think the Earth is curving?
Do I think the Earth is curving? Probably.
Okay. Do you think water is curving?
Like, you mean on on like a very large plane, or do you mean like on like a small like it obviously waves curve, right? But that's not what you're referring to, right?
No, yeah, like you're on a beach and you just, look out like the Pacific Ocean or something, and it's supposed to. If the Earth is a ball, spinning at whatever it's spinning at, right? 66,000, whatever it's spinning at, whatever speed, or maybe that's the wrong thing. Maybe it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but the 70% of the globe supposedly is water, so the water should be curving, shouldn't it?
70%. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, if the Earth is a globe, then you would expect the water on the globe to curve. Yeah, probably something like that.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's just the first problem, right there. Just finding.
But wait, do you think it's not curved?
I don't think. Well, water doesn't curve. Water always finds its level.
Yeah. What's the argument for? Wait. Well, actually, I would just ask what you mean by level first.
Okay. Well, there is different means of level.
I'm just asking your definition. You don't have to like go to like dictionary if you don't want to. It's totally fine.
Yeah. That's a good question. I'm not the smartest at this. I just thought I'd ask you some just questions to get on the.
Well, so the reason I'm pretty particular about level rather than if you say water's flat, right, is because a lot of definitions would have level just means aligns with gravity or whatever, or like aligns with whatever forces apply to it. Which in that case it can be level on a globe Earth, right? What's up, Pill?
So, what's your name? I'm sorry. Welcome.
My name is Muffin, or you can call me Oliver
Muffin.
if you want.
Okay. Muffin. Welcome. In the side chat, I posted for you a diagram that comes from a Walter Bislin Earth curve calculator. So this is geometry, and it's diagrammed by staunch globe believers. These are people who created essentially the math, or give you, visual aids to help you determine where the horizon would be, since apparently you live on a ball. But even in that particular diagram, all right, you have eye level and surface level. Both of those are flat and horizontal. So even according to the globe geometry, it is diagrammed and it is described as horizontal and straight. That's what they see as level. So
yeah, I don't know if
anything else.
This is evidence, right?
Well, this is not my math. This is your math, unless you deny the globe Earth calculator.
Yeah. So whatever this is, which is not your math. Sure. I wouldn't. I don't know if I would consider this evidence, right?
Well, evidence in this case would be
evidence.
Yeah, I'm just helping you define it, right? Like a definition of a term, even though earlier you said I want to call level conforming or being equidistant from the center of a presupposed ball, apparently is not what the globe geometry is agreeing with. The globe geometry says level is flat, straight, horizontal.
So okay, wait. So whatever. Sure. We can use that definition if you want. So you're saying that water is flat, straight, horizontal?
Well, all of our observations of water is flat, straight, and horizontal. And I have seen nothing to the contrary except for one, maybe two unfalsifiable claims made by, the space agencies. So
okay, that's not what I'm asking, right? Like, okay, so I'm just trying to find whatever definition we go with for level. Like, I'm just trying to define what the argument is before we go into it. I hope that's fair.
So, are we going to define level as what we observe water doing in a glass, in a bathtub, in a pond, in a lake, in an ocean? Straight, flat, horizontal.
Okay, sure. Straight, flat, horizontal. We'll go with that. Okay, what is the argument that? Okay. Well. Actually, hold up. Okay, so I'm sorry for being super specific here. When we say straight, flat, horizontal, we mean, of course, on average, like, because, like, technically, if you zoom into water, like, the waves are gonna ripple a little bit, right? We mean, like, the average the average of water is going to be level, which means flat, straight, horizontal, right?
Yeah, we're going to treat the Earth, or at least we're going to describe and think of level. And if you were to get hyper pedantic, I mean, yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay.
Sure. So just on average, right?
We're just making sure that we're not calling level curved, right?
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, what's the argument that water is flat, straight, horizontal on average?
What is the argument? Well, it measures that way at every scale that we can possibly measure it. Like I said, if you go from a glass to a bathtub to a pond to a lake to an ocean, it's always flat, level, horizontal, straight. There's never been an example other than that. Sure. It's all measured at zero. Even celestial navigation references the ocean or the horizon when they're at sea as straight, flat, horizontal, level.
Can you send evidence, like maybe a paper or something like that?
Why would there need to be a paper? You can just go out and measure it. This is where you live.
Well, no, I don't. I live in a forest, right? I have like 30 kilometers to the sea.
Hydrostatics, sir. Hydrostatics teaches that at any point along a horizontal surface within a body of liquid at rest is the same pressure, and it's often taken as the definition of a level surface.
The same pressure is kind of different than flat, straight, horizontal line.
No, but the key point there is along a horizontal plane within a body of liquid at rest.
Yeah, like the average one on Earth, right? Like something like that, right?
Right, so that's from surface to the uttermost depths, right?
Yeah. So do we have any?
You can put that horizontal plane anywhere you like within that body of liquid at rest, and anywhere on that plane, any point will measure the same pressure as anywhere else on that plane.
Sure. So, okay, here's my problem. I feel like I talk to a lot of flat earthers, and they'll do this thing where I'll ask, okay, what is the evidence of this claim? And they'll just like say a thing instead of sending what I would consider evidence, right?
Yeah, I can
is it okay that I define?
Yeah, I can post something about what I said if you want.
Okay, but no, you can post something about what you said, but let's just define what I would consider good evidence for the claim. Is that okay?
Well, what do you consider? So you just mentioned that you have a standard. What is your standard? What do you want?
Well, so I believe for extraordinary claims, these extraordinary types of evidence. So for this one, I would say something like it should be independently verifiable. It should be done by multiple different sources. It should be repeatable. You need an experiment. It should be posted in a journal or something like that. That is like in like some place that is respected and usually post reliable piece of evidence, right? And ideally, it should be put in a way that I can understand. Because if you just post a bunch of like math or whatever, like some of these pictures are, I'm not going to be able to understand that. Which is, yeah, I understand
I
there's a
can
problem
give you
with my side, but I'm not a
from a
scientist.
physicist. I can give you a citation from a physicist if you like. Would that be good?
No, not from one guy saying like one
right.
thing.
I won't do it
that,
then.
no.
I won't bother.
If you want, I can send you the hierarchy of evidence if you want to.
Hold on. Do we get the same respect from you afterwards, like for the same exact claim that you like for you being a Glober?
Yeah, but just to be clear, right? I already claimed that it's not a discussion.
No, we declare what the evidence would be. So I would say, okay, what I would need for evidence that would prove a globe to me, I'd say it would prove it to me, not evident it to me. It would make it proof. And then I would give you the variables or set like whatever parameters or whatever, or tell you what I needed, right? And
Yeah,
you'd say, yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, but you also you just gotta keep in mind, I'm not here like claiming for sure I can produce a good argument or evidence the globe is like round or whatever. I'm not a physicist or anything. I'm just looking for an argument for why it would be flat. I'm not like confident on this, right?
So oh, sorry, says go ahead, brother. I'm so sorry. No, insist, brother, please.
Okay, so
brother?
No,
what?
he's.
I said I insist. Please don't be defunct of hearing either during the confines of this conversation. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, it's all right. So how would you like me to show you zero curvature?
Okay, I just told you. I can put the. I can tell you the standard again. If you want, I'm not like accusing you of being bad faith or anything. Just you might have missed it, right?
Right, but the standard that you're basically wanting is that you just want someone else to tell you from something that makes you feel warm and cozy that zero curvature is found. When in reality, you should go out and check to see if any curvature is found in reality. You know what I'm saying?
That wasn't the standard I put, no.
You said some kind of journal, something that we can, kind of test and verify, like testing and verifying, and that's kind of all on you. So what do we observe? Zero curvature. In the empirical sense, it's observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. So we can observe that the horizons are flat.
Okay, so here's what
I offered citation from a physicist, like from a physics paper.
Yeah, so one person saying something, it doesn't meet the standard I put. I get hold up, just to be clear, feeling cozy wasn't the standard I put. If you want to, I can repeat what the standard was.
Okay. Can you please make it a little bit more concise so that we know what you're looking for?
Okay. Independently verified by decentralized multiple sources. So this would be an example. A peer review could be one example of this. The second thing should be repeatable. Right? There should be an experiment behind it. It should be understandable. Right? And they should probably be posted in a place that is trusted. So like a journal, like Springer Link or research.org or something like that. Right?
I'm sorry, but it's not an experiment to measure something, the surface quality of something. It's not an experiment.
Well, it's a measurement. Yeah. Do you know what an experiment is?
No, we're not flipping. We're not going to flip the burden right now. We're not doing that, Muffin.
We're not going to red herring away from the topic. Yes, we know what an experiment is. Is this science or is this geometry? That's probably the more appropriate question. What do you think?
So what I mean by experiment is a scientific procedure undertaken to make a discovery, right? To test a hypothesis.
And that's why I'm asking you, are we dealing with, bro, I'm asking you, do you think that we're dealing with geometry or science right now?
Well, I would say science, right? But geometry is a part of science.
Well, in that case, what is the naturally observed phenomena we are trying to prove the cause of? Because that would be science. Science is inquiry about the physical world. It's about cause and effect relationships, why or how questions. So why or how about curvature doesn't really fit unless you have some kind of observed phenomena that you'd like us to go ahead and create a hypothesis for.
Well, hold on. The thing you're trying to prove right now is that water is level, meaning flat, straight, horizontal on average. I wrote it down right here if you want to see it.
I don't care about what you wrote down. That's not a cause and effect claim. That's a what is question, not a how or why.
Okay, wait.
It's a category error.
The thing I wrote down was your claim. We're trying to see whether or not it's correct, right?
Yeah, and you called it science, which is incorrect, which is kind of leading me to believe that you're not really going to have a great time in this conversation if you think curvature has something to do with science.
Okay, the only thing I'm just asking is whether or not we have the standard of evidence that I provided that shows that that water measures on average flat, straight, horizontal.
Okay, and you want it to be from a decentralized source. You also mentioned that earlier.
No, okay. If you want, I can write you a thing down for it, and we can send this. Everybody can refer back to it. But I said independently verifiable. No. Sorry, independently verified by multiple decentralized sources. Meaning you don't want it to be like influenced in bad ways.
For you.
What is this? Digital
Physics, science websites, physics teachers, etc., etc.
Okay, sure. Just we can go to first
in the
one
field.
if you want to.
You know, you could go and ask them. You could go and ask them, physics teachers, why did you say the surface of water is horizontal?
Okay,
that's a lie. I demand you prove it and give me, and then present your standards that you're giving to us to the physics professors.
Okay, here's a question. Do you think a statement from a guy meets the standard I set?
So my goodness, sir, this is a paper. Yeah. That is a paper. The first citation there is from a paper that is presented to university students when studying hydrostatics.
Oh, wait. So where?
My goodness.
Good. Then you can just point me where in this paper does it say that water, on average, measuring on the entire Earth, is flat, straight, horizontal?
Well, how many sailors do you know?
I'm a sailor. I've been sailing since I was 3 weeks old.
You're a sailor?
Yes, that's right.
Have you ever used a sextant?
That's right.
Sorry?
Yes.
You have. Okay. So in this case, you have independently measured and verified, and you're not centralized, are you? You're not working for somebody else. You're not part of an institution, are you?
Wait, I am centralized. I'm one person. Decentralized would be multiple independent people verifying a claim.
Uh-huh.
So I'm.
Do you know anybody else that's ever used a sextant?
Mm-hmm.
Did you and this other individual reference the horizon, the water, to be the reference point where you would create a flat plane between you and the GP of that star?
Okay, I'm gonna just re-ask. Like, do we have some sort of like thing that measures the or that meets the standard I set? These are like two people.
You're the guy. You're the guy. There's two. How many other people do you know that use sextants?
Yeah, but two people, like, bro.
Thousands of sailors? How many sailors?
Yeah, so just to be clear, I never cross-reference. Maybe when I learned it like first or some shit like that, I would cross-reference with my grandpa's. I don't fucking know. Like, but two people is just like not like doesn't meet the standard.
Right. No, well. So you have already erected an impossible standard, even though this is not the standard that you're requiring for a globe. But I'm trying to get through the standard that you've laid down. And so far, I'm starting with you and your grandpa and whoever else uses sextants, which there are thousands, perhaps even millions. But you're not going to accept it? I don't understand what's going on right now.
Because I have not independently verified and cross-referenced with thousands of people whether or not my observations in sextant is correct.
What the heck?
I'm a sailor too. I'm a sailor.
Can you want to meet up in real life and like I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, we're on Discord, bro. What's up?
Okay, yeah, but this is not. You have 2 people on Discord.com doesn't meet the standard, right?
You want to meet up in
And
real
why
life?
would
So
they think
you've
that you
erected
don't
an
observe and
impossible
experience in
standard.
reality? Why would they think that you don't observe and experience in reality get the free pass? This is
Wait, what did you say?
ridiculous.
Wait, sorry, I missed what you said.
It's like you're giving the globe a free pass and
I'm
then
not giving.
placing all this burden of proof onto the thing that you observe and experience anyway. And that's ridiculous. You would burden the people telling you that reality isn't what you're observing and experiencing. That's who you would burden with the proof, right? That's where you would start. You'd say, "Oh, so it's not what I see. So I'm observing and experiencing flat, level, horizontal water, but you're telling me it's actually curved. I'm sorry, but I'm going to need some evidence for that. Now here's my standards," and then apply all the same standards that you just gave to us to them, to the person telling you that it's not what you're seeing.
I already told you. I don't have a good argument for why the globe, why the Earth is a globe. I don't have that.
And
I'm
that's
not
a
a
bit
physicist.
hypocritical, don't you think?
Because I'm not presenting an argument for either or. I'm not saying it's flat. I'm not saying it's a globe. I'm just curious.
Sounds
Do we
like
have
you
an
got work
argument?
to do, and we're not going to do your homework for you. So sounds like you got some research you need to undertake.
Yeah. So I'm not here claiming like anything is true. I'm just asking, do we have an argument that is flat? Do we have that argument that meets a standard of evidence?
Yeah, it measures that way. I mean, your standard is kind of impossible, but it measures that way.
My standard is
You've
not
actually
impossible.
measured it that way.
Yeah, my standard is not impossible. There are loads of papers and loads of research, loads of studies across the entire Earth that meets that standard. Yeah.
Pick one.
For what?
Pick your best one and present it.
Pick my best standard for something like that. Like a piece of
For the
evidence like
globe.
that.
What is your best evidence for the globe? Why don't you go pick it and show it to us?
I'm not here arguing the globe, like the Earth is a globe. I'm not arguing that.
Then what are you doing?
Okay, so how do you know? Show us your best evidence. Because
I don't know the Earth is a globe.
Listen, I don't know it's a globe. I don't see curvature. I don't feel its spin. Everything I do in my everyday life is a flat Earth. So you're going to have to provide some evidence for the curvature and the spin because I don't experience it. Nobody I know does.
I don't know it's a globe. I don't know. Knowledge is justified true belief. Right now, I don't have a justification.
Okay, so what is your justified true belief for the globe?
Well, I'm not making a justified true belief for the globe. I'm just saying I have knowledge of it.
Yeah, okay, so you don't have knowledge of the globe. So if Earth isn't curving, then what is it?
If Earth isn't curving, hold up. Here's what I'm also not claiming, and I'm also not claiming that the Earth is not curving. I'm what you call agnostic on the claim, right? It could be true, it could not be true.
Well, we don't see curvature, so why would you think it is true? That's just stupid to think that something exists when everything around you shows it doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, we need greater evidence that just it appears that way, or something like that. Like we need a standard of evidence.
It's not a matter of how much evidence there is. It's a matter of what evidence exists.
Yeah, so we need a standard of evidence, right? That I said that I think is reasonable. We can argue about the standard if you want to, right? And then
with your senses, listen, you got God-given senses to help you survive in this world. Start with that.
Yeah, so with my God-given senses and my rational thinking seems to believe, right, there should be a standard of evidence that's pretty that's probably like every other scientific claim in a standard of evidence. I think that's reasonable to have that. Right? So do you have something that
you're
means
not
that?
going to make any conclusion at all. You're just going to go, Earth could be a globe as you see flat water and a flat Earth everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not here arguing the Earth is a globe or a flat at all.
Okay,
I haven't made that
so
argument.
you're delusional.
Wait, how am I delusional for being agnostic about a claim that I'm not sure about?
You're rejecting what your senses tell you and what all of our senses tell us, which is the same thing that yours tells you.
I'm just not an expert, and I'm claiming that I don't really know. Right? I'm willing to be shown evidence.
Dude, you don't have to be an expert to see flat Earth.
Yeah, so in my opinion, I think if you want to go research a bunch of things that are pretty hard, and a lot of people, especially every scientist on Earth, almost disagrees with you. You gotta have a certain level of knowledge. So I would say we need a certain standard of evidence to prove this.
How do you acquire knowledge?
Well, friend,
Generally, I like to use the combination of logic and just different systems thinking. Oh, there's different thinking systems, right?
Well, what other than logic can you use to come to knowledge of things?
Sure, like there's W analyses. There are
your senses, dude. Empiricism. Use your five senses.
Sometimes your senses can lie to you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
sometimes.
interaction with reality teaches you that if you stick your hand in a pot of boiling water, you're going to get burnt every time. You don't have to think, well, I don't have enough knowledge of this yet. I'm not going to stick my hand in there. There's a chance that if I put my hand in that pot of boiling water, maybe it won't burn at all. Like, does
Wait,
that
hold up.
sound reasonable to you?
No, wait, hold up. If you have no past evidence whatsoever that a boiling pot of water is going to hurt you, then I don't think it's reasonable to believe a boiling pot of water is going to hurt you. If you do have evidence of it, like when you boil things, they tend to swell up, they tend to make weird reactions, then it sounds like you probably shouldn't stick your hand in it. Yeah, that's how I think. Yeah, it's probabilistic.
How certain are you that you ever ate anything before on a scale of 0 to 100?
I'll probably say like 99.999.
So you're not 100% sure.
Yes.
Okay, well, you have a nice day now. I'll
Okay.
let someone else talk to you.
Oh, wait, hold up. Can I just like remind everybody, if you ask like someone a yes or no question, that that is meant to show like an absurdity, and their answer is just like yes straight up without having to do any like yapping first, I think this is a pretty good demonstration that they're confident in what they believe, right?
Yeah, and you're very confident that you're not sure that you even ate anything ever before.
I'm very confident that I'm almost 100% sure that I did, but it could be the case I'm high in math or I'm in a simulation like the Matrix or something like that, right?
Okay, on a scale of 0 to 100, how confident are you that you ever took a piss before? Have you ever peed before? Yes or no? On a scale of 0 to 100% certainty.
Like 99.999 and then like infinite nines or whatever, right?
So there's a chance you never ever urinated in your life, is what you're telling the audience.
Maybe I'm in a simulation. Maybe I'm a brain in a vat. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Wait, hold on.
Mental freaking illness.
Now, here's a question for you. Do you think there's a possibility you're a brain hooked up in a vat?
No,
brother.
Yeah, there's a 1% chance your mother never loved you.
Well,
why
we
not,
can
Ego?
actually
Why not,
appeal
Ego?
to his parents as hostile witnesses within this confines and bring them in and ask them if they've ever changed his diaper when he was a child. They would have to obviously answer yes because they spent money on diapers, etc. So from a standpoint of us testing the credit of the witness, your credibility is really being tested right now and you're failing miserably. Go ahead.
Okay, so my question for Ego is, why do you think that there's no chance you could be in the Matrix? What is the justification for that? Do you have an argument for that?
Okay, well, I'm going to lean up on empiricism. What evidence would I have to even think of something so fucking asinine and crazy in the first instance?
That there's a non-zero possibility of it being true, of course.
No, it is absolutely a non-0% possibility because I have absolutely no experience at all that would even suggest anything remotely like that I'm really a brain in a vat.
Oh, really? Wait. So now here's a question. Do you think people need to have an experience of something being the case in order for there to be a possibility of being the case?
If you can't have an experience, then you might be a brain in a vat.
Here's an example. If I was locked in a room in my entire life, I wouldn't have experience outside of the room, but I could still hypothesize that there's something outside of it. I say there's a possibility of something outside
and you
the
can
room.
hypothesize that you might live on a globe despite all the evidence to the contrary, and people will think you're fucking nuts.
Why not engaging with what I just said?
I am engaging. I think you're fucking nuts. And I already said maybe someone else can talk to you. And you ended up calling me out by name, so I'm obliging. But I really don't want to talk to you. I think you're crazy.
Okay, I'll just make the point then. Just because you don't have an experience of something being true doesn't mean you can't rationalize your way to that might be true. For example, if I'm locked in a room my entire life, it could be the case that there's something outside of the room and I could hypothesize that that's possible. Right?
No, let's just be honest with everything that you're experiencing and being really real. Now, us continually trying to appeal to your subjective reality is pointless because you're always going to be the arbiter in the confines of the conversation, and I'd rather watch moss grow than listen to you be an arbiter in the conversation. So I'm going to ask you this. What do you consider circumstantial evidence?
Circumstantial evidence?
Because you kept talking about evidence, right? We talked about this earlier, and I'm going to talk about it again because you keep making reference to the types of evidence that are required, and I want to test your mental faculties to see what you understand circumstantial evidence to be in order for you to be some claimed arbiter within the confines of this conversation. Please go ahead.
Sure, okay. Because I'm ESL, I'll look up a definition. I hope it's okay to help me along. Is that okay?
You do whatever you want.
Okay, so it says here
is the truth. Let me be clear with this and say the truth is the truth. It stands under its own tests, runs its own tests, and it's up to us how we observe it. So whatever you have to do to get to this point of observing the truth, i.e. what is direct or circumstantial evidence, please go ahead. Thanks for letting me have that space.
Yeah, 100% agree. So this one here, this such as circumstantial evidence, is indirect evidence that does not, on its face, prove a fact in issue, but gives rise to a logical inference that the fact exists. So this sounds like what this is something called inductive reasoning. Right? This is what we use in logic quite a bit, or like in philosophy.
Yeah, you can't prove anything with induction either. You need to always deduce if you want to prove.
Yeah, I agree.
This is my point.
Yeah.
So my question then becomes, would you accept circumstantial evidence to prove a case?
It depends what the case is.
Can deductive reasoning ever be circumstantial?
Deductive reasoning is by definition not circumstantial, no.
Okay, well, looks like we can answer that question real quick. All right, so do you believe in any objective reality?
To believe in objective? It depends what you mean by objective reality.
So the answer is
reality.
no. Okay.
No, the answer is not.
How do you differentiate a deduction from an induction if you don't have any objective standard of reality?
So the answer is not no, right? If you mean by objective reality
between induction, adduction, and deduction if you have no standard of basis for absolute reality.
Okay. Do you want me to answer the objective reality question first, and then we can move on to that one?
Well, you already answered that. The answer is no. So I'm moving on to the next question.
The answer wasn't no.
I just want to know if you can differentiate between two different kinds of logical reasoning. If you don't have a standard of reality that's absolute that you measure it against.
Okay, the answer wasn't no.
So the answer is yes. Reality is objective.
No, the answer is that what you asked didn't have truth value because I don't know what you mean. I'm asking for clarification.
You don't know what objective reality is. Let's talk about, have you ever peed in your pants before? Have you ever eaten anything before? If you stick your hand in a boiling pot of pasta water, are you going to get burnt? These are objective things. You can answer yes to all of them, right?
Okay. When you say objective reality, what do you mean by that?
I'm surprised you need to ask.
It's testable, repeatable.
Yep, verifiable. I mean, look up the
yeah.
definition of empirical. What is empirical?
Okay, so sure. I'll just give you my definition because I've done philosophy for like 4 years. Okay, so I'll give you.
Okay, so what is empirical?
So what we would consider objective reality is something outside of brain states, right? And I do think that's real, yeah.
You don't think brain states can be objective?
No.
Okay.
Well, great, we agree on that one. Does anybody else want to?
I think you're crazy. No, I don't agree with you at all. I think you're nuts.
Do you want somebody to Stanford Encyclopedia EDU on like philosophy and basic definitions?
I want you to use your reason.
No, I'd like you to stop acting as this continual like maestro, dance my puppets dance to my madness, again within the confines of this conversation. So getting back to the idea of direct evidence, my question to you is, what do you observe water doing when you pour it into a container locally?
That it's flat.
Right. Now, my question then becomes, where are you located, roughly, without doxing yourself if you feel comfortable or not? Right. So my question then becomes, I'm located in Ontario, Canada. I do the same thing, and I observe the same thing locally. And we have different people who do this repeated thing. Now, my question becomes to you, is that direct evidence, or is that circumstantial evidence?
That would be circumstantial evidence of the claim first made.
So you're telling me that people pouring water into a container, locally observing it seek its level, is circumstantial evidence?
Yes.
So this is not testable and repeatable?
No, it's testable and repeatable. It's just circumstantial.
Although the observation of the experiment is we're testing the theory and we're repeating it in different locations, you're saying that this is not direct evidence. This is in fact circumstantial evidence.
That's right.
You have your reality very, very twisted. I withdraw.
Okay, I'll just explain why it is. The thing we're trying to test is whether or not it's true that water on average is flat, straight, horizontal on the average over the entire planet. So by pouring water into a glass, what you would be testing is whether or not it's on average flat, straight, horizontal in that glass, right? Or at least appears to be, right? So circumstantial evidence is just inductive reasoning that we would expect that if sometimes something, or like if a lot of times something is the case, then all the time is the case, for example, or like then most of the time, for example. So when you're doing that by using the glass, you're saying, well, what if it appears flat in the glass? So it must do that in the ocean also, right? But the problem is, this is not a direct one-to-one test, right? So this would be an example of it not being, well, you could call deductive, right? But there's a lot of variables. You understand? Direct evidence would be directly testing the hypothesis.
No, see, right on his face, you talk about average and things of that nature. I was just saying that these multiple points, there's multiple instances of pouring water into a container, and we're watching water actively seek and find its level as the water settles, and we put it down on a countertop. This is something that is repeatable. It's testable. That's all. Direct evidence. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just reiterate, like the thing we're testing is that well out of water is flat, appears flat in a glass. The thing we're testing is whether or not water is flat on average over the entire planet.
No, but see, your presupposition, right, is this idea of a planet, right? You're proceeding with this idea already ahead
right,
of the.
sorry. Yeah, I missed.
As I said, I'm going to withdraw. Be well.
Oh, what's up, Mr. Batman?
Good afternoon.
How's it going?
Excuse me. Good evening. It's going pretty well. How are you doing, sir?
I'm just chilling. My throat is sore and stuff. I've been up like hiking.